I don't know where Tom is. Tom, I don't know if you're in my Discord. I can also just call you, Tom.
Oh shit.
Try refreshing now. Refresh. How about now? Tell me it's real. Boo-da-doo-da-doo. It's working. All right.
Damn. I'm waiting to talk to Pisco, but I was in the middle of getting on, and I was just chatting in his chat about the Ethan Klein stuff and telling him, like, bro, he said he was tripling down on everything. So I'm like, bro, how are you tripling down? I just proved you wrong. Like, objectively proved you wrong. He's like, bitch, get in Discord. So I was like, all right, I'm fucking ramping up stream already anyway, so let's go. But, yeah, now it looks like his stream is going down, and I'm having some lag issues. I'm having some.
I'm in here because I don't get why the fuck he's talking about fucking streamer drama. Jesus Christ.
Oh, my bad. I didn't realize I was on fucking. I was open. My bad, dude. I'm on stream. Fuck. My bad. I thought I was still muted.
Okay, I'll scream to the world on your stream. Fucking streamer drama is the fucking most bullshit goddamn thing on the internet.
I think it depends on how you. I think it depends on how you engage with it. I think if we're talking about
the Bulwark, how much fucking drama does something like the Bulwark do?
Bulwark is
focused on political action.
Yeah, Bulwark.
They're focused on political action. They don't deal with stupid lawsuits. They don't deal with two retards fighting. They focus on things that are present and trying to get people motivated and encouraged to do things about it.
Yeah, but he's a lawyer. He's gonna go over.
It's just drooling.
He's gonna look at
drooling, flat-jawed idiots with no fucking lives are the only people who enjoy streamer drama.
I don't think that's true. I think that there's like he's a lawyer, so he's gonna go over like a lawsuit and show, and just talk about his opinion on it, as the other lawyers all do.
Why not? What did you see? What happened today?
Well, I was gonna say, on top of that, I also I talk about a lot of philosophy. I think that going over
with 3 Marine sons. Why isn't he going over that? Isn't that more important than just rich people fighting over money?
I don't know.
It's stupid. It's pointless. It's pointless fucking drama that just distracts people from doing anything.
I think that won't work.
And it sucks people into this stupid cycle of trying to fight for people who do not matter. It's all entertainment. It's stupid. It's so proper.
I think Kick is the only
it's
channel
fucking
that the chat's
pointless.
Working for right now, though, which is fine. If I can just have this conversation. It's kind of hot in New York. All right, I'm activating the selected. Okay. All right. Cool. That's working. Let me refresh this. YouTube, try chatting. All right. I think YouTube's working. Okay, cool. Cool. I think we're back. Fair. Tom is fair. How are you, my friend?
I'm doing well. How are you?
How we doing? I'm doing good. Let me just check your audio levels real quick. Can you just test real quick? Talk.
Yeah. Hello. Tom is fair. Tom is the fairest.
Oh, do you want to go on camera?
I can't. I normally just always turn mine on. But okay, Google, lights on.
Okay. Just give me a second then to put you on, okay?
Okay.
So that my people can
okay,
see
Google.
Tom. And Tom, shout out your show as well, so that people know where to find you.
All right. Turning on 6 lights.
Okay, Google, turn lights blue. Sorry,
Got it.
I was setting up my stream right as you told me to hop on, so I was like in the middle of trying to get everything ready. Yeah, it's Tom Foolery Show on YouTube. Cover politics, philosophy, drama, all the gay stuff that internet people do.
Whoa! Very heteronormative of you to say that.
I'm so sorry. I shouldn't have said that on somebody else's show. My bad.
Yeah, it's all right. It's all right, better. One second. We're almost good to go.
Okay, Google, turn left lamp to
transitioning
30%.
real quick.
Got it. Setting the left lamp right at 30%.
Tom is fair. We have you. All right. So talk me through what's going on in your mind. What's happening? What are your disagreements? I didn't see if you tweeted at me. I didn't see that. So just let us know what your thoughts are on things.
Yeah, so I guess first off, I do think that like his the entire complaint from Ethan's lawyer was just a meme. I think that's what it was meant to be. You kept talking about how cringe it was. I agree. I think it was meant to be cringe. I think that's like part of why it's kind of funny. You might think that that's like not the place to be funny. Totally understand that like that position that's just kind of inappropriate. But there were a bunch of other things that like were where the facts were just getting confused by a lot of people, like a lot. So I posted like a like 5-minute video just kind of like showing the takes and what was happening. But one of them is that Denims, everybody keeps comparing how much Denims was reacting to the Hassan nuke versus XQC. Denims is not being sued for her reaction to the Hassan nuke. Her reaction to the stream before the Hassan nuke is what he went over in his video, where she's just sitting there. She gets up and goes to the bathroom. Like
she is being sued. She's being sued for both.
Yeah, I guess it would have to be both because her statement about the like with her intent to replace him in the market, that is that I guess applies to the Hassan nuke and not the stream. But
we'll just talk about facts here. Facts are she's being sued for her reaction to both. Correct?
I don't know. That's the part, is that my understanding was that it was about her reaction to the stream, but he was taking her comments that applied to the Hassan nuke and using this as intent to replace him in the market while reacting to the stream. So when he went over her video on his video about this, he's showing her reacting to the stream, not to the Hassan nuke.
So one thing I'm going to do to figure this out is I'm just going to go to the prayer of relief. It says that first claim for relief against Denims. These are the allegations. They incorporate by reference the entire complaint. It states that the entity that's in charge, TEI, is the entity here, is the sole owner, sole of. The fucking typos everywhere. It says sole of the copyrights. So just to be clear, this complaint is dog shit because it wasn't fucking proofread, because it's formatted fucking shittily, because it's a meme, so it's dog shit. And that's just another example of it. They registered their copyright, that Denims accessed the countdown episode and the nuke, that they did not grant authorization or consent to exploit the content or the nuke, and that due to the Denims acts of copyright infringement, they have suffered damages for her infringement in the countdown episode and the nuke. And so now that I've read that from the first claim of relief, from the prayer of relief, or sorry, before the prayer of relief, but for the cause of action, will you agree, therefore, that you were wrong when you said, or when you supposed, that it wasn't about the nuke? She's also being sued for her reaction to the nuke, correct?
So I don't know if it's
yes
for
or no?
her no, I don't think that it's her reaction to the nuke, because as I said, I think that she has stated an intent to be a replacement within the market.
Hang on a second. She is H3 suing Denims for her copyright infringement of the nuke?
I think so, but I don't think it's for her reaction to it.
Okay,
I think it's for
so were you wrong?
Market replacement.
Wait, no, but hang on a second. He is only suing Denims for copyright infringement, correct?
Yes, but that is these are different things.
Okay.
Like so when I said that you're comparing what how much XQC is reacting to it versus how much she is reacting to it, that hers is a 4-hour VOD, XQC's is a 2-hour VOD. She does like no? Am I misunderstanding this?
So you're misunderstanding. So there's a broader misunderstanding we'll get to in a second. But just to be clear about what he's suing her for, he's suing her for exactly one thing: copyright infringement. And that copyright infringement pertains to both the content nuke and the countdown episode, not just one or the other. And there's only one thing, and it's the same thing he's suing for both of those things: infringement. There's only one thing at issue. And the questions about market substitution, that has to do with fair use. But the underlying thing that he...
Oh no. Oh no. Oh, you're back.
Hello?
Yeah, you're back.
Okay. Oh shit! It effed again. All right. What I'm gonna do is
Just so you know, your first
your
VOD, it ended. You
Yeah.
created a second VOD when you restarted stream. So when you were telling people to refresh,
Yeah.
they couldn't refresh. They had to X out and go to the new VOD.
Oh, okay. So here's a question: are you live right now?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So people are seeing the conversation right now, and they're hearing it from your place, right?
Yes, I just started my live. Yeah. Like while we've been talking.
So this is what I'll do. I'll stop my stream in a second. And I'll tell my. Oh, actually, I think it's back up right now. Just we're back. Okay, cool.
Okay.
So where we just were, and the fact that it stopped the Discord, I think, indicates to me that the internet's cutting out because of the temperature. So I just want to bring us back to where we were, which is he is suing Denims for infringement and only infringement as pertains the copyright that he holds in Countdown episode and the nuke. Correct?
Yeah, they're both infringement.
So you were incorrect.
Yes.
Yeah, so you were incorrect when you were like, you're misconstruing that, because he's not suing her for the nuke. That was wrong.
Okay, so when it comes to market replacement, I agree that like these are both fair use, but my point is that they're not both about how much you're reacting. I think her like content nuke is going to be fair use. I think it is. Like watching it, going over it, like she doubles the amount of time, the amount of runtime in her reaction, and is like, she is she's pausing literally like every 30 seconds to a minute. I couldn't even find a spot where she went 3 minutes without pausing. So I think she's going to have like fair use for the content nuke. But I don't, from everything that he said about it and from what I read in the complaint, it looked like he was saying that it was, yes, it was not transformative in the way that she reviewed the interview. And then she had a statement of intent to replace him in the market in the content nuke, but even the entire argument that the lawyer made almost made it sound like they're making an argument for the content nuke purely based off the intent stated, which obviously isn't enough to actually be infringement, just intent by itself.
Yeah, so I guess I want to step back again and say I just want to make sure we're agreeing that Denims is being sued for both the nuke and the interview, the Countdown episode, correct?
Yes.
I thought you said now I'm understanding you to be saying like, well, there's a different kind of analysis as pertains both, and maybe they're using her stated intention as pertains the nuke to kind of help bolster the case of infringement or preempt the argument of fair use when it comes to the Countdown episode, and that's why that's included. Is that what you're arguing?
Yes, yeah, that is my understanding from.
I don't know that I disagree with you. I don't know if I have strong opinions about what their intent is in including things. I certainly don't have a strong opinion on that, but it also has nothing to do with any of my stated opinions or why I'm getting pushback, because for the sake of all of what I'm saying, I'm conceding and agreeing that there's probably at least some infringement here. And I've said that over and over. So none about of why there's controversy into what I'm saying has to do with a question about whether or not it's infringement or not, because my agreement my opinion is that it probably is infringement. And so when you're saying, well, I'm misconstruing certain arguments or I'm applying something, it doesn't matter, because I've said that this is probably infringement. So it's not why people are mad at me, is because everyone can see me saying this is probably infringement. This is most likely infringement.
Yeah. So I have a couple of different points. The other one is that Ethan cut XQC out of context. One of the things that was brought up a number of times by you and a bunch of other people was that.
Wait, when did I say that Ethan cut XQC out of context?
I'm saying Ethan cut him out of context.
Oh, okay.
So you were talking about the fact that XQC straight up says, I don't care about copyright or whether or not it's illegal. Right? He just straight up says, I don't care whether or not
he has said that before. So I have an independent memory of him saying something to that effect multiple times. Now, I could be wrong about that, but I think it's my okay.
He does
So
say it,
what
but
is wrong about that?
there's extra context right after that I think totally changes it, and is my argument when it comes to a lot of these things, is that he's stating it's not stealing unless the owner says it's stealing. That like the cops aren't just going to come after you just because you didn't react hard enough or something. It's stealing when the person who owns the content, who owns the IP, says it's stealing. So just the same as somebody goes into my shed and takes my lawnmower and puts it back afterwards. If I like that person and we're friendly, I don't really care. I'm not going to say anything. If it's somebody down the road that I don't like and they take my lawnmower, I'm calling the cops. They both did the same exact thing, but I decide when it's stealing.
As a statement of law, that's not correct, and also doesn't matter for any of my points. So I grant to you that he said that. Number one, he's wrong about that, right? Like, whether or not someone cares to sue me or afterwards ratifies the what was done or the reaction doesn't bear on whether at the moment it's done it is infringement or theft in the case of the example that you're trying to provide. Like, if I go and steal a lawnmower from your place without permission, without any kind of implied relationship there, anything, right? I just go and steal a lawnmower and or take it and bring it back and use it as though it were my own. Whatever the problem is there, it could be conversion or some other tort. I don't know if you're not maybe trying to permanently deprive you. So whatever the tort is there occurred regardless of the fact that afterwards you ratified that action. At the time that you're depriving me of possession, or in this case infringing, the infringement occurs. Now, carve out if there's an implied relationship or some kind of license, an implied license, or even an explicit license. That's not what we're talking about. So just number one, overall, XQC is wrong about that. And number two, that doesn't contradict anything I've said or anything anyone's talking about.
Okay, I do think you used that argument a couple of times to say that like XQC was a greater a threat to IP, and then that takes me to the last one, which is that he is also a greater threat to people like Sony and Disney stepping in.
Yeah. So let's talk about that real quick. What I said is XQC, in the terms of malicious from a legal perspective, I understand that Ethan may be using the term malicious to mean intentional siphoning of his specific work, and so he's using it not as a legal term of art. So, and I've recognized that in my video, and I've recognized this entire time. So there's zero equivocation on my part with the use of that term. I'm conscious of that words can be used in different ways, and I'm conscious of a threat of equivocation. I'm not equivocating. So, my point is that XQC legally is malicious in the sense that he has reckless disregard for whether or not he's siphoning this revenue or whatever, right? He doesn't care about the law, but that's not to put him on all fours with Denims and these other people in every respect. I recognize that Denims and these other people probably have a greater, commonplace definition of the term malice. That is to say, they literally want to steal money from Ethan in that respect. And maybe the XQC doesn't have that. I do not dispute that at all. What I'm saying is, he says in his video that he doesn't want to chill XQC, even though XQC is an infringer. Maybe it's a less form of infringement in his opinion because it doesn't include that intentional taking away from his revenue or whatever. But he says he wants to protect the XQCs of the world, these infringers who don't give a fuck if they're siphoning revenue or not. And that, I think, is not consistent with the conduct here or the actual motivations of what's going on. And especially when he says, I want to prevent Sony and Disney from setting a bad precedent and destroying the reaction community as we know it, they're much more likely to do that, all else equal, towards the bigger reactor. They don't give a fuck about whether you have good intent or bad intent. What they care about is the sort of market substitution effect and how much it's affecting their bottom line, which is going to be largely influenced by the size of the infringer, not their mal motive.
So I'll come back to the Sony part then, because I disagree with the part about XQC. I do think that it's maybe just a semantic issue here, but I would say that yes, it's not stealing until the person decides that it's stealing. and that there is a culture online where people, especially smaller creators, would want somebody like XQC to watch their video on his streams, even if he doesn't give them credit, even if he doesn't tag them in it or link them in it, that people are more likely to go look for them, find them, and then subscribe to their channel if they like it. And so there is a culture that is that almost that implied consent. And he's saying if they don't like it, they can go through YouTube and just say, I don't like this, it'll get taken down, that's that, and then we move on. But they decide when it is an infringement, and that 99% of the people don't ever decide that it's an infringement. Therefore, this is the culture of this implied consent already.
So I don't really care about that. He's wrong about that, right? So he's wrong. Like it isn't the fact that there's ever been the case that individuals have to like preemptively give XQC notice that it's not okay for infringement to not occur. So we don't have to take on his weird and distorted view of infringement. I'll give you tons of examples. Example one, where the person has no way of knowing whether XQC is infringing on the content, and it takes months and months for them to even be aware that XQC is infringing. You know, someone who doesn't want this to happen, it doesn't even want to happen the first time, right? And so I just don't accept XQC's framework, and I also don't think it's relevant to what we're talking about here. The question is, what is Ethan's motivation? What is actually motivating Ethan? That's the essence of my critique is the following. Why is Ethan choosing to go after some people and not others? And what I take to be the disingenuous part is he is not going after Denims and all to protect the React community. That is not what's happening. And if you don't agree, if you agree with that, then we have no disagreement that I can see.
Okay, so the reason that I was trying to get the XQC part out of the way is because I agree he's not doing that. I also don't think he ever said he was doing that. I don't think that ever happened.
No. All right. So just be clear. We agree he's not doing that. So now the question is, did he put himself out as doing that? And the answer unequivocally to that is yes, he did. Example number one. In his video, how he starts it, he talks generally about the problem of blatant infringement outside the context of intentional siphoning. And this is in the context of this YouTuber that he props up, I forget his name, where he gives that little neat graphic where someone reacts like a lot versus when they don't, and what's the problem, what's not the problem. He calls that situation an injustice. He calls XQC a prime suspect. And then he, about 3 or 4 minutes later, says, I want to get together and get some people behind me to promote a healthy environment. Otherwise, it could destroy the content community, reaction community as we know it. He then says that this is done in part to prevent Sony and Disney from setting bad precedent, and specifically that he does not want to chill XQC. And so all this taken in totality indisputably suggests that he is painting at least one of his significant motivations as protecting the commentary community, protecting the React community. Otherwise, why would he bring up Sony and Disney and the notion of setting bad precedent? Why would he talk about the risks to the commentary community as we know it if he weren't trying to appeal to the possibility of an existential threat to that community? Explain that.
So I think these are separate statements. I think in one statement, he is saying he personally does not want the outcome of his lawsuit to chill the React community. He is somebody who reacts to videos as well. He wouldn't want to hurt himself in this way either. But also, as a separate statement, because these statements are separated, then he also says that he has a fear that Sony and Disney could eventually come after people if this is like a slippery slope to where people are just kind of recklessly and maliciously replacing things in the market.
Wait a second. So I want to just, this is the quote. Though theoretically, I could sue a lot more creators and rake in millions of dollars. So just to be clear, that is him suggesting that other creators are infringing, right? Not that they're doing fair use, because he couldn't rake in millions if they weren't infringing, right? So we're only talking about infringement here, okay? Mm-hmm. So he says the following: though theoretically, I could sue a lot more creators and rake in millions of dollars, but the purpose of this is not financial gain. People like XQC and Asmongold may have watched the entire thing, but I would never sue them just for doing that. I don't want to chill the reaction community into fear, actually. The opposite. I hope that we can all unite against this type of egregious behavior that not only makes us all look bad, but could destroy the commentary community as we know it. That is a savior rationale. It's saying, everyone, including, we need to bandy together to protect the XQCs of the world and the Asmongolds of the world. Otherwise, we'll all look bad and it could destroy the commentary community as we know it. That's a broader narrative, that this type of egregious behavior, if we don't band together, right? If we don't all band together to unite, it could destroy our community. Isn't that, and I'll just very simple, isn't that a savior rationale that speaks to him trying to achieve broader protection of the community?
I guess in a sense, I think he's just asking for like some consistent rationale between everybody to where they're all going to agree. This is bad. This is good. I'm on y'all's side. I don't want to chill all reaction content, but there is a type of reaction content that we should all agree crosses the line. And I think he's more so arguing in favor of himself. So, because currently there are tons of people in the reaction community. Hold on, let me finish this. Because people in the reaction community are currently going after him, saying that he is chilling the reaction community and he's ruining it. And I think he's trying to like prevent that ahead of time and try to make sure that they don't come after him and think that he's trying to stop all of this.
Okay, so let's take it step by step. Does Ethan agree that there's an existential risk to the commentary community?
I with the Sony and like Disney thing, I think that he thinks there's a slippery slope where this can get out of hand. But
but he says that this type of behavior, that is to say, the denim style behavior, that this type of behavior could destroy the commentary community as we know it. Mm-hmm. So I'm asking you very directly, based on that statement, is Ethan describing a type of existential risk to the commentary community?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. So he is partly painting his lawsuit in terms of protecting against an existential risk against the commentary community, correct?
His lawsuit, sure. I think it's more so their behavior is the existential threat. But yeah, it's their behavior is the existential threat.
Yeah. So their behavior is the type of egregious behavior that, quote, not only makes us all look bad, but could destroy the commentary community. And so and I just want to get a very clear yes or no, he is saying that his lawsuit is done, at least in part, to prevent this kind of egregious behavior that, quote, could destroy the commentary community as we know it, correct?
No, I don't know where you're getting that part from. Like, again, like
okay. How not?
Because I think he's just asking, again, I think he's just asking for everybody to be consistent on this and not blame him as though he is chilling the commentary community. But he's saying, for me and for other people who have this violation against them, they would want to act on this and sue people who violate their content in this way.
Because, and that's why he wants us all to unite, right? He's saying unite. He's saying unite. We should all be on the same page here. Yeah. Because when we go after these people, it's going to prevent the destruction of the commentary community, right? That's why he's saying we can all unite against this type of egregious behavior. He wouldn't be saying that if it were just limited to himself and trying to reassure people. He's not just trying to, wait, Tom, you agree with this. He's not just trying to, as you're trying to paint it, reassure people that his specific lawsuit isn't going to chill the community. He's actually doing something broader and saying there's a bigger risk here and we all need to unite against this type of behavior to prevent the destruction of the community, not just my lawsuit, right? It's his lawsuit is part of a culture that he's trying to promote against this type of egregious behavior for the purpose of preventing the destruction of the commentary community as we know it.
Yes, that is what I'm saying. Yes, okay. That is what I'm saying. I'm saying, but that is very different than he is the savior, but more so that there is a consistent line that we should all agree on. That's totally different than I'm here to save you, but instead we all agree on this, right? This is a line they did cross it, right?
He is trying to portray his lawsuit as protecting the commentary community, isn't he?
No, I think it's him saying that all
No?
people should agree that they would sue over something like this, and that like this isn't something that is supposed to go after a broad array of people. It is going after specific people who do this specifically, not all commentary people.
No, I understand the target here, right? That he's trying to portray is a more narrow target. I'm not disputing you that his target is, as he portrays it, is more narrow. All I'm saying, Tom, is he is portraying his lawsuit as a reaction, a justified reaction that's justified in part by protecting the commentary community. That is to say, people in general need to unite against this style of behavior, this type of egregious behavior, for the purpose of making us not all look bad and making it so that the commentary community is not destroyed. So he's trying to say that this lawsuit is the opposite of trying to chill. This is what he says, right? I'm not trying to chill the reaction community into fear. The opposite. I'm trying to do the opposite. What's the opposite of trying to chill the reaction community? It's to promote the reaction community, right? Correct?
Yeah, well, he's saying he's part of that community, yeah.
He's saying, I'm not trying to chill them. I'm trying to do the opposite, which is another way of protecting the community. He's trying to portray his lawsuit as not just vindicating his own rights, but as protecting the commentary community. Agreed?
I guess again, I wouldn't say it that way. I think that is an odd way to say it, because again, it's like me. Okay, I do React content. Okay, I do a lot of, like, about, I would say maybe half of my content is React content, and I am also going to sue people who are just stealing my content, just re-uploading it, putting about 3 minutes of commentary in there with an hour and a half of my fucking content just re-uploaded, right? And I would say, make the same arguments, just saying, like, yeah, this is something that like hurts all of us when people go past this line and start this process where we're having to like sue each other to take this down.
Right, and if you sued Tom and you said this is about preventing the existential threat to our community, and you would defend yourself, you say, I'm not trying to harm the commentary community, the opposite. I'm trying to protect us because this makes us all look bad. And so when I sue these people, it's to vindicate my rights, but it's also to protect the community. That's what he's doing here. And that's why, by the way, he starts with this broader concern from creators and saying, this is about, this is an injustice every time it happens, with reference to that content creator, whoever he was. What he's trying to do is he's trying to make the argument that his lawsuit is doing the opposite of chilling, that it's actually protecting. It's protecting the commentary community. And that is why he says we all need to unite. He's trying to portray, and I think if you dispute this, I don't know if you...
I agree. Okay, again, I can agree that in a sense it is protecting in the fact that it is drawing the line that he thinks should be there. I don't think that makes him the hero, but more so that a line being there is what protects us. That line is the thing that we should all agree on, because it will protect us from disappearing.
Right. And what I'm doing right now is helping promote that line.
Yes. Yeah.
That's what he's saying. Yes. So that's what I take to be the savior rationale. Okay. That this lawsuit is about protecting the commentary community by enforcing a standard on the commentary community. Agreed?
Okay, yeah. If you put it that way, sure. I think it's a semantic difference of the way that you put it, but sure, yeah.
I don't think it's semantic difference.
Well, because initially your statement was that he's protecting everybody from Disney, and that is a very different way of saying it. Whereas he's drawing a line that will stop a slippery slope from them eventually coming down on us.
All in line. No. None of it's so. That's why I take to be the savior rationale. That is that this lawsuit is justified in part by protecting the React community, by someone, and that's the question that, right? It says destroy the commentary community, right? From who? Who's going to destroy the commentary community, right? Like, what do you mean? Where is this existential threat coming from? And I'll ask you, when he says this could destroy the commentary community, why? Why would it destroy the commentary community to allow this egregious behavior? Why would it destroy it? And I'll ask you, Tom, why would it allow it? Why would allowing this egregious behavior bring about the destruction of the commentary community? Go.
Because I think that for for YouTube, if it over and over we start to have more and more lawsuits because commentary community is stealing content, eventually they're just gonna be like, no more fucking reviewing other people's shit on streams anymore.
That's why he has to bring up Sony and Disney, because he has to explain that there's an existential threat, and that existential threat isn't coming from him. It's not coming from insiders. It's coming from outsiders. And who are the outsiders? Sony, Disney. So this rationale is consistent throughout, right? There's an existential threat. It's coming from outside. I'm here to protect you guys from that, because by me enforcing the standard, it's going to prevent the destruction of the community. Why? Because the outsiders are going to be less inclined to come and sue people and set bad precedent. That's what he's saying, and that's why he brings up Sony and Disney,
right?
Because it's part of his narrative that this lawsuit is meant to actually protect the community from the outsiders, from Sony and Disney. And I'm thoughtful about that. And so don't say that what I'm doing here is trying to chill people. It's the opposite. I'm trying to promote the community by protecting it against the outsiders. That's the narrative that I take to be the savior narrative, and that's what I think is bullshit.
Okay, I think that, yeah, I say the same exact thing, and but the narrative is more so that if we all held this line, we will be better off in the long run. We all agree together, this line exists, and we like culturally promote that line, call people out for it, or even like take down videos that are doing these sorts of things, then we're able to kind of save ourselves in this way.
But the thing is, it's bullshit. It's a bullshit thing to say, and it's not what's actually motivating him. And there's a lot of indication of that. So you agree, by the way, he did say it. He is saying that he's trying to protect the content community from Sony and Disney, right?
And
entities like that.
I don't think he is trying to protect the community, no, but I think that he's saying if we all draw this line, that protects the community, as we've agreed on a couple of times.
He's trying to sell his lawsuit as in part being justified.
Yes,
by protecting
he is part of one of the people who would draw this line, so he is also in part protecting, as everybody who would protect this line would be protecting the community. Yes.
You said he didn't say that. If you scroll back 10 minutes ago, you said he never said that. Of course, he's not doing that. He never said it.
No.
Now you're saying he did say it.
No. Just a minute ago, we agreed that he is talking about the line that he is protecting, and that we all protect this line, we would be protecting the community at large. Whereas very different than he himself is protecting the community. Like that's a little bit different.
Well, if he's part of the movement, if he's spearheading, if he's being a leader here, right, which he thinks himself as. By the way, his complaint starts with Ethan Klein is this wonderful guy who set this amazing precedent in the SDNY. So he very much has a savior complex, and it's throughout the complaint. If you read at all between the lines, he's portraying himself as the defender of fair use, the standard bearer, and so I completely disagree that he thinks he's just part of the cog of the machine. He views himself as a leader. But even if you this is a distinction without a difference. He's saying that his lawsuit is about enforcing that line, and whether it's his specific lawsuit that's going to save everyone, or he's going to be part of a movement that saves everyone, to me is a distinction without a difference. Either way, he's trying to sell his lawsuit as protecting, either by starting a trend or by being the thing itself of preventing the destruction of the commentary community because of the outsiders of Disney and Sony, places like that, from suing. That is a rationale where it seemed you were implying it wasn't a rationale, and that he didn't ever even suggest it or say it.
Again, I do think that his entire, taking a lot of stuff from his complaint, I even have trouble with it just because it's just so fucking flamboyant and meme-ish that it seems like he's purposely doing that just to piss people off. But the video that he's stating, but the video that he's stating, that is like the line that we were talking about, is the statement from the video, is that is what we were talking about. Is like that in that statement. Yes, he is talking about a line.
So that line is justified by protecting the reaction community. He's saying, I need to do this. I need to sue these people, or one of the reasons why I'm suing these people is to protect the community, or whether it's because of the line or the standard, whatever you want to call it. Yeah, he's enforcing some standard that is meant to protect the commentary community. That very clearly is one of the rationales. Agree?
Sure.
Okay, yes. Awesome. That's my point. That's one of my points. And you already agreed that he's not doing that. And so at this point, I mean, like, you agree with me on that. We agree. We agree that the complaint is dog shit. And you agree that one of his rationales was to defend the commentary community, and that's bullshit. And so what do we disagree about?
Well, I don't know. You just said it's bullshit again. I would say that my lawsuit would also do the same thing, is like setting this standard that like people are going too far, and that by suing, I am also taking part in setting the standards to where like things don't go too far and don't go down the slippery slope to where it is the same exact thing that you're claiming he's saying.
Do you
but,
actually
but I would say that, yes, that is a
believe
very
that one of
real
his
thing. Yes, that is a very real thing. Yeah.
So you actually now believe that one of them is motivating Ethan is to protect against Disney and Sony's of the world by enforcing a standard. Do you think that's one of his rationales?
Oh yeah, sure, yeah. Like, his rationale, no, sorry, no, his rationale, no. Is that what he's arguing? That yes, but is that his rationale? No, he's finding a rationale that lets him go after the people that he wants to go after. Almost definitely.
Boom.
Yeah.
Boom. That's what I'm saying. What I'm saying is this is not what's actually motivating him. What's motivating him is going after the people he wants to go after, not this feeling that he needs to protect the commentary community. But even though he says that, right? He says he's trying to protect the commentary community, but what's really motivating him, and it's fine. You go after people you don't like in lawsuits who are infringing your shit, but don't sell me this bullshit that what you're doing is defending the commentary community, because that's clearly what you're not doing. And that's not what's motivating you.
Sure, but I also think that like anything that's past that line is where we would all agree. Whereas like it is common that you can find people who are reacting, but they're not doing it maliciously. They're not trying to like steal your stuff. They're not trying to replace you in the market. They're not trying to just like sit there and have a watch party. That like if they are trying, most of us would like call somebody out for suing people unnecessarily and kind of that would chill the commentary community. We would call that sort of behavior out. And so I think
would we? But this is Tom, what I take to be the essence here, right? Because the problem is what XQC is doing is wrong.
Sure.
And Ethan's been on record.
Okay, I shouldn't say wait. I shouldn't say wait. Commentary community would. The commentary community would. I wouldn't. I think that yes, you review somebody's stuff, you are always at risk. Always, always, always. You are always at risk.
And XQC and Ethan has been vociferous in criticizing not just the people where their stated intent is to siphon money. He's been saying that what XQC does is unjustifiable. And XQC has these arguments, these bizarre arguments about how it helps them, actually, the infringer. And like you said at the start, right, that what he's doing really is trying to promote their stream, or that it should be the default is you have to do a takedown before it's infringement or whatever. And so Ethan needs to invent this rationale, because he's oftentimes been, I think rightly, attacking people like XQC for doing the non-malicious infringement, right? For doing the kind of infringement where he's actually trying to justify and say, I'm not being malicious in the sense of siphoning things intentionally. And so he needs to twist himself into knots in trying to maintain a consistent position of attacking XQC in the past, but not trying to chill XQC in the present. And so it's this tortured rationale, because the truth is what you just said, Tom.
Yeah.
The truth is it would be deeply unpopular if you were to sue XQC. But that would be consistent with his past position, which is that even the unintentional siphoning, or the siphoning where their goal is actually to promote, if it's infringement, but it's promoting the other stream, that is bad by itself. That's why he's choosing to go after these people, and why he has to knot himself into pretzels, is because he knows suing XQC would be unpopular, condemning XQC would be unpopular, which is why he says he doesn't want to chill XQC, and he doesn't care to sue XQC. Why? Because he doesn't have a vendetta against XQC. And it's fine if you have a vendetta against these people, and that's why you want to sue them, but then just admit it.
Yeah, sure. I mean, as long as you're saying that, like, yes, he's saying that, like, there's this line, and that this line is what distinguishes him from the other people, but that's what you mean when you say he's the hero, fine. I don't have a problem with that. That is not what I took it as. It's not what a lot of people I know heard you say took it as, but that, yes, that is what I'm saying. That is what I agree on. And the fact that, yes, he is definitely doing this because he just doesn't like them, and that this is the rationale that, like, furthers that, but more so, this distinguishes him from coming after their commentary overall versus like just, people who are a little bit more malicious.
But it's ad hoc, right? It's post hoc,
Right,
and
correct.
it's not what he was thinking before he did
Correct,
all this, right?
but
He wasn't
do
thinking-
you think he would do
setting
it?
a trap.
Do you think he would do it if they because I think I think it's both. I think it's that he doesn't like them, and because they were overly malicious in the way they did it, this now gives him the ability, but it is both, that it has to if it was something that was broad sweeping, if they didn't say the malicious things, he would have gone after them anyways.
Question, right? Yeah, you're asking me that question. My answer is yes, he would have still sued them. Now I'm going to ask it to you. If Denims had done the exact same infringing reactions, and these other people, exact same infringing reactions, but had just said like, fuck Ethan, instead of saying, I want to take money away from him, and you didn't have all that stuff about the snark, that is to say, he set a trap, right? And let's imagine that there was no Reddit post. It's just as infringing of reactions, but you don't have the admissions. Do you think he would have gone after them?
I don't know. Maybe I would have, but I don't know if he would have. I don't know.
He would have. What he was doing was he was setting a trap. He couldn't have known in advance that they were going to make admissions, Tom. So when he was planning this all out, it wasn't with the notion that we were going to have these, damning admissions. It was, he was trying to set a trap because of the infringement, and for you to buy that. Oh, if like I'll give you the final example. Let's say Hassan never made the admission, but he did just such a blatantly infringing content. But he never made the admission. He never said don't go to Ethan's channel. But he did the kind of infringing thing. Do you think he would sue Hassan? Yes or no?
Not after he told him to react to it 20 times. No.
Really?
Yes, that is him giving him permission. He is telling him, I want you to react to this on stream. Yes, he said it numerous times. There's no way you can sue somebody after telling them you want them to watch your stuff on stream. They're like, no shot.
Well, then I'll ask you, because you said the implied consent in the context of that. Do you think that that's implied consent for other people to do it?
Legally, I was saying when I said implied consent, I said culturally, like YouTube culture, but I'm not saying legally there's implied consent. No, not at all. But I think in that case, that is consent. I would say that that's explicit consent. Yes, I want you to watch this on your stream 20 fucking times over and over. Just watch it already, bro. Just watch it already. Just review it already. Yes, I would say that is explicit consent, not implied.
Okay. He also said that he was setting a trap for these people. Who do you think he was setting a trap for?
I think that was also post hoc. Like I think that he was just trying to dramatize it. If I was because what I don't know is if he actually consistently.
So he's lying. Wait, is he lying about that then?
I don't know. Again, that's just my thought process. As soon as I watch him saying all the shit, I'm like, no shot, you don't.
In order to believe this is why Tom I think is saying this now, because think about because Tom I think you're recognizing the problem.
Well, I said this when I reviewed it.
This is okay, but in order to think that this is explicit consent for Hassan, you have to think that okay, Ethan was giving explicit consent to Hassan, but he was always also trying to trap the non-Hassan people. And I'm just like, what? Wait, so this was this Machiavellian strategy to give explicit consent to Hassan, but also to do a trap in the. And he says it right, like I wanted to make something so good that they would react to it, and so. Do you think it's plausible that he was giving explicit consent to Hassan, but still trying to trap the other people into making admissions?
Yeah, no. And this is one of the things that I said is that if he was actually doing this, and this is part of his plan, he would have come out with this when Denims announced a lawsuit against him. He would have said, oh, really? Well, I have a lawsuit against you too. But he didn't. And then now a week or two later, after she closes her lawsuit and says, never mind, then he comes out with this. I think he wanted to just sue her because she was suing him, and that he came up with this whole fucking.
You don't think he was
thing.
trying to sue Hassan? You think you didn't think he had a plan to sue Hassan?
Yeah,
because he knew that. Really?
Again, especially not. I don't think he had a plan to sue any of them, but it just the way that all this happened, it seems weird. And again, he gave explicit consent.
Then he's lying.
Yeah, probably.
So you think he's probably lying about? Okay.
I mean, I don't like Ethan. I think he's kind of weaselly.
But that's my problem then. My problem is if he's lying about stuff, I just don't. And I think he's lying about the savior rationale. I think he's being or at least disingenuous. I don't think that. So even in your version, Tom, you think that Ethan is lying about setting a trap?
Yeah, sure. So let me explain my thought process is there's a bunch of people that that I would love to sue. They're just a bunch of pieces of shit. If I could find something to sue them on, or if I had like the resources or whatever, I would do it. But there's like a line there where I need them to actually like cross that line in order for me to feel as though I would actually be vindicated in doing so. Whereas I could find any little thing to do it, but I would need them to actually do something that's above and beyond in order to do it, right?
Isn't the more plausible scenario that he was planning to sue this entire time, and that's why he registered the copyright, because he knew doing so gives this the remedy in court and the statutory damages? Like he was pre-registering because he intended to sue, and so I don't know why you would say you think he's lying about that. I think he was telling the truth.
Maybe
the problem is
that's what I was saying. I don't know if he does this regularly.
Does what regularly? He does what regularly?
Pre-registers his content, because if I was his size, I would. If I was his size, I would definitely be pre-registering.
Really? You would pre-register every stream and every video you drop?
Yes, and in the past when he talked about it, he said that like a while ago, he said, I'm opening up my IP in my copyright, and that like I've talked to my lawyers, like we're allowing people to use IP to a certain extent. He drew some lines around it, but he said like to a certain extent. And so it sounded to me like he was copywriting everything back then, but maybe not. I don't know.
Oh, I wasn't aware of this. So he made statements saying he's quote opening up his IP.
Mm-hmm.
I might need to revisit those statements then.
So he has changed it numerous times since. So he said it a while ago, a couple years ago. Then later said, okay, we do have to start like changing this a little bit. And now he's like, because one of the problems is we're starting to make things members only, and people are stealing the members only content and then putting it up, and this is becoming a problem, because then nobody has an incentive to be a member anymore. And so then he changed it again later, saying, hey, there's channels that are uploading a lot of our content. It is like fair use as long as you're like trying or something. We're not going to take you down or anything. But if you're just re-uploading full bonds, so yeah.
I will take a look at those statements. That might make things more interesting. And from the license front, I'll take a look at those statements, what kind of caveats he puts in. You know, if you're opening up your IP, you know, you better be careful about how you phrase it. That's all I'll say, because I was yelling at Lycan before. A lot of the case law he was pointing to had to do with like open licenses and stuff like that. I'm gonna need to take a second look at that case law given those statements, and I might have to look at those statements. So I'm just saying, I didn't know that he potentially opened himself up to that argument by quote opening up IP. I'm going to revisit those statements actually a little bit more carefully, but I'm glad that we can agree, at least from your perspective, he's lying about one thing. He's lying about the fact that this was planned from the start. I think that's a preposterous, like why would you say that he's lying about that this was a plan to sue, when it seems pretty, like, he says that he was planning to sue. He registered his work. He's trying to at least bait people into watching it, right? And so wouldn't the more plausible lie be, well, this was all to protect the community? That's what I take to be the more plausible lie. And we can just, I think, very plausibly say that what's motivating him is not protecting the community. It's going after his enemies. And that's, again, fine. But
well, I think it's more so he doesn't want to do something that would also like implicate himself. He doesn't want to sue somebody because he also does React content. He doesn't want to implicate himself, and so he wants to like at least have like but H3 does fair use. He does fair use, I would say. Correct.
And he probably thinks he does fair use.
Correct.
Who he doesn't think does fair use, and who he thinks is infringing by his own statements, are people like XQC. He says, I could have sued XQC. Why? Because XQC, by Ethan's lights, does infringing work. And he's before critiqued XQC specifically for being infringing. He's gone after XQC, saying it doesn't matter if you have the best of intentions when you're infringing, right? You brought up the fact that XQC said, well, it doesn't matter because until someone tells me it's not infringement. Ethan, like, very viciously fought against XQC, said, no, you can't just assume that it's benevolent. And it doesn't matter if your intentions are benevolent. It's still an injustice. That's Ethan's position. Mm-hmm. And so now, all of a sudden, he says, I don't want to chill what I previously critiqued as an injustice. That's what's disingenuous, Tom. The fact that before he was so heavily saying, it doesn't matter if you have benevolent intent, it's still wrong. Against XQC, who said it doesn't, you know, the default should be that it's okay. And now he's saying, oh, I wouldn't want to chill XQC. The reason he's doing that is because he knows suing XQC would be unpopular, but he has to try to have a greater narrative of protecting the commentary community because he doesn't want to be accused of being this kind of person who's like petty. But that's my take
I
on
think
it,
it's
and that's
petty,
what I
yeah.
think is disingenuous. And if he just said this is petty, this is because they're infringing, and I don't like them, I wouldn't have a problem. I wouldn't be doing this. But everyone is saying, no, he never said that. He never claimed to be a savior, and he is being a savior, and this is a justifiable line, and he did pre-plan it. It doesn't pass the smell test.
Okay. I did send you just now. I sent you a DM with one of the like amendments that he made to opening up his IP.
Oh yeah.
And so that's just one clip of him like talking about what he's changing. But yeah, there was a lot of back and forth on it where he would say one thing, then amend it again, then amend it again, and the amendments did make sense because again, like he was adding like members only stuff to it, and that like now people are paying for that content, so now it doesn't make sense to allow people to just take it. And
I don't know the case law. I'm gonna have to do some case law research on implied licenses, oral implied licenses, like all that stuff, because I have no idea what the case law is on that and how amendments work, and whether it's kind of like a reasonable observer perspective on what, like, because you can't know, right? Like when you open up your license like that and you don't have a written document that encapsulates all the terms and conditions and you just say it out loud, I don't know what standard is applied there. I'm going to need to do research on it. I don't know if you're going to be able to enforce and like assume that people are watching each of your streams to get the different terms and conditions and amendments without posting a written document. And I don't know what the effect of that is on the implied license or license argument. I have no idea about that. I will be doing research. I'll be doing case law research because, hey, who knows? Maybe denims at all have a greater case than I thought. Maybe I'll have to make a retraction video, and I'll have to make an amendment video to my own video to bring up this other argument and say, maybe it's not as open and shut as I thought. Very interesting, and thank you for bringing that to my attention.
Yeah, but I do agree. There's no way that he could have said, I went ahead and filed this copyright ahead of time, and also I'm only doing it because of this line, and I didn't want them to, break my copyright. So, well, it sounds like you're saying you did want them to, and that you set the trap. So that does imply that you wanted them to do this. So yeah, there's a lot of contradicting statements in there that I feel like you got to pick one side or the other, or somewhere in the middle.
Yeah, I think that's right, Tom. I think that part of this narrative that Ethan is portraying makes no sense whatsoever. That some of it has to go. Either this wasn't pre-planned, or he was, and he's very granularly looking at this nuance between intentional siphoning and non-intentional siphoning, even though that nuance never mattered to him in the past. Before, he was gun-ho against XQC, trying to say that distinction mattered. That's the key thing here, right? Like before, when XQC was saying, but I'm not intentionally trying to steal people, I'm trying to help them, it was Ethan who said it didn't matter. But now it matters. Now, of course, it matters because we have those admissions, and we have to think, well, did he plan those admissions to happen? Did he really think that was going to happen? And was he really like, oh yes, when this is all a big, massive strategy to help the community? Or is this a post hoc rationale that he's developed? And I think it's a post hoc rationale to not upset the apple cart, to not get the juicers against him, to not get the Asmongolders against him, and to try to get as neat a coalition as possible to go after people that everyone hates on the internet. All these lefties that say dumb shit, and that's what he wants to do. And it's about alliances, and it's about crafting this thing that's not actually motivating him. And it's all about just getting friends on your side. And that's why I resent even more when an independent thinker sees through that bullshit and calls it out. All of a sudden the friends come in and say, oh, you're just trying to cozy up to Hassan. Oh, you're this and that. Fucking absurd. And I'm glad you came on here and you're acknowledging something about this story doesn't make sense.
Well, I mean, you did believe the Hassan airport story, and even after it looked like he admitted that he got an email a while before saying that he
you want to do that now? Let's do that now.
Okay.
You want to do that now?
Yeah, sure.
All right, let's do a pause. Well, when we make this, and by the way, I'm so pissed off that the internet stopped working.
Good morning, Tom.
Partway and split up the VOD. Tom, how are you doing, by the way? Can we just take a little break before we get into the Hassan thing?
Yeah, doing well. Trying to. I saw Khalil got out. I know you were one of the other people who was
Yeah,
covering
right.
that pretty heavily as well. So yeah, that was nice.
Did you see Aristocracy's tweet at me, dude?
Bro, I saw the one. Hold on, I saw the one where she kept talking about like why are you downing this lawyer's capabilities? And I'm like, bro, Eris, you didn't read the fucking complaint, dude. If you just read the complaint, you would know. There's a fucking meme, dude.
There's like typos on every page. I don't know if it's on every page, but there's typos all over the place. And again, I was never saying, I kind of took as a granted, maybe even too quickly, because you're here telling me that the analysis that, at least on the content nuke, that it was fair use, that you actually think for the content nuke, it's fair use.
Mm-hmm.
You said that, right?
Oh yeah, if you go watch it, like it's 4 hours long, dude. It is a lot.
You know what? I'm gonna watch all of Denham's reaction, and I'm going to update and see if I think that the content. Now, maybe the other part isn't where it's the whatever interview or whatever. Maybe that part is very clearly infringement. And that's the part I think that was being highlighted in the video where she was like stepping away and stuff. And so maybe I'll have to take a look at the actual content new reaction and maybe update my opinion about whether that constitutes.
Because yeah, I don't think he's going to be able to get Denham's very well, because these are two separate things. Like he's using a statement that went towards the content nuke, where she says that she has intent to replace him in the market, but then it's like it's the fucking video where she doesn't qualify for fair use. So even this is the problem, is that even if you and this is what I have to keep like explaining over and over, is that if I have like a 10-minute video and I take like 3 fucking hours to review this 10-minute video, it doesn't matter if I get to the end of it and I'm like, I'm definitely replacing these people in the market. Everybody's going to come watch my video instead of theirs. It doesn't matter that I said I intend to do a thing that I didn't actually do.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah. So
no, 100%. Yeah, no. So what? Because of course, intent is not an element here. It's not. It's really not. And so I'm going to admit something that I was wrong. And I really mean this. This is not ironic. I was wrong to make an assessment of fair use for the content nuke without watching that video. Lycan called me on it, and he was right about that. I'm going to have to rewatch that entire video of Denham's to come to a reassessment about whether I think that video is fair use. I think that it's important for me to watch that, and I will give you guys a reassessment after having watched that content. I took Ethan at his word. But of course, just like Hassan always lies, if you admit that Ethan is lying now about what he planned to do, we should question and, trust but verify that this actually isn't fair use. And we should compare that actually to what XQC did and really take a look at this. So I'm going to watch all of that video to reassess whether it's fair use. I think that the interview one as well, I'm going to watch. It's likely, I think, that there's probably some infringement somewhere, but I just think that it was wrong of me to make that assessment without watching the video first. I think that was wrong, and I completely apologize for doing that. And thank you for bringing that to my attention. You said that it's fair use, and so I'm going to take another look at it. I'm going to do another. Also, you brought to my attention this open license thing where he apparently claimed to open up his IP, maybe with some conditions. And now Lycan's research that he was providing me seems to be perhaps a little bit more relevant. And so I'm going to take a look at the case law on implied licenses for copyright, what they entail, if they're oral, if they're not written down anywhere. And so I think that everyone who's reacted has inspired me to really, with a magnifying glass, take a closer look at these claims here, because there's something fishy here.
Yeah, but yeah, if you watch like I said, I posted like a short video that just kind of like shows what like his video is talking about, and then the statement is applied to something different, and you can't say her intent is for this, but they're going to apply it to the other thing. So yeah, it's a little weird.
That said, I do want to say one thing. My critiques still go through, in my opinion. My critique of the complaint being unhinged goes through, and my critique about the disingenuousness of this protection rationale goes through. And so those I take to be completely still my positions, absolutely yes. And so I will be taking a second look at the underlying fair use and infringement issues, because we need to get to the bottom of this. And I'm so grateful that the reaction has been so strong, because it's actually encouraged me to take a look at my own biases. And I think this is very positive.
But
and
you
I
also
really
know,
want to thank you, Tom.
I think it's like important to mention, like especially legally, this is a norm where like when you first file your first complaint, you're throwing shit at the wall a lot of times. Like it's not always like this is exactly what we think exactly happened and we're gonna get all of this right now. Like a lot of it's throwing shit at the wall, just trying to see how much you can get through to the actual jury trial.
Yeah, I mean, I guess, but that doesn't justify
His video.
Like this, the kind of rhetoric at issue there. Well, the video, yeah, but the rhetoric here, where it's like the alt left's Kellyanne Conway talking about Hassan being the Grand Mufti, the pictures of Hitler, the constant typos, the not blue booking citations that look like shit, the multiple levels of paragraphs that are like 4 or 5 levels beneath on a complaint, the memorandum of law on fair use in the middle of a pleading, which I don't take to be appropriate. The fact that it's 80 pages long on a simple infringement case. All of this to me indicates insane. It's not good legal advocacy.
Bro, it could have been
and
5 pages at most.
As HR.
It's kind of insane.
Yeah. But we'll take we'll have to, I'll just say, well, I'm going to have to reassess some of the underlying infringement stuff as relates to the denims thing. And you know what? I'm going to have to take a look at all these videos. We need to get to the bottom of it. And thank you, Tom, for that. All right, let's take another quick. Okay, the Hassan thing, the detainment issue. I know my chat and my observers, everyone is so waiting in the wings for me to argue this again. But what do you take to be the issue with my position and what's going on?
So I don't think that it's safe to say that they did infringe upon Hassan. And I think that the fact that there is always like one of the reasons that the CBP says that they will stop and do random searches like this at the airport is because they is for random stops. Even like there sometimes they don't even have a reason and they are just going to randomly stop people regularly. That even this makes it to where we just have no idea why he was stopped. And then we can get to this afterwards, but I would also say that even his conduct online might be enough to where he would just be considered some sort of threat and they wouldn't give him this privilege to for the what is it called, expedited pass.
So I'm going to break this up structurally so we understand what we're talking about in every given instance. So first is like a factual question. What was the basis of the revocation of global entry, which happened in March? What was the basis of the stop? And what was the basis of the line of questioning? These are factual questions. What is the most likely factual thing? And then there's the question of what's permissible, the ought of it. If this was the basis of the revocation, if that were the basis of the stop, if the other were the basis of the line of questioning, would we find that acceptable? So why don't we deal first with...
So it's 3 line of questioning, basis of stop, basis of revocation.
Of revocation. Right. Yep. So let's first talk about factually. They granted him his global entry status, full global entry status, not conditional, in February 2025.
Mm-hmm.
They revoked it less than a month later. If it was random that they did that, I would agree, no problem. What are the odds that you think that the revocation that occurred in March was random?
I don't think the revocation is random. Yeah, unlikely.
Was random.
That it's
Okay.
random,
yeah. So do you think that it's likely, then I'll ask, that viewpoint discrimination played a role in the revocation of global entry in March 2025?
I think it could, and I think that I might even find it like justifiable. Yeah.
Okay. Before we ask whether it's justified, let's ask whether or not it is that. Do you think it's more likely than not that viewpoint discrimination played a role?
I have
in the revocation
no evidence
in
to
March?
believe one thing or the other.
Really? So
Really.
Let me provide you some evidence. Okay. So the first piece of evidence, when he's ultimately detained, now this is after the revocation, okay, but after acquired evidence can be informative for things that happened before, correct? Right? So like if I stash a weapon 2 weeks after someone was murdered and they find the weapon, even though they acquired that evidence afterwards, it can inform what happened before. Fair?
I'm sorry. One second. Somebody is my mic going out?
On my stream, you sound good.
Okay, so apparently on my stream there's issues with my mic. All right, hold on.
You sound good on my end.
Let me turn off some of my filters. Yeah, let me know that. Crap. Okay, I think that might be better. Let me know. It does look like it's like clipping me out now, so I'll just have to stay really close to the mic apparently. Okay, so state the last thing you said again right now.
Yeah, so you agree that like after evidence that that you gather after something can inform the thing that happened before, right? So I'm just trying to head off any notion that, well, because
you can't use ad hoc
after the
yeah, you can't use ad hoc rationale.
No, but I can use evidence that acquired. So let's say, for example, let's say that Trump in January 6th, he didn't order the National Guard at a given time. And then 2 months later, he admits that I wanted to overturn the country. I'm not saying that's what happened, but
you're saying you can update your opinion with new information
based on things that happens after, right? Based on for the thing that happened before.
Yes.
So I think a strong piece of evidence that the revocation was viewpoint discrimination are the questions that were asked of Hassan in May that related in substance to the Houthis, to his comments to about Rick Scott, to his opinions about Trump, that these questions of a type related to the Houthis, related to Hamas, related to Israel, related to Palestine, related to Trump, that is evidence that supports that the fact that the revocation itself related to stuff of that topic. Okay? That's I think strong evidence.
You're saying the fact that the guy who questioned him at the airport, the fact that he asked questions about those things means that it's more likely that had something to do with the revocation.
With the revocation, correct.
Okay, so
I think that's very strong evidence.
The reason I don't think it is because when I listened to Hassan talk about this, everything that he said, that he's like every response that he gave to them, the response that they gave back sounded like a normal response. And the fact that he said he was trying to like give them a lot of information, see how much he could get away with, it sounded like he was giving them information that they were then responding to and asking about, and that this all had to do with just the interview in and of itself.
Do you think that Hassan like brought up his comments about Rick Scott?
I don't remember him saying anything about the Rick Scott thing. Did he say that?
He doesn't allege that. He doesn't allege that he brought up Trump. He doesn't allege that he brought up the war.
I don't remember him saying that they brought it up, but this is part of my problem though, is that in the very first time he talked about this, he never said that they asked him about his loyalty to Trump. He didn't mention it. Then he went to a college campus, I think in Chicago, and talked about this again. Never mentioned that they asked him about his loyalty to Trump. Then I think he went on CBS or MSNBC, and then the first thing that he says is that they asked him about his loyalty to Trump. The later things that he said seemed to get more and more extreme and more like wild, to where if those things had happened, I would have been kind of like blown away at the first time. But
in his very first video where he details what occurred, he talks about the chronology of the questions. But even just put aside the precise form of the questions, they're inquiring and probing into these types of matters. Rick Scott comments, Hamas, Houthis, Trump support for war. That to me is strong evidence that the revocation related to those things, and that the stop itself wasn't just random. Let's deal with the revocation first. But that the fact that he is being asked those questions, I think, lends evidence for the underlying revocation. That is to say, there's probably a mark on his revocation that would lead a CBP officers to see that revocation. He's in the global entry line, and to see the basis of that revocation and to ask questions about the basis of that revocation. And that is what I think I take to be very strong evidence, is that the topics being probed about relate to those
he
views
also
and
mentioned
questioning.
that at one point they pull out their he pulls out his phone and starts like Googling him and is bringing up stuff on like Reddit forums and stuff like that. Would we not think that that would be part of that? Is that he's just looking him up and looking at things that are being said online?
Yeah, I mean, so that would be even greater evidence. I would take that the fact that they're in real time, like searching his opinions to ask about them and inquire about them, that would be self-standing, independent evidence, unrelated to the revocation, that they're inquiring about his beliefs and they're treating him more negatively on the basis of those beliefs, and that they're using this opportunity where they don't need a warrant and where they've seized him to ask him these questions. So, but like that's one piece of evidence, is the questions they asked at detainment.
But if they looked it up at the time, that wouldn't be evidence that they already had these questions planned because of the revocation reason.
Right. So at the time of Hassan's revocation, they haven't asked these questions. Is that what you're saying? So how?
No,
that's what I was getting at.
No, I'm saying, I'm saying that at the time when he was pulled out of line for global entry and he was asked, he did the interview, that in that moment, he says that they are Googling him and pulling up information on him on Twitter and Reddit and stuff and asking him about those things. So that to me says they didn't already have these questions planned. They weren't already like discriminating against him when they took away the global entry for these reasons. This says they're just replying to the things that he's telling them. He says, hey, I'm a big name. I do Twitch and I do political commentary, and they're looking him up and trying to see if there's anything on there, and then asking him about the things that come up at the top, and that has nothing to do with why they revocated his stuff a month earlier.
So if you buy that, now it's consistent with the revocation rationale here, that they could be looking up different stuff, other comments but that the revocation rationale, there's nothing inconsistent about having it apply to the rationale and also look up new stuff on your phone. There's nothing inconsistent about those rationales, just to be clear. But even just standing by itself independently, if they're looking stuff up on their social media and asking him questions related to his beliefs, if you believe that, then why isn't that a self-standing basis to think that he's being discriminated on the basis of his views? They're going through his views and statements and asking him questions about the Houthis. What would be the purpose of those questions if not viewpoint discrimination?
Wait, okay, hold on.
Yeah.
The reason, we might have to go to the last thing, because I think whether or not it's justified is like the important part, because if you think it is justified for them to ask those questions, I think it's justified. You just don't like it. Well, then we don't have much of a conversation to have here then.
Okay. So do you agree that the most likely outcome for the questioning, either on the basis of them just independently looking, or I want to get to other evidence for the revocation. But you do believe at some point that Hassan's views influenced the nature of the questioning or the stop? That it's more likely than not that at least some part of this is influenced by Hassan's
things he
disposition.
said, things he's done that would signal some sort of ideological alignment. Yeah.
So we agree that most likely his viewpoints did contribute to at least some of what's going on here. I want to just finish up real quick on why I think the revocation is also viewpoint based. So one is the questions that they asked at the stop. Another huge one is what was happening at the time. Okay. So there's two time intervals that matter, or two time issues that matter. First, it's the short window of time. It's from when he was granted in February to March. The fact that it was granted and then so quickly revoked would indicate some reason, right? Something beyond, he was just checked, right? He was just checked for all the normal reasons, for all the background reasons. And so something must have got to their attention for them to reach, because this is not a common practice for you to have your global entry revoked so quickly after it's granted. That's not very common at all. And this is before he's even left the country. And so it's nothing that he's done abroad that's influenced this revocation. And so something must have triggered them to either relook and do it again. So that's one time interval that matters, is the fact that it was done so quickly after it was granted indicates to me a much lower likelihood of some normal rationale unconnected to his viewpoints, his prominent viewpoints, in that interim, that less than a month interim, that would cause a revocation. So that time window matters to me. If it were something like he spelled his name wrong, I would expect it on the first application to be rejected or something. If it was something that they're like, you know, he presents some other risk unconnected to his viewpoints, I would expect that on the first. I don't think that something happened in that interim, separate and apart from his stated commentary. If it's something he did abroad coming back in, you know, where he lied at the border, or he brought in a banana when he wasn't supposed to bring in a banana, he lied about how much he was importing. Well, he wasn't out of the country in that interim, and so the fact that it was so closely granted and then taken away lowers the likelihood that it's some non-viewpoint based reason that was the revocation. And the other time window you have to consider is it was revoked in March, right at the same time that the Trump administration is unleashing all of these other viewpoint discriminatory frameworks in the context of immigration, both for citizens and non-citizens. In the context of non-citizens, green cards are being revoked for people like Mahmoud Khalil. Even for obscure viewpoints, right? Like Rumeysa Ozturk, who wrote an op-ed. No one knows who the fuck that is. She had her student visa revoked and she was arrested right around this same time in March, where they're implementing this framework at the border and in the interior of the country, checking everyone's social media. And so the timing lines up there. And they're also revoking global entry of this guy, Chris Krebs, who was an enemy of the administration because he had said the election wasn't stolen. And so they're deploying this revocation of global entry to their other political enemies on the basis of their political viewpoints. And so that, combined with the short window of acceptance of revocation and the questions asked at the border, I think strongly lends to the notion that Hassan's stated views had an effect on the revocation.
Yeah, sure.
Do you agree that's the most likely outcome?
Again, I don't know about the most likely, but I think that it is likely and something
More
that I
than
would
50%.
think is. Yeah, sure. Sure.
Okay.
The
We agree
reason
on
that I
We
have
agree
some
on that.
problems with it, and I just want to state, because everybody else that I've heard talk about going through the global entry line and having to deal with these sorts of interviews, they all said that it went exactly the same. They were asked similar types of questions, and that they just kind of followed the line of like answers that they gave. They would ask about the answer, then they ask about that answer, and then just kind of go down a line over and over and over based on the answers that they gave. And so that's why everything that he went through there just didn't sound out of the ordinary. Obviously, the revocation afterwards makes it sound a little bit different, but yeah. Well, him telling us about the revocation later.
Okay.
Yes, it made it sound a little bit different.
That's because he didn't check it. He didn't check his email. I want to deal with the cope real quick. There's a cope from, and I know you're not saying it, but there are people who say, for example, well, if the fact that it was revoked in March and he was stopped at global entry, it shows that the reason isn't viewpoint discrimination. It's that it was revoked and he just didn't check his email. But what I would argue is it doesn't really matter. If the revocation is based on viewpoint discrimination, then the stop, which is based on the revocation, which itself is based on viewpoint discrimination, would be based on viewpoint discrimination, since the act of violating what I take to be the First Amendment, now we'll talk about that in a second, it's turtles all the way down. It would infect the propriety of the stop itself, which is based on revocation, which itself is viewpoint discrimination. Okay, but all we're talking about now is factually, and we agree, more likely than not, greater than 50%, that it had some influence on the revocation and even some influence on the questioning. The question is it justified? And my position is it is not justified under the First Amendment. That viewpoint discrimination is anathema, and that in order to justify viewpoint discrimination, you need to pass strict scrutiny. That's the highest level test there is under constitutional law. And we wouldn't accept it for a global entry. And so I'm curious, take any of the beliefs, support for the Houthis, alleged support for the Houthis, and I think he probably does support the Houthis, alleged support for Hamas, the comments about Rick Scott, position on Trump. Which of those opinions do you think justifies viewpoint discrimination and government discrimination?
All except for his positions on Trump. Even in the CBP, details about how they decide whether or not you are eligible for this, they talk about the fact that there's it's all very general, and they even say this is purposely very general and broad, and we cannot give you specific reasons on where we draw lines. But that, yes, one of the things is whether or not there is some sort of fear that you could be interacting with a terrorist group, have direct or indirect support for them. Like there's a lot of things like that to where they're, and I think that the global entry thing isn't something that I would consider some like fundamental right that can't be taken away for a First Amendment thing.
So let's deal with that first. Let's deal with that first. I agree. Global entry is not a fundamental right. It's a privilege. Okay. If the government said Democrats aren't allowed to get global entry, would that be a problem under the First Amendment?
If who said it?
If the government said, new rule, Trump administration, global entry, we're revoking global entry for every Democrat.
I think that just because I don't think just because I think they can do it for a First Amendment right doesn't mean I think all First Amendment rights are open and
Would it be a First Amendment issue? Would it be a First Amendment issue to say global entry is a privilege? We think Democrats are more likely to do crime. We could be wrong about that, but this isn't a fundamental right to get global entry, and so all Democrats are banned from global entry. Do you think that would be a First Amendment violation?
I don't know about First Amendment violation, but I would think that it's like a unfair and unreasonable more so.
Well, I would posit to you that just because I'll give another example then, and then I'll posit to you. Let's say that they say no black people can have global entry; they're more likely to do crime.
Mm-hmm.
Equal protection issue?
Yeah.
Under the Constitution? Yeah. Why? But it's not a privilege. Sorry, it is a privilege. It's not a right. So why would it matter if they said no black people can get global entry?
I don't even know if it's like an equal protections issue. It just seems like cruel and unusual, and that is like it's more so that they're doing something that just does not make sense, doesn't seem to have any utility to it, doesn't seem to have a good rationale to it, to where
so you would just disagree with it on policy grounds. You wouldn't say this is unconstitutional racial discrimination if the government said, hey, no global entry for black people. You would say, I don't agree with the policy, but it's legally allowed.
Yeah, the problem is that the entire thing, it would have to have some sort of like reasoning to where you are less likely to be able to go through something with less security, be able to go quicker, be able to like bypass everybody else.
All else equal, and you agree with this, right? You agree all else equal, black people are overrepresented in crimes, right? So the government says, listen, this is a privilege. This is for the top people. And global entry is like a very precious thing, and we're not going to give it to black people. They commit more crime.
Yeah, I would disagree with it based on the fact that it's irrational
on policy, but you wouldn't.
Yeah,
you would say I don't agree with the policy, but would you say it's legal for the government to do that?
Again, I don't. I think that like even the Supreme Court would disagree with it based on the fact that it's just not reasonable. That there's no like reasonability there, or that it would be cruel and unusual.
This is what the court would say, Tom. This is what the court would say. The court would say that the Equal Protection Clause, as applied to the federal government through the Fifth Amendment, so it's this reverse incorporation because the Equal Protection Clause is part of the 14th Amendment, and the Fifth Amendment is understood to reverse incorporate the Equal Protection Clause, so it applies to the federal government. But the 14th Amendment Equal Protection Clause, by its terms, only applies to states. But what the Supreme Court would say is that a facial racial ban on access to like a privilege, and it is a privilege, 100%, is subject to the heightened amount of scrutiny. And you're not allowed to do this. That because there's no compelling purpose that's narrowly tailored to justify racial discrimination. Think about
the compelling purpose, I think, is the important part.
Yeah. So think about Harvard, right? Harvard. So Harvard gets federal dollars, right, or whatever. So consider it a government entity for the limited purpose of doing this analysis. Even though it's not a right to get into Harvard, right? It's not a right to get into Harvard. But if Harvard said white people need not apply, Jews need not apply, notwithstanding the fact that getting into Harvard is not a right, it's still an issue, right? It's still an equal protection issue. So you don't get out of it just because it's a privilege. You agree, right?
Yes.
You can't do racial discrimination in that way for college admissions anymore. And, and even before, it was, the argument was that diversity was a compelling purpose. And now we're done with that. And so now it's like you can't favor one race versus the other. So just because entrance to a particular university is not a right, it's a privilege that you have to earn, doesn't mean the government can discriminate on the basis of something that's not allowed. And put aside whether you agree or disagree with the policy, it's unconstitutional to do it. It's unconstitutional to say to this public university, black people need not apply because their scores are so much lower on average and because they're more likely to do crime. And you might disagree with the policy, but you should also disagree with the fact that it's illegal, okay?
So
You feel me?
do you disagree with red flag laws?
I don't really have much of a. I have some background in some gun laws. I haven't done the analysis for red flag
I don't
laws,
have background
but in
in any
general,
laws, so don't
yeah.
worry.
So in general, no. In general, I don't have a problem with red flag laws
So the reason I ask
based
is
on my
because
limited
a
understanding of the
lot
Second
of what
Amendment.
you're talking about almost sounds similar to red flag laws and the
Oh,
way that they would like discriminate on somebody's ability to own a gun without them ever breaking a law, without them ever violating something, but purely based on like something that they said normally, and
right. So
whether or not this is reasonable is normally what we're worried about. We would allow this thing to be
so
somewhat
it's a
anti-First
separate topic, but
Amendment
I'll
because it
address it.
is reasonable and has utility.
So it's a separate topic, but I'll address it in the context of the Second Amendment. Okay, there are some things that are just not protected by the Second Amendment. All right, they're not in scope of the Second Amendment. For example, coffee is not in scope for the Second Amendment, right? You're not dealing with arms. You're not dealing with guns or with arms that are protected by the Second Amendment. The Second Amendment also has this test from a recent case called Bruin, which looks to historical analogs for laws and basically says that certain laws, to the extent that they map onto some historical analog, don't violate the Second Amendment, right? So, for example, laws that limit access for felons to have guns have been upheld, or at least in dicta say they're upheld, by the Second Amendment, because the Second Amendment just doesn't protect that, right? The First Amendment doesn't protect child pornography. First Amendment doesn't protect defamation. First Amendment doesn't protect, incitement, doesn't protect fighting words. So to look at the red flag laws, there's analysis
But
about
it's
like
not,
whether the
just
right
to
is
be
even
clear, those
implicated at
things,
all.
it's not because of like a speech issue, but more so because of a like a outcome because of it. It is because of like the reasonability and utility to this is different. Once you say something, there is an action that follows instead of it just being words that come out. There, it is the direct cause that comes from it when it comes to like things like defamation, things like yelling fire in a crowded theater.
They're just categorically not protected because of a history and tradition in that respect. And for gun laws, it's actually less of a look at the effects of it and it's a look at history, right? Like right now, the mode of the court's analysis, especially when it comes to gun control, has been to look for historical analogs. Okay, and so there are categories of unprotected conduct or regulations that don't infringe on either of the amendments, right? And yeah, we can have so the red flag laws, at least some of them have been upheld in a recent case. I forget the actual name of the case, but some of them have been upheld as acceptable and as having some basis and being protected.
Sure, but if
right?
you're going
And
to
so
appeal
there's
to the Supreme Court, why wouldn't you appeal to the Supreme Court on whether or not they're allowed to discriminate through CBP?
I am, yeah. So I am. I think that there is that viewpoint discrimination is subject to the heightened amount of scrutiny, just like racial discrimination. Now, you can sometimes racially discriminate, okay? If the government was going to put on a play called Obama the Play, the government could put out flyers and say, we're looking for an African American male to play the lead. If, for example, there were some virus, right, that only targeted black people, and it was this horrible like COVID times a trillion, maybe the government could even say, okay, different regulations if you're black because of this compelling purpose, this virus, right? So, but it's a very, very strict test. That's what I'm talking about here. When I'm giving you the example of a per se ban on black people having global entry, you can think of some factual circumstances that would survive the constitutional test in that instance. But in general, in the large amount of cases, it's not going to survive constitutional muster. And so I'll give you an example, right? If the government said no Jews can get global entry, okay, it almost certainly would fail, right? That's violating free expression. It's making free exercise of your religion. It's making a category and discriminating on the basis of a fundamental right, which is the right to practice your religion. Notwithstanding the fact that global entry is a privilege, the government would still be barred unless they could show that, I don't know, that Jews have this, there's some compelling purpose. I don't even know what it would be. And the factual context would need to be so extreme, so severe, to justify that. And viewpoint discrimination is like that. Viewpoint discrimination is like these kinds of really, really high thresholds and bars to meet for the government.
Yes, but
So
that's
I'll
what I'm
ask you-
saying is that when you're talking about this, all of the examples that you're giving are going to be based on like reasonability and the utility afterwards, whether or not there's some great harm that comes afterwards. But when you're talking about discriminating against all black people because they have a higher crime rate, it is irrational. It is fallacious because you're talking about 6% of black people who are actually committing these violent crimes and then applying it to 100% of these people. This does not directly correlate from 1 to 1. But when we're talking about ideology, beliefs, like things that you advocate for, these are direct 1-to-1 things that we can look at and say this makes somebody more dangerous.
So a question for you. Is there empirically more evidence for the notion that black people disproportionately commit more crime versus people with Hassan's viewpoints commit more crime? Which of those is more, which is there more empirical evidence for?
I don't think either one would matter because it's going to be individualistic, and we know that
So
it would be the other way around, that which is more likely, that we meet a black person and they commit a crime, or is it somebody who's going to be in favor of if somebody's in favor of terroristic activity or terrorists or things like that, are they more likely to like be dangerous in some sense or have some sort of are they
what's the empirical evidence? What's that empirical evidence that someone with an American citizen with Hassan's viewpoints presents more of a risk?
Again, but it's causal. We're talking about
evidence
causal. The people who support, like people who engage in terrorism, it is causal that their ideology causes them to engage in terroristic activities. Somebody who engages in crime, it is not causal that their black skin caused them to commit crimes. These are separate things. Ideology is causal. Skin color is not. You can't discriminate based on things that's not causal.
So I'm not convinced. I think ideology probably motivates some people, and I'm not a racial. What is this? A racial essentialist or a racial someone who thinks that race is this destiny or anything like that. But I don't know why that matters, right? Like, why does it matter that it's causative as opposed to correlative? Like, if we knew for certain that 99.999% of Christians, let's say, or a certain, let's say, subset of Christians, that 99.999% of them were prone to terroristic violence, would it matter that it's not causative, that it's just correlative? No, right? You would say the government is justified. It would meet that threshold, right, of compelling purpose. It's narrowly tailored to the subset of Christians, and they have a high propensity on the core, based on the correlation, regardless of the causative. And so I don't understand why the causative nature of it matters to your analysis here.
Because I think in both cases, when we're talking about somebody who just agrees, like leftists who just agree with terrorists and black people who commit crimes, I think both of these are going to be very low propensities, and that instead we would have to be looking at whether it is correlative or causal. And I would say in the case of the ideology, that is causal. Skin color is not.
Wait, you just said the Hassan's ideology. People who have Hassan's ideology are probably much less prone to do this kind of shit in general compared to overall, it's a low propensity, people with those ideologies, to do crime, right?
Yeah, to
people
do
who share
crime,
that
sure. Yeah,
or to be a threat. So I agree with you on that. And just like overall, right, you can't make that assumption about black people just based on a stereotype, because the empirical evidence isn't there with respect to, out of the total amount of black people, it's a minority that do crime. You know, it's a small minority of the overall amount of black people and the people who have Hassan's view. So I actually don't understand what the empirical evidence is here for the risk. But even just put that aside, I want to drill down on one thing. The fact that this is a privilege versus a right, that's not going to change large amounts of our analysis, right?
I mean, it does to an extent, yeah. I think if they said that you can't fly on airplanes anymore, I would say that this is something that probably it might be a right to some extent, like, but I'd still think that this would be a huge violation if they said because of this reason you're not allowed to fly on planes anymore. Whereas, like, whether or not you get to skip everybody else in the line, that's very different.
But flying is not a right. Flying's a privilege, right?
I think that being able to leave the country and having like freedom of association, freedom of movement.
I just said flying. I just said flying. Is flying
well,
a right or a privilege?
In order to have the freedom to go where you want to, you would have to be able to fly. Those two kind of are the same. I guess maybe you could take a boat.
Wait, is driving a right or a privilege?
It is a right and a privilege. I guess it's a.
No, it can't be both a right and privilege, right? Isn't the fact that something's a privilege is like to show that it's not a right? Like something can't be both a privilege and a right, right?
Well, okay, yeah, it's a. Yeah, I guess I'll change my answer. It is a privilege. These are private businesses. They're like
Right.
they can accept. Okay.
So driving is a privilege, and right, if the government said, for example, Hassan, because of his views on Hamas and the Houthis, and because oftentimes support for Hamas and Houthis is causative, let's say, of doing this kind of terroristic violence and doing these massive car attacks in the middle of cities, Hassan, you're not going to be able to get a license because it's causative, and driving's a privilege. It's not a right. And so because you said this about the Houthis and Hamas, you don't get access to a driver's license. Would you say that's acceptable legally?
No.
But why? It's a privilege, and it would be causative. Ideology does cause certain terrorists to drive cars into large amounts of people.
Because again, I do think that this is different when like he has to pay like a lot of money for this to like again be able to skip everybody. We're not talking about that would be more analogous to him not being.
No, it's not a lot of money. It's less than the ticket. I'm sure that it's like $100-something plus bucks. It's not a lot of money.
Wait, $100+ How often?
It's how. It's I think you renew it every 5 years. Hang on. Global entry cost.
I thought that you were paying like a monthly or yearly fine or something like that.
No. 120 non-refundable fee. That's it.
That's it. Every 5 years?
I think you renew it every. How often do you renew? How often renew global entry? Every 5 years.
Okay. Weird. I don't.
So let's
yeah, I guess it's only something that only people who fly very often are going to use. So
you could use it for one trip if you really. Now it's kind of a hassle to do it.
Yeah, I'm saying it's not. Yeah, nobody's going to pay $150 for one time.
It's certainly not this like inaccessible thing only for rich people. Plenty of middle class and even lower middle class people have global entry.
Okay.
So, but even just put that aside, right? Like global entry on all fours. Like, why would you treat that differently than driver's license, right? In driver's license, it's 1-to-1, right? You have a group of people who ideologically it might cause certain people with certain viewpoints to drive their car through a bunch of innocent people and kill dozens of people. It's happened before in this country. It's happened in Europe. Muslim terrorists, Islamic terrorists doing those kinds of actions. But why aren't you willing to say Hassan, on the basis of his support for the Houthis or Hamas, should not be able to get a license, or that it wouldn't be legally a problem for a state to deny it of him?
Well, I mean, for the same reason that we have heightened security for every time people get on planes versus every time they get into a car. Like, these are very individualistic things. They're like it's way more common that people are using cars versus using global entry. And then the fact that
why does that matter?
What do you mean? Why does it matter that you can't police every single time people get in a fucking car? You can't police every time, but you can police whether or not they get a license. But that's.
But if they're different, if fundamentally the license is different than the plane, then why, and just the amount of people, then why isn't racial discrimination okay for global entry? Why isn't Democrat discrimination okay for global entry?
We just covered this. Why are we going back? Like no.
So no, you said fundamentally a driver's license and a global entry is a different thing based on like the amount of people who do global entry versus the amount of people who do driver's license. If that's the case for this example and why it's not 1-to-1, why doesn't racial discrimination in the global entry context, why isn't that okay if these are just fundamentally different and you're able to do way more things with global entry? Why aren't you able to do racial discrimination? Why aren't you able to do Democrat discrimination when it comes to global entry?
I'm not okay. We'll stick to the car example because for the car example, yes. I don't think that people are able to. I don't think it would even be realistic to like have these on like case by case basis. Again, like this is like very individualistic like things. And you wouldn't stop them from getting a license.
Imagine someone said, Hassan, imagine someone said, Hassan, this only applies to Hassan. Hassan is such a terrorist supporter, such a Hamas supporter, we're going to deny him a license.
Yeah,
Okay?
As I said,
No,
like
right?
the
Or
fact
yes.
that they're starting off with like there's already much more heightened like security when it comes to planes because now other people are getting
You're not
into
answering
these
my
planes.
question.
What do you
I thought
mean
you
I'm
wanted to
not?
stay to the driver's
I
license example. Yeah, so would you be okay with the state saying this is specific to Hassan? Hassan has such horrible views, so much support for Hamas. We're not going to let him get a driver's license. He's going to crash it into a bunch of people.
yeah, I don't think that makes sense. The thing that they're not just afraid that when you come into the country that you're going to do something dangerous, right? They're still allowing you into the country, so they're not like stopping you from coming in, and they're more so like afraid that you can bring things in. They're I think from my understanding from reading about it is that even more so it is about like being able
Yeah, they're
to
not
like
stopping you from walking everywhere. They even say, listen, Hassan, you can get a motorcycle license. You can get a moped. You can drive. So there are other ways you can go on the bus. You can go on the train. You just can't do the car.
yeah, no, I don't think these things are
No, why
analogous
not?
because I
Why?
don't I just because again I think that like flying in a plane is a very different thing. You're going out of the country, and now
If it's a very different thing, why doesn't it justify racial discrimination?
because racial
You say this is
discrimination
very different. Yeah,
is
no. So I'll
fallacious.
give
We've
you. I'll
already
give you an
been over
example.
this.
So
It's because it's
okay,
fallacious. It's not
but isn't it?
reasonable. There's no utility to it. It doesn't make sense. It's
But you agree that it's on all fours with the viewpoint. Like someone with Hassan's viewpoint is very unlikely to do crime, just like a black person in the main is very unlikely to do crime.
yes, but I think the one is causal and the other one's not. These are this is what I said before.
The causalness of it. So the fact that it's causal, the ideology, that to you is a difference.
Yes.
But it's not a difference with respect to the driver's license. If it's causal in one, and why is it a difference in the driver's license context? The truth is, you're uncomfortable with the driver's license thing because it feels different. It feels different to you, but there's no principled way to distinguish it. And if it's the causal nature of it, then it should be all the way down, right? You say racist, so you'll be able to distinguish it and just bite the bullet and say, yeah, if it's causal, you can do all sorts of, you can restrict privileges, but you're not willing to do that because it doesn't feel good to say you can restrict a privilege in the interior of the country.
No, I keep
the
trying to
basis of
say
you-
no. I keep trying to say that like when you're coming back into the country, the thing that you're getting is like a faster pass to be able to go through to where there isn't as much security. And
keep
that they
describing
want.
what
Hold
global
on, hold
entry
on,
is. I
hold
don't
on.
need you to-
I'm not.
I
I'm
don't need you
not.
to
Hold
describe
on.
that.
I'm getting through the fucking sentence this time. So as you're going through, they want people that they have like a high amount of trust for to be able to get the privilege so that they bypass the security. Everybody else needs to go through the full process of security when they're coming from
Yeah, and they
out
say we trust
of the
white
country.
people more. They say we trust white people more. So because we trust white people more, black people need not apply. It's a limited group, and we trust white people
I'm
more.
going to give the
not to do
same
this kind of thing.
answer every time. If you don't challenge
Which
the
is, it's
answer,
not
I'm going
causal.
to get no. Yes, that it's
No,
not
but
causal. It's fallacious. It's
there's
not
no case law on
reasonable.
that.
There's no.
Yeah, but if the causal factor, the fact of causality, is sufficient to distinguish the racial discrimination at the level of global entry, why isn't it sufficient to distinguish the denial of driver's license, which is a privilege and which can be revoked for all sorts of minor shit? Why isn't the causal nature of the ideology as relates to driver's license different?
Because again,
Why is
when
it-
you're coming out of the country, they are going to like just the same as like
They're
no,
both
hold on, wait, just
privileges,
listen.
Tom.
I don't
They're
care.
both
I don't care.
privileges.
You're not engaging with what I'm saying. I need you to actually engage this time. So I'm going to say this in a way that gets you to engage with it. When somebody comes in from outside of the country, they are getting searched. You do not have to have what is it called? A reasonable what's it called? Causal fuck. What is the term for
You
like
don't need
when
reasonable
it is?
suspicion. You don't
Yes.
need a warrant. Yeah,
Yes.
you
Yes.
don't need reasonable
But
suspicion. Yeah,
because
you
you're
don't need a
coming in
warrant.
from out of the
It's exempt as a war
country-
crime, but we're not. Oh
Yes,
my God.
yes. So when you're coming from out of the country, I don't care if you're driving, I don't care if you're flying, I don't care if you're on a boat, they get to search you because that's
For any
different.
reason? For any reason? For any reason?
Always.
For any reason? Can they search you
Always.
for any reason?
Always, they have to.
Okay, so they can. So can they search you because you're a Jew?
They have to. They search everybody. They literally search everybody. They're going to search.
I'm
everybody.
asking you. Well, they don't need reasonable suspicion to stop you or search you. And some people get subject to more searches. And you're saying that they don't need any reason. Can they search you because you're a Jew?
No.
No, right? So even though there's an exception to the Fourth Amendment, that is to say, you don't need reasonable suspicion, you don't need probable cause, you don't need a warrant to search, there are still unconstitutional searches that are plausible at borders, right? If you had a policy that said, we search black people extra, unconstitutional, notwithstanding the fact that the Fourth Amendment gives you this exception to reasonable suspicion and probable cause and a warrant requirement, there are still unjustifiable searches and seizures at the border, like a religiously discriminatory search at the border or viewpoint discriminatory.
But even religiously discriminatory is something that is subjective. Like if my religion, we all know that I have this religion where we all believe that everybody should bring drugs across the border. That's our religion, and we all fucking praise everybody because our religion believes that everyone should be bringing drugs across the border. And I've got this fucking logo posted right on the bumper of my car. Yeah, I think that is probably probable cause to be able to search this person a little bit more heavily than you might somebody else.
Okay, I think I understand. So if there were a new rule, it said, new rule for global entry, U.S. citizens that are Muslims can't get global entry, that would be acceptable, right? It's causative.
I don't think it is causative.
You think that religious ideology is not causative of actions?
I think religious ideology is. I don't think that that the religion is causative there. I think that.
Really?
Yes, we have tons of Muslims in America, and there's the highest people who are engaging in terrorist activity within the country are white fucking Christians. So it's not.
Wait a second. But for white Christians, that's not causative. White Christian isn't causative. But here, beliefs in martyrdom and Allah, that's causative.
Wait, Christians believe in martyrdom? Christians believe in dying for their religion?
So here's the question, right? Before you said Hassan's belief system is causative, and that's why you can deny, based on ideology for global entry, but you can't do it for race because race isn't causative, right? And you fought and you said, yeah, ideology actually motivates to action. The problem is now you have the religion. Religion is like ideology. Religion is a type of ideology. And so when I say to you, just like Hassan's belief, isn't it the case that religion is also causative of violence sometimes and terror threats, such as the religion of Islam?
Yeah, but I think religion is too broad. Like, that is just too broad. There is something more direct within that is causative, because the religion in and of itself.
Why is it too broad?
Because people who believe in these things don't actually believe in like violent acts like this. They don't believe in going out and engaging in this way, even though it's part of their religion. They don't act like religions are very subjective on what they believe in and they choose in.
Yeah, but a lot of people with Hassan's ideology are also peaceful, don't do violence, don't do crimes. Hassan, I don't believe, has a criminal record. So a lot of Muslims don't commit violent acts, aren't committed to violence, aren't committed to criminality, just like people with Hassan's ideology, whatever that is, aren't committed to violence or criminality.
So it's on all fours. No. When you say committed to it, they believe in it. They believe that it's right. They believe it's justified. When we're talking about the Christians and Muslims, they don't believe in it. They don't believe it's right and justified. So it wouldn't be causal. It's totally separate. Wait,
but you can believe something is justified. I can believe that violence is justified or martyrdom is justified and not act on it.
Correct. Yes. But that's why I'm separating your analogy from what we're talking about, is that yes, even though it may not mean that they are 100% going to act on it, that it's still a very distinct type of causal differentiation.
Yeah, so belief in Allah, but belief in Allah, belief in Islam, any given Sunni, not all of them are going to be motivated to ideology, but a lot of bad apples are going to be motivated to do these kinds of destructive acts based on their ideology. And so this is such a privilege, and because it's causative in the cases in which it shows up, right? Where it shows up,
I'm not saying bad apples. I'm not saying this. You're making it sound like there's like, when we're talking about Christians, there's a bunch of Christians that all of a sudden just one day snap and go out and kill people. Whereas I'm talking about if there's a group of Christians that believe we ought to do this thing. This is a good thing. They say consistently, we ought to go out and blow things up. We think it's good to take down planes. We think people deserved 9/11. Yes, I think that those sorts of people are very different because they actually believe this is right and justified, and they have agreed with the violence already. That is very different.
So people who agree with the violence. Okay, so let me give you an example.
When I say ideology, that's what I mean. That's what I mean.
So let's say a bunch of people who support the violence that's occurring in Gaza, these kinds of people who support that wholesale and that necessitates a lot of civilian death, would it be okay for the government to say anyone who supports the Israeli violence that's occurring in Gaza cannot get global entry? Would that be acceptable?
The Israeli violence in Gaza?
Yeah.
No. It's it's
Why not?
because it's being committed by a government, not random individuals. What do you mean?
Wait a second. So what you're telling me is that the First Amendment standard about whether viewpoint discrimination is acceptable, you would say that a standard that incorporates ideology, advocacy in favor of violence, that we should treat the viewpoint discrimination differently based on whether your support for violence is manifested through a state versus a non-state actor, and that is relevant for whether viewpoint discrimination is acceptable. This is all bullshit.
How is that not? How is that? Is Hassan
dude.
a state actor? Is Hassan a state actor? Should we be more worried about him because he's a state actor? No, he's an individual.
God.
He is advocating for individualistic civilian terrorism. That is, yes, that is a distinction. You keep doing these things where you're trying to analogize things that are not.
Okay, so what's the First Amendment? So if you support, let's say you supported Hitler's genocide, okay? You say, I think Hitler's genocide of the Jews is totally based. That's a state violence, right? State violence. And let's say and I think that it's justified when violence is committed against Jews. They say that, right? By the state. But they clarify by the state. If the government said, hey, people who support that aren't allowed to get global entry, would you support that? Would you say that's okay?
Probably not.
That's state violence. Why not?
Why would we?
So, because there, it's just on all fours with what I thought was the distinction. You said if you support state violence, it's different. You can't discriminate for ideological support for violence if it comes from a state.
Yes,
so
again,
why would you
hold on. It's not just the state. It's a fact that, again, there's the part that I keep trying to explain is that, again, they are trying to get a heightened security on them when they come through, that they ought to be searched, that they ought to be checked, and that when you are coming from out of the country, that is more likely that you are going to... I know, that's what I'm talking about as well, is that global entry stops you from going through the quick pass where you have a lower level of security.
Tom, every time you repeat what global entry is, everyone can see you're dodging. You don't need to recapitulate what global entry is after every answer. Just very clear. On the one hand, you said it would be unacceptable for discrimination for global entry. Yeah, for global entry. So price in your whole description, it would be unacceptable to say supporters of the Israeli violence against Gaza can't get global entry. Say that's unacceptable. And I said, why? It's support for violence.
Because of the utility of higher security.
No. You said because it's support for state violence, and support for state violence is different. And then I gave you the example. Well, what if you supported Nazi violence, state Nazi violence against Jews? And they started to say, hey, anyone who ideologically supports this kind of violence by the state against the Jews in the Nazi context, that you can't get global entry. You said that would be okay, right?
No, I said it wouldn't. I said, why would we?
Oh, okay. So you think that it would be okay it would not be okay to discriminate against Nazis who support the Holocaust to get global entry.
Yeah, again, if there's no reason to believe that they need to go through a heightened level of security when coming in from out of the country, there's no reason to send them.
So this feels like special pleading. I'll tell you why. You're literally saying that it's more justified to discriminate on global entry to someone with Hassan's ideology than a literal Holocaust supporter and someone who supports Adolf Hitler.
Okay, why does CBP discriminate at all? Why at all? Why do they discriminate for global entry? Why not just let everybody have it?
Can you address what the fuck I just said and
not dodge it? I am, but I think that you're dodging what yes, I am saying that. Now, why does CBP discriminate at all? Why did they do that at all? For global entry?
I have no idea. It depends. It depends on the context. Many different reasons.
Like what?
So when you say discriminate, I take that to be viewpoint discrimination.
No, I mean, why do they discriminate at all? Like, my understanding is that this is all
In general.
security issues, which means that they want you to go through a heightened level of searches and crap like that, so that you're not going through a quick pass to bypass that.
Broadly, CBP seems to be concerned with. They have multiple mandates. They have the mandate of importation of goods into the country to make sure that they're enforcing tariffs and duties, security into the country to make sure they're enforcing the immigration law, and also enforcement sometimes of other law when it comes to outstanding warrants. And so multiple different purposes that might cause them to broadly discriminate in the sense of that's a suspicious package. This person has a criminal record. If what you mean is not viewpoint discrimination, but a broader sense of discrimination, they fulfill multiple mandates. And so your question, very simple question, has many answers, which is it depends. And CBP has many mandates.
Yeah, so again, my understanding is that it's all security related, and that the reason that people have to apply for it is for a security related pass, so that they know that this person is trusted to bypass security, and that this is only like something that they do for people who have a very high level of trust, and then everybody else has to go through the higher level of security.
Yeah, but Hassan is not a terrorist. He has no criminal record, and the reason you said it's okay to deny global entry is because he ideologically supports violence. But the example I gave you of a Nazi also ideologically supports not violence.
Well, again, when you're saying that they advocate for it through the state, that they would just vote for the state to be doing this, but they're not willing to go out and do what Nazis did, which is just beat up a bunch of Jews in the street and shit like that, then these are different. Whereas Hassan is supporting groups like the Houthis that are these random pirates that are getting on ships and going out and engaging in terroristic activities as just random people. This is a thing that he thinks is good and justified.
Yeah, and Israel does, even though they're organized in, I guess, a different way than the Houthis in the sense that they're internationally recognized, they also conduct violence that kills innocent people, and there are people who support that.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So the distinction is whether it's a state actor or not state actor.
Because
even if you support horrible violence by the state?
Because supporting the state does not make it to where we would think it's more likely that you're going to need a heightened level of security coming in from another country.
And but why does supporting violence on behalf of non-state actors indicate that tendency? And again, now you're talking about tendency, not causative. You're just talking about percentages, and so I don't understand the empirical basis.
Wait, I'm not talking about percentages. I didn't say percentages. Where did you get that from?
So what's so
why
does one?
Where did they get that from?
Well, because the other conclusion is not good for your position, which is where are you getting that abstract support in favor of non-state violence is causative of or likely to lead to criminal violence on the people who espouse that, as opposed to ideological supporters of state violence? I just don't understand where you're getting the notion that the kind of support that Hassan provides to non-state actors, it has a greater causative connection to the actual deployment, his actual deployment of some kind of illegal violence or something, versus all else equal, someone supporting a state.
Oh, sure. I mean, if you want to take it to percentages, yeah, we could say that somebody who believes in non-state actors engaging in political violence is going to be much more likely to engage in political violence than somebody who doesn't.
Where's the empirics for that?
I would say just about everybody who's engaged in political violence believed in engaging in political violence.
Wait, but someone who supports a state doing political violence would also believe in political violence. I'm asking you, where is the empirical evidence that someone who supports violence from non-state actors?
I don't know how you're still getting these two things mixed up. So when we're talking about the state doing something, I'm not worried about this individual bringing in weapons or anything, or engaging, bringing anything in, because they leave that to the state. But if these individuals believe in taking this into their own hands and doing this themselves, they are going to be more likely to bring these things in for other civilians to do this.
Have you heard of the Soviet Union? Remember the Soviet Union? There are a lot of people who said, well, if you support communist Russia, you're more likely to smuggle things in, to be a saboteur. And so I don't know where you're getting. Right now we're at war with Iran.
I'm not making that argument, so.
So what if you support Iran? Let's say someone is avowed support for Iran, says Iran is justified in attacking American citizens. Iran is justified in attacking Israel as a state organized violence. You would therefore agree that anyone who advocates for Iran and using state violence, political state violence by Iran, you cannot deny them global entry on the basis of their support for Iran, correct?
Yeah, I don't know why you would.
But there, Iran supports terrorism. Iran could attack American citizens. Iran could be sponsoring.
Well, if you're saying
saboteurs.
because you support Iran,
could be sponsoring agents.
Yes, if you're saying by extension because you support Iran, you also support Hamas, the Houthis, Hezbollah, then yes, now it's because you support Hezbollah, the Houthis, Hamas, not because you support Iran.
No, okay, put aside the proxies. Wouldn't there be a state interest if American citizens publicly are avowing support for the Islamic Republic? Wouldn't we be more heightened concerned of, like, now Iran is saying they're going to attack Americans, that it's no holds barred. Why wouldn't this kind of, if you really care about the safety of Americans, shouldn't CBP consider an American support for Iran as a relevant consideration for global entry?
Do you not think that like people who believe in like individuals going out and handling things themselves is a different type of thought process than people who would leave it to governments to take care of these things?
Whether maybe it's different. I don't have an opinion about whether it's different in that sense, but grant that it's different. Why does it matter for CBP? Who's to say one is worse or better? Why would it matter for your First Amendment analysis, which is acceptable? You would say, okay,
I'm not doing First Amendment analysis. I'm saying that these people are a heightened security risk, and so because they're a heightened security risk, it makes it there is a utility, as I've said the entire time, reasonability, utility, that there is utility to actually sending them through heightened security rather than giving them this high level of trust and letting them bypass this.
And that's not true of people who support like China, Iran, Russia.
How would it be? I can be convinced. Convince me that they shouldn't have it either.
People who support Iran, China, and Russia probably are more likely to be foreign agents who are illegally, stealing American secrets, maybe are saboteurs, maybe are deniable terrorists. There were even, by the way, accusations and even indictments that Iranians were planning an assassination of Trump on American soil. There have been assassinations that have been organized by like India in Canada that broke down relations there. Other countries that are state actors have embedded agents into this country. And so why would this distinction rest on whether or not you support non-state actors versus state actors? And I think the difference is, I said Israel, and all of a sudden you're like, no, you obviously can't discriminate global entry based on your support for Israel.
Well, I said the same thing for Iran.
You're stuck on it.
I said the same thing for Iran.
I know, and you said the same thing. And you said the same thing for the Nazis. But you're having to defend this line because it feels like special pleading. You're just trying to get to Hassan.
It's not special pleading. It's reasonability. All of this comes down to reasonability. Even when we talk about First Amendment, is it legal to say I have weed in my car? Yes, you're allowed to say I have weed in my car. Does that mean that it's not now reasonable for the cop to want to come search you? Yes, this is reasonable that the cop will come search your car now. You can say it. It's still a heightened level of security to push them to go and put you through heightened security.
So if you come out and you say I support weed legalization, I love weed legalization, I think weed should be plentiful in America, and that's your political belief, and you're coming back from abroad, on the basis of that belief, should CBP be allowed to search you extra?
Probably not. No.
Why not? Their mandate isn't just security, it's also contraband. Someone who ideologically supports weed is more likely to smuggle weed in, right? If it's causative, it's probably causative.
Maybe I would say like if you have support for like cartels and things like that, then yes, I would say that is more causative than just like the general belief.
No. You support legalization of weed. No, I didn't say anything about cartels.
Right, I know. That's why I said no to your answer to your question, and then gave like a caveat to where I would support it.
Okay, but even though CBP, even though that belief, weed legalization could be causative of smuggling, it could be that someone who supports weed legalization is more friendly towards weed, more likely to like weed, and maybe more likely to try to make the American people accept weed more and thereby bring weed in. That's the same kind of analysis you're deploying for Hassan's views.
It is, I to an extent, sure, but I find that to be like less reasonable, yeah. Because we're talking about the majority of the country now. We're talking about like, I think the majority of the country thinks that weed should be legal, in America, and there are states where
So
it's legal
now
here, but there
you're
aren't
adding
states
another
where like
factor?
terrorism is. No, it's reasonability. I'm talking. These
So
all
you're- so-
have
so
something
another
to do with
factor
being something being reasonable.
is
These
the
aren't
percentage
another
of
factor.
support. The percentage support for something that could be illegal, right? A lot of people support Luigi Mangione, not majorities, but a lot of people support
You're
Luigi
playing this
Mangione.
game where you're doing the what is it called, something's Loki's wager, where like just because I can't draw
No, I'm
like
not.
specific lines on reasonability, that I am telling you, yes, these things obviously are more or less reasonable based on the distinctions that you're giving, and that like one is highly is going to be more causal than the other. That's just as reasonable. But now you're like giving me these other things that are very different and going to be drastically like even percentage wise different, and you're just
I'm not doing that. No. I'm trying to get some kind of neutral test that where I can predict perhaps. I'm not trying to get to do a Loki's wager type thing. What are the things you look to, right? What are the kinds of things? In the course of this conversation, we've looked to a bunch. One is whether the belief could be causative of some kind of misconduct. Another is whether or not the thing that you're supporting is state versus non-state. Whether or not the thing you just said is upheld by like a large number of American citizens. You said most people in America support weed. I don't know why that affects the analysis. And so I'm not trying to pinpoint like one hard case where it's not clear. I'm trying to even just look at the broad set of factors that you look to see whether or not something is okay or not. I'm not trying to like remove grains of sand here. I'm looking at what I take to be
yes, but I
examples,
think the
hypothetical.
reasonability between the two are so drastic that if you're not willing to admit this, then it has to be Loki's wager, because it doesn't make sense if you can't acknowledge that somebody who just supports weed legalization like the majority of America is different than somebody who believes that in terrorism.
Replace everything that Hassan said about Houthis with Iran. I'm 10 toes down for Islamic Republic. I think Iran should be attacking Israel. I don't know that Hassan is saying that Houthis should be attacking civilians, but even just grant that he did say that. Let's say that Iran, he's like, I think that Iran should be attacking civilians. So replace all that with Iran. You would say not justified to deny global entry on that basis.
Well, I mean, I think he has said that about the
okay, fine.
But yeah,
I grant it. We don't. I grant it. But like, okay, you're saying you would not revoke global entry for the person who is on all else equal with Hassan, but it's Iran, and the reason is someone who's all else equal with respect to Iran is less likely to do X than Hassan. Fair?
Yes, because they're leaving it to the state, whereas people because Hezbollah people are, because the people who leave it to the state, if they're not part of the state, like this is very different. Whereas if they are in favor of individuals acting, and I'm blanking on the word, but it's like a Batman, like Spider-Man, like all these people who go out and do things themselves instead of calling
vigilantes.
Yes, that it's like almost like vigilanteism.
Yeah, but what's the empirical case that someone in Hassan's position is more or less likely to employ vigilantism than a Hassan who's supportive of Iran as opposed to these other groups? I don't understand why you can make the claim that one has a greater tendency towards any kind of thing than another. I think that just feels. It's not based in any kind of empirical claim. Even though Hassan has a very, and this is from the chat, Hassan has a very low likelihood of doing the crime himself.
Yeah, but I don't know what the empirics are on somebody who says I have weed in my car, whether or not they actually have weed in their car. But I think it's reasonable to believe that is the case.
That's different.
Why?
If someone makes an assertion, that they are currently doing misconduct, that's not abstract support for something. It's an admission that they are doing the thing itself, which is prohibited. That's very different than saying I support, like imagine you're at the board and say, do you support weed legalization? Yes, I do. Open your bag. Different than saying, do you have weed in your car? Yes. One is the misconduct itself, and the other is you're making an assumption that based on this viewpoint, he's likely to do X. That's the viewpoint discrimination.
Right, but these are, I think this is even in case law. They're like the level of harm that comes from a discrimination versus like the utility in it. That like you have to weigh both versus each other. So even with your like car example, they're like somebody's not being able to get to work on time, or like that they have that they'll have like a lot more weight put on their shoulders to get things done without a car versus not being able to go through global entry. We wouldn't feel like this is some like huge weight on them to where they're missing out on something great.
Now you're bringing back the global, yeah. So now you're bringing back the global entry being
That's
like
what
this
we've
kind of
been.
heightened privilege. Who cares about it? Who cares about it? But again, you do care about it in the context of saying
I'm not just
someone,
using the word like privilege, but yes, I'm saying that like there are like actual lines I think that
yeah,
are
but
drawn
that's
here.
where you're backing up. We're in the world in which we're talking about the revocation of global entry specifically. And so we're not comparing to anything else. We're just comparing to different things that revoke global entry. So you don't need to back up and say, well, global entry is very special, very special, very, very, very special. I'm already operating your framework, which is fucking stupid, by the way. This is dumb. This distinction is totally meaningless. It's based on your priors about the Fourth Amendment. But again, grant what you say about the Fourth Amendment. It doesn't mean that there can't be violations of other rights just because there's an exception to the Fourth Amendment. And so we're working in the framework in which global entries is very, 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 very special, different thing. That said, I have to bounce in a second. I'll give you the last word. I do appreciate the conversation. I think that there's at least a lot of common ground on the Ethan discussion. And I think if you examine the Hassan thing a little bit more, you would find that it should be troublesome to you. And these kinds of distinction that you're offering, state versus non-state, causative versus correlation, this stuff isn't really. This is ad hoc, and it seems backward facing to match with a.
Well, I'll say I don't know if this has ever been challenged in court at all. But this is literally everything that even CBP states on their website. That is like what they're doing, what they're looking for, and that this is kind of the thought process that they're going through. And so when they're stating this outright, yes, this seems to be the process that is accepted. And if it hasn't been challenged in court, then maybe one day it will be, and I'll be totally wrong. But as of right now, yes, like it seems to be the legal and trusted thought process from the government. So.
Hey, Tom, thank you so much for chatting, dude. We should talk again soon. I enjoy our conversations. I really appreciate also when we have disagreements. I feel like we don't get like negative of each other. Like I'll call you shit head or whatever, but I don't take it personally.
Yeah, you did call me a bitch when you told me to get in the VC. I will find out. I will get on a plane next time and.
Oh, so now you should get denied global entry. Anyway, Thank you so much for the conversation, and yeah, let's talk again soon at some point.
All right, appreciate it, man. Later.
All right, later.
All right. Yeah, I noticed. So I keep asking about my mic and like trying to adjust things over and over, and I noticed the other day when I was listening to my stream that. It was still clipping a lot. Like people kept telling me that it was much better, and it doesn't sound like it's actually much better. So, yeah, I've listened to it a little bit. It's
like two different self-settled, and we can join again later. Also,
this isn't my. So yeah, I got it to a point where you weren't able to hear the clicks of my mouse anymore, and so I was really happy that I'd finally gotten it to that point. But now it sounds like you can hear him again.
So. For these people, who do you think he was setting a trap? And the notion of setting bad precedent. Why would he talk about the risks to the commentary community as we know it if he weren't trying to appeal to the possibility of an existential threat to that community? Explain that.
So I think these are separate statements. I think in one statement he is saying he personally does not want the outcome of his lawsuit to chill the React community. He is somebody who reacts to videos as well. The amount of runtime in her reaction and is like she is talking. Yes, she's pausing literally like every 30 seconds to a minute. I couldn't even find a spot where she went 3 minutes without pause. So I think she's going to have like fair use for the content nuke. But I don't. Yeah, from everything.
As a statement of law, that's not correct, and also doesn't bear on whether if I go and steal a lawnmower and or the permanently deprive you, so ratified, the infringement occurs. It's an implied license or even an explicit license about that. And number two, that
you use Peter like a threat to IP, and then that takes me to the last one, which is that he is also a greater threat to people like Sony and Disney stepping in.
Yeah. So let's talk about that real quick. What I said is XQC in the terms of malicious.
Check audio on his stream.
It doesn't pass the smell test.
Okay, I did send you just now. I sent you a DM with one of the. That's on him. He has me turned way up. Because the last time we talked, I wasn't using the booster. But Mantis, in your, I thought I saw you in his chat saying that I sounded a lot better on his stream.
As we know it, that's a broader narrative. This type of egregious behavior, if we don't band together, right? If we don't all band together to unite, it could destroy our community. Isn't that a savior rationale that speaks to him trying to achieve broader protection of the community?
I guess in a sense, I think he's just asking for like some consistent rationale between everybody to where they're all... Yeah, I sound blown out. For sure. No, I said you sound better on your stream. Oh, okay. Alright, let's see. Good job on doubling down, period. That dude is on a rant. Yeah, I think that my argument at the end kind of like is probably the like best way to end it. I think that was the best like statement to make right there at the end, is that yes, this is exactly what they state on their websites out in the open. They are very loud and proud with it. They're not hiding this. This isn't some like secret that that what they did with Hassan is what they do generally. And so this is not something that I find to be odd or out of the ordinary, nor malicious or illegal, because they are just straight up saying this is what they're doing. And until there is some like case that says that they're not allowed to do this, or that this is illegal or a violation of his rights, I would continue to assume that this is on the up and up. You don't have to defend your homeland from foreign collusion voting blocks or fake oppressed groups that will vote against the best interests of your nation because of culture envy. I'm sorry, I have no idea what that means. You got that gang cranked up? Yeah, because without the gang cranked up, you won't even be able to hear me. Like, literally, I have, I think 4 boosters on. And so when I turn off, let's see, the compressors are the things that boost me the most. This is what I sound like with everything turned off, and you can barely hear me. If I keep my mouth like right up to the mic, you can hear me a lot better. But this is really annoying, and I hate having to stay like this. So yeah, I have to. Like, does Pisco think any denial is appropriate? I mean, obviously, I don't think that. I'm sorry. I kept seeing people saying stupid stuff like this, like why is Tom stating the reason of taking away Ethan's views? So that it's like, yes, a lot of people don't even understand that the rationale behind this is that it's a market replacement, that they are stating outright that they are trying to replace him in the market by saying, you are like, we want people to come watch it here instead of going and watching it on his channel, which means he doesn't get they don't watch his commercials, which means he doesn't get the money for the views, and they do. That is a market replacement. That is the idea that he is suing on. But first, it has to be that they aren't meeting the fair use, like that it doesn't, that it's not transformative. First, it has to be that it's not transformative. If it is transformative, well, then there is no market replacement. It can't be market replacement. Whereas, yeah, if it's not, I'm sorry, you guys are bugging the hell out of me saying shit like white noise and crap like that. I don't know. Hello, 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 hello. Hello, 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 hello. Yeah, it's not white noise. It's my AC. Yeah, I'm gonna have to work on this again because people keep telling me different things, and then once I think it's fine, then with the same exact settings, they tell me this is horrible. And so I can't, I'm not going to be able to fuck with it right now. It's just going to be like this for today. So, let's see, was this the other one? Hello, hello. Is this better? Hello, hello, hello. Yeah, so this is the thing that I turned off during the debate. This is what I turned off. And now... This is better. Yeah, this is what I turned off during the debate. Like when you guys started telling me that I need to fix it. This is what I turned off. So I don't know. I accidentally commented on a racist post on Twitter, and I guess I didn't realize that I was commenting on a racist post. Stupid me. I should have. I thought we were all fucking around. But a woman named Freckled Liberty posted, "Is this true? LMAO." And then it just has like a hot Latino chick. It says 21-year-old Latina. And then it's got like an older woman. It says 41-year-old Latina. And so I said, you could have done 21-year-old Latina versus 25-year-old Latina, and it would have looked the same. And none of the changes you made changed anything on his end. Yeah, it doesn't change anything on his end. It's mine. If you were saying I was peeking on his end, yeah, that's him. He has to change that. I can't do that. That's him. If you were telling me I'm peeking on my end, then yes, I'm changing what it was doing on my end. But yeah, if you were telling me to fix it on his end, I was saying that. Okay, I did not know that. I have no way of knowing that. So yes, I was fixing my end. Had no idea that you guys were talking about his end. And so, he even said, well, my side says it's fine. And I was like, yeah, it's not your side, it's my side. So, do you ever read my messages like fucking ever? No. Not while I'm in the middle of debates. No, I'm not stopping and opening up my phone and checking DMs and text messages and shit like that. No, I'm not. That is a thing that I am not doing. No. I saw the notification at the top of my phone. It said something about my mic peaking. That's it. Like the first, the first message, the first couple words said your mic is peaking. So that's all I read, but it's just the notification at the top of my phone. I did not open up the DM to look and see what all it said or what the other 5 messages afterwards said. I just saw that and then, yeah, I tried fixing it. I said your mic is peaking on his stream. Okay, well, yeah, I think you understand now. why I didn't see that, so I don't know why you're telling me again. But I did change it on my stream, and then people in my chat said, okay, that's better. So then I just moved on. But yeah, I was telling him that I like posted a thing on Twitter that like debunked a lot of his takes, because I posted this.
The Queen of Self-Own included a countdown timer so we could tell exactly how long she was away. After being gone for a few minutes, she returns and then sits silently for another couple of minutes eating.
I'm gonna go pee, and hopefully, when I'm back, they're done with this.
Yeah, so this is not her reacting to the content nuke. This is her reacting to his stream before the content nuke. So they were sitting there kind of like hyping it up for a couple hours on stream, saying, yeah, it's about to come out, we're going to drop it soon, blah, blah, blah. And so that she was just sitting and watching that, and that is what they're showing her not react to.
Okay.
You do look better.
Mr. 305. I see it.
Dude, you should do this.
I have an alternate.
We're relying on you to stay live so we don't get more views on the nuke. Yeah, I'm gonna stream it. Since he confirmed it's coming out today, we're gonna stream it. If you want to watch.
And then yes, she states her intent to try to steal views from them. But that intent is stated towards the other video.
Should watch it with someone else who's already watching it. You know, come enjoy the watch party somewhere else.
Thank God.
5,
Launch.
4, 3.
It's saved. H3H2.
All right, he didn't lie. He didn't lie. He's not a liar. I'll give him that much. Let's see if he has any final words before
1, 0.
What?
Yeah.
Yeah, we're gonna end right now, but I posted.
Have a good
Everyone
weekend,
head over.
everybody.
Everyone head over.
Oh wait, I was gonna say H3H2 Productions has posted its first video in 5 years.
Wow.
Whoa.
Shout out.
I hope y'all enjoy. I hope people.
Oh.
I have an alt.
But yeah, this isn't even the content nuke. Okay. Okay, so when everybody was showing her sitting there with her arms crossed and just watching and not saying anything, it wasn't the content nuke, it was the stream.
I mean,
we're relying.
So in that regard, do you care at all about like IP or copyright,
do you care at all about IP or copyright?
or like the fact that it's illegal? Does that matter? If that might be illegal, does that matter to you?
No.
It doesn't matter.
No.
Well, if it flat out doesn't.
It flat out doesn't matter to me what the law says, whether I'm stealing or not.
So, but your work is not fully transformative. Some of it is not, by your own admission.
Yeah, sometimes that's reactive, yeah, 100%.
Okay. So in that regard, do you care at all about like IP?
Yeah, so this Pisco does this like semantic thing that I just really don't like, because when we say something's illegal, like, or that you broke the law, like, the law may state something, but you're not actually it's not going to be enforced unless X, Y, and Z, right? And so normally I think the enforcement is like the thing that we actually care about. That's the thing that matters. So when if somebody runs by up to a woman and grabs her purse and takes off with it, if there's a cop standing right there and she's like, no, he can have it. Like, technically, did he break the law by taking the purse? I guess you could say that, but at the point that she says he can have it, it's not really enforceable. It's not really stealing anymore, because whether or not you stole something is in the eyes of the owner. Like, it's in the eyes of the beholder, right? It's the owner decides if you stole something or not. That's the way I view it. So I think that when he here says, like, yeah, it doesn't matter, I agree with him. It doesn't really matter unless unless the owner says it's stealing. So yeah, it's kind of weird. But then even when he says like, oh, he says he's the hero, he says he's saving the commentary community. It felt like, yeah, like Pisco eventually is saying, yes, he's saying that he's holding a consistent line that he thinks everybody should hold. And it's like, okay, so he's saying everybody should do this thing that he's doing, therefore he's a hero. All right, if that's what you're calling a hero, you win, bro. That's you got it. If that's what you call a hero, we have a semantic difference here, but we agree. That's cool. In this case, it would be in the eyes of the beholder, because she ain't holding shit now. She's not the holder. Ethan is the holder. It's in the eyes of the beholder. Ethan is the beholder. It's his IP. It's his property. He is the beholder. So, yeah. All right.
They wanted to avoid sanctions.
I believe these numbers are accurate.
Threatening the Iranians for years. We've been engaging actually.
Oh, actually, also. Who was it? I think it was Lycan. Lycan posted this. He said, "Can someone tell me how America Bad isn't just a thought-terminating cliche that does nothing but stifle criticism of U.S. foreign policy? I still see this comment a lot, and it's the type of thoughtlessness I expect from conservatives, not liberals." So I said, that's because America Bad isn't just a meme for lots of leftists, but is instead an axiomatic principle. Hassan, if you want to be moral, always go against the U.S. and their allies. And then I posted this.
Principles. Let me explain to you. 2 principles that you should keep with you, coming from a person who's Turkish, okay? When you look at a situation in the Middle East, you look at what the local government is and who the Western forces are. Never align with the Western forces. So when I look at other countries, I look at the regional actor, whoever the regional power player is, and then I look at who is backed by the Western superpowers. That's a principle that you could take home with you. If you want to actually be moral, or if you want to be smart about the way you analyze other countries, that's one basic principle that you can take home with you. All of a sudden, magically, you are above on your foreign policy analysis. You're going to be better off than 90% of people that look at the situation. 2 principles.
So yeah, literally his whole thought process is just go against America. Whatever they say, do the opposite. Yes, but she's Ethan and you're... Oh, she... Okay, when you said she, I thought you were talking about denim, so I didn't know that you were talking about the woman who was holding the purse. Okay, my bad. Do you think Ethan is acting out of malice, or do you think he's bringing this case to set a baseline? Neither? Neither. First off, he's not setting a baseline. Like, this is, again, he's not like setting a new precedent or anything. Like, this isn't a new thing where people sue for IP or some shit. I think that he's saying this is like, anybody can sue for these sorts of things anytime they want, and they do. Here and there, people just randomly decide to sue for content infringement and fair use violations. And he's suing... I think he wants to sue them, but I don't think he would sue them for just any infringement, right? I don't think he would sue them for any and all infringements. I think for him, it has to reach like a certain level of maliciousness for him to feel like he is justified in doing this. And so then when he makes his whole argument about like, I'm doing this because this is what protects the commentary community and blah, blah, blah. I think he's saying that not to say he's a hero and that everybody should praise him for being so great, but instead to try to vindicate himself from everybody else being like, bro, what the fuck? Why would you sue people for this? That like you're going to make it to where people are all scared of what they can and can't react to. And so now you're just kind of going to chill the React community where we're all looking over our shoulders wondering when we can or can't review something. I think, yeah, so I think like that, and Pisco seems to agree with that. So it's, yeah, it's very different from like trying to be the hero, but instead it's, yeah, I just don't like these people. I would like to sue them. And I think that I found an area where a line that they've crossed to where I can do that and people won't be mad at me for it. That's what I think. So yeah.
Actually, in soft power attempts to initiate regime change there, concurrently with trying to make diplomatic overtures, sending mixed signals is what I would call it. Of course, they have no reason to trust us. I also think one thing that nobody really touched on, and I'm obviously not a military expert, is that us going into Iran and just initiating regime change by force.
Hello?
Yo.
What's up?
Yeah, your mic was horrible, man. I was suffering. Like, the Toronto heat was
Why were
killing
you
me,
listening on
and
her side? My mic sounded fine on my side. I didn't, like, people shouldn't have been telling me that my mic was bad. They should have been telling him that my mic was bad. I can't do anything about what's going on his side. He has me turned all the way up.
Bro, I was so excited about the debate that I donated to him to talk to you, and like, I was so disappointed.
Well, he had already told me to come up, like literally right when he got on. He said, he right when he got on, he said, like, I feel so vindicated in my Ethan takes. I am not backing off. I'm tripling down, blah, blah, blah. And so I replied and I was like, bro, I literally posted a video on Twitter debunking at least 4 of your claims that, like, there's no way you can triple down. And so he's like, all right, get in VC then. And so I immediately started jumping in VC. And so, yeah, we were already in the middle of talking, or like getting ready to talk, but his stream went down 3 times. And so it took him a minute just to pull me in because he was having issues with his stream. But that, yeah, we were already getting ready to talk. But yeah, you should have just listened to it on my side because my audio was fine.
No, I was listening from your side.
Wait,
like
so
it was
you're saying my audio is horrible on my side?
no, and you did fix you fixed it like recently, right? I'm like 10
No,
minutes behind the stream.
yeah, everybody in chat said that they weren't asking me to fix it on my side. They said that it was fine on my side. It was horrible on his side. And I was like, oh, well, you should have told him then, not me, because I can't fix his side. That's, they were like, yeah, your side was fine the whole time.
Okay, that's kind of weird, I guess. Okay, never mind. Yeah, so I feel like obviously, as you point out, that Pisco has semantic like wizardry where he talks about like legal he uses legal diction when what you're talking about is more colloquial
No, it's the other way around.
definitions of
No, it's the other way around, because even like at times, like he's saying that that XQC,
malice.
if anybody was malicious, it's XQC. But when he says XQC is malicious, he's saying he's just being careless, and that's not maliciousness legally. Legally, we're saying that like you're intentionally causing harm, like you are purposely trying to hurt this person. And he kept using maliciousness as just carelessness. And so, yeah, he's like over and over the one who's not really using legal jargon. Then when it came to hero, I guess like there's no legal definition for that. So like but I do think that he was using just kind of his own like weird version of hero there. But yeah.
Oh yeah, the hero, like him trying to like. So you mean savior, right? Rather than
He called him a hero as well, but yeah, I was more like I think he also called him a saver. So yeah.
I mean, in a way, like he. It's so like it's like the web, right? One like he's using savior to associate with like helping helping others with future stuff and other stuff. Like he's kind of like using this word savior to associate with like helping others, and it could be like it's so general that it also has the moral weight of like I'll say, oh, I'm your savior, so I'm doing something very good. When we know that Ethan is very self-serving, uh, at least for this court complaint, right? So what you were, I agree with you that he was being very Weasley when he like it was malicious when he said, "Oh, Ethan is trying to be the savior." When if he defined savior as more neutral without putting more of the moral weight away, you would have agreed straight away. But it went on for I think for 15 to 20 minutes over the definition of savior savior with you and Pisco. That kind of like boggled my mind. Like you guys are having trouble with that.
I mean, we didn't actually get into the definition of savior, which was probably like the problem is that he, it's the way that he was using it, he's just kind of stretching it to say like, yeah, he's saying that by doing this, he's saving people. And I'm like, right, but he's saying like, this is something that everybody should do. And he's like, yes. And he's leading that charge. And it's like, okay, but that's still not like a savior. That's not a hero. Like him just saying we should all do this thing. I think he's more so saying like I'm doing a thing that I think we're all doing, or I'm drawing a line that I think we all draw. But yes, he is. I don't think that that's a hero in any meaning of the word. But we never actually got into what a hero means or what a savior is or any of this. It was more so that he's just. Yeah, he's stretching it a bit. From what I was told, is that there's other people who keep saying he's claiming to be a hero, that he's claiming to be a savior, and that they all just pulled it out of their asses. Just out of nowhere, they all just started claiming that he was claiming to be a hero. And that they think that like Pisco just started repeating the same things that all these other people were saying when it just didn't really make sense. And that yeah, when I heard his justification for it, I thought, yeah, this sounds like it's like post hoc defining, but whatever.
I think Kid. I was watching Kid Narkin last night, and I think his analysis of Pisco is more precise. Where he said that uh, Pisco is trying to build his own brand outside of Destiny, and like that sphere of politics, and more towards more broader left liberal coalition. Because like Destiny's coalition, I don't even think it's liberal because I don't think even liberal content creators want to associate with Destiny because his like he has many skeletons in his closet.
Right, but it is like
but
the fact that like Ethan and like Hassan has been like a split where Destiny's obviously very consistently been against Hassan, very consistently been for siding with Ethan, that for Pisco to over these last two things have criticisms of Ethan that Destiny and DGG wouldn't have, that this is going to kind of like give him his separation to where he's not going to be the Destiny orbiter, the Destiny simp, the guy who's like, Destiny's friend, but instead like has his own ideas and brand that doesn't just try to appeal to DGG.
Yeah, it's unfortunate because like I think it's like as a chatter or as a viewer, you kind of want to see your like favorite streamer to kind of talk to a bigger streamer and come to a coalition like about like stuff like with Pisco with Kyle, Crystal.
Well, but just to be clear,
and
Pisco's always disagreed with Destiny on a ton of things. Like they've always gotten into a ton of fights over like stupid things to where it wasn't like it's a new thing for them to disagree on things like this. Like this is, I think, pretty consistent for Pisco.
No, I think when they disagreed, they disagreed on more factual stuff like law, like more legal stuff, rather than more like more more sociological or psychological stuff, right? Or relationship or any kind of disagreement, like their disagreement with the Supreme Supreme Court like stuff, right? With whom again? Like Connor, right?
No, I think they had
Uh,
no. I think they pretty often had substantive disagreements. I think fairly often they had very substantive disagreements.
yeah. I think Peaceful's rationale for viewing Hassan's detainment as a viewpoint discrimination is logical, but to me, like it's not likely, right? Because as you said, the CPP is that the CPP? Is that the
Yeah,
organization that?
CBP. Yeah,
Uh, yeah. So, as you
Customs
said,
and
that they
Border
have their
Patrol.
own yeah, they have their own policies of like um, going over
Well, no,
foreign entry
I just to be
to.
clear, I am arguing that I think it like even if it so I what I said is I don't know if it's viewpoint discrimination. I don't think there's any evidence one way or the other, but even if it was, I would think that's justified. And so we're like that's why we were having the argument that they were is because I'm saying like yeah, I wouldn't care if it's viewpoint discrimination if your viewpoint is something that is like overly in favor of terroristic groups and you're flying from outside of the country back in for you to just the only discrimination is that you go through a slightly higher level of security. That is not something that I think is an undue burden to where this would be like where this would be like discriminatory upon you. So yeah.
I think you could have had much easier time debating this because like if you had the negative position because his positive is that they are discriminating against Hassan because they revoked his international pass or whatever the fuck it's called, right? They revoked it after approving him, right? And it could be we don't know the reason. It could be myriads of reasons, or it could be like he has some information that is not consistent or whatever.
Yeah,
It
again, that
is
was my
Pisco
position is
who's
that we don't
alleging.
know. Again, my position is that we
Yeah,
don't
we
know.
don't know.
We have no idea.
Yeah,
We don't know one
and
way
we
or the
don't
other.
even
It could
have
be anything.
we don't even have enough evidence that it is like something egregious that they revoked Hassan's pass, right? But Pisco is so I'm not gonna use the Trump derangement syndrome because I think it's complicated. I think his evidence of that was because of the uh, pro-Palestinian students getting their visas revoked and getting arrested, and other immigration policies which are which are unconstitutional. That it kind of made him assume that it is very likely that something unconstitutional happened uh, for revoking Hassan's pass, right? I think that you could kind of it is very unsatisfying. Like it could be, but it's most likely not, right? It could be, but it's most likely not. That is the reason why they revoked because of Hassan's ideology. Like I don't like Hassan, and I also don't like Trump's admin. But I think they're people who are enforcing those policies, they're like regular people and they don't really care about like people's ideology, other stuff. They just like I think CBP's policies haven't changed drastically, so that they're enforcing their policies based on like radical ideologies. Like if you're pro-Palestine, like it's not like they're gonna you know detain you and ask you like, do you support Hamas or Hezbollah or the Ansar Allah movement, right? It's I don't know why he has to go that far in terms of like yeah, I just don't know. Like it's quite weird. The only reason I think he's doing that is to kind of move away from the Democrat like partisan Democrat liberal space, which I think Destiny is, and more into the Kyle Kalinske progressive slash liberal
I think he's always
slash
been that though.
left.
I think he's always been that. That's not a new thing. That's again, like you're saying this as though like he's starting to do this, and I think he's always been that. That's not different.
But I've watched his stream, and he doesn't do the both sides, but he's very analytical in terms of what is likely and what is not likely. We don't have enough evidence for this thing and other stuff, right? And I'm not saying because I hate not I don't like Hassan. Okay, obviously I don't like Hassan, but I feel like he gives the benefit. He doesn't like the Supreme Court, but even then he gives Supreme Court the
Yeah, I was surprised that he was
that
actually
they have
appealing to
their
the
rational.
Supreme Court in this one, because in other arguments where I've cited Supreme Court cases and things like that, he's like, well, I think they're wrong. I'm like, oh shit, now I have to argue the whole fucking Supreme Court case. This is all right. Well, let's go through this now. And
No, yeah, go ahead, sorry.
So yeah, it's like but in this one he was actually citing the Supreme Court, so I was happy that like we were at least able to agree this time, because yeah, it's rare that I disagree with the Supreme Court and think that they're wrong on something. So
yeah, he usually doesn't. He usually disagrees with the Supreme Court rulings about Trump, but he does. He does agree with their like reasoning, but he doesn't just like the reasoning because the evidence for those reasoning aren't solid. Like they're very political. They're not like they're not like what's the thing? What's the philosophy of constitutionality? Like where you're interpreting like the Constitution based on like the document from the past or whatever. Forgot what it's called.
I'm not sure what you're asking about.
Like you're interpreting the Constitution based on the past, like the founders' interpretation of the
Literalist
document.
or
Literalist
or
originalist.
historical
Yeah,
analysis,
originalist, not literalist.
original meaning or original intent.
Yeah, because literalists believe the word for word of the document, while originalists think about the uh, spirit of the Constitution rather than the word of the Constitution, right? I think he's fighting against the Supreme Court because they're not originalists; they're more of a literalist.
Yeah. Okay, I had somebody else I think in the waiting room. Did you have anything else?
Yeah, I'll jump. No, I'm just.
Oh,
Yeah,
he's gone.
I was gonna say. Damn. All right. So I was just gonna say, when are you moving, and when are you bring your Egyptian brother back?
I don't know when he's. I haven't even talked to him about coming on, because generally he's like in bed by the time I start stream, and so it's probably gonna be kind of hard to get him on. I don't know when I'm moving just yet, but it's probably in the next couple months.
Like, I'm very interested in like listening to Christian apologists view on like Islam. Like that's very interesting because I know my own version as a former Muslim atheist right now.
Yeah.
But I'm very interested in like Christian apologists view of Islam and like is he proficient in Arabic? Like you said that he could speak in Arabic, right?
Yeah, I
Or
think so.
understand Arabic?
I don't remember what language exactly he learned because he went to a couple different countries in that region. So yeah, I'm not positive, but yeah.
Oh, so he went to North Africa, but like it's not specifically Egypt, right?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Yeah, that I think it's like it's great, like you learning about like Sunni Shia divide. Like um, from my perspective, they're like them celebrating like the Shia holidays is very weird. Like we never celebrate like people say that the Sunnis are more peaceful because like we have like few terrorist groups based on Sunni based on Sunni ideology, but we're more like fundamentalists, right? Sunnis are more fundamentalist. Like we believe in the Quran, while Shia is more like historically influenced based on like the political side of Islam. So it's kind of weird. Like people say that fundamental Islam is more dangerous, but when they say that, they don't understand the context of how there's like a big divide within Sunni and Shia. Like Shia Muslims are very few. Like they're like I would be surprised if they're over 5% of the total Muslim population. Like I would imagine they're even less than 3%. Like out of billions of Muslims worldwide.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Yeah. All right. Keep your Middle East research. I will listen to it.
Base. All right, appreciate it.
Good luck.
All right, later, bro.
No problem.
All right, I gotta go shave real quick. My facial hair is making me itch like crazy. It's driving me nuts. So yeah, give me just a second. I'll be right back.
Breaking news here in the Capitol. President Trump on day one is set to sign a list of new legislation, including a slew of pardons for tomfoolery. Let's listen in.
This one is for tomfoolery. He looked at a lot of Instagram girls on stream, and the woke mind virus canceled him.
For a pardon? Yes. Full pardon? Full pardon or commutation? Full pardon. So this is a big one. Anything you want to explain about this? We hope they get him. We hope they come out tonight, frankly. They're expecting it.
How many viewers do you expect Tom to get tonight?
Approximately 1,500 people. Six commutations.
So glitching and growling are getting commuted, not pardoned?
We're looking at different things, but the commutations would be the ones that we'll take a look and maybe it'll stay that way or it'll go to full pardon.
There's a streamer who is trying to do an interview, but he can't do the show because there's a raccoon on his bed.
So this one is a really big one.
Why don't we get that down so they can get them going right now?
Get the raccoon off the bed, please. This is to stop the mainstream media from lying about the fact that Joe Rogan has actually been dead for a long time.
The cartoon standing behind me. JSTLK would like to be redeemed as an honest person.
I don't think they will. I don't think they can be. Why don't you take that and go over here? Could you get him over here, not on the side angle? Do you mind? Just go right over here with your friends. Okay?
You're all under arrest. This is to get more hot babes and titty streamers on Twitch. Or any platform for that matter. We have a recession of tits and an inflation of bros. Way too many bros.
Sounds reasonable.
It's true. He's not wrong. Hell yes, I love tits.
Me too. Tits are my favorite.
Okay.
Thank you, President Trump.
This is an acknowledgement that you are senile and are much worse off than Sleepy Joe. You don't even know what I'm saying right now.
Okay.
Poor guy is totally lost.
Mr. President, do you think Tom will continue to be the #1 linguist in the entire world?
Could happen. Stranger things have happened.
Mr. President, can we expect short bus chat back anytime soon?
What does that mean?
Short bus means your dumb followers.
I don't want to say when, but it's going to happen. Has to happen, or we're not going to have a country left.
This is an order designating Spicy Chat a domestic terrorist organization and all of the members inside as domestic terrorists.
That's a big one. People have wanted to do this for years. So they are now designated as terrorist organizations, foreign.
Domestic.
And
Domestic, not foreign.
Mexico probably doesn't want that. But we have to do what's right. They're killing our people. They're killing 250, 300,000 American people a year. Not 100, like has been reported for 15 years. It's probably 300,000.
No, sir. It's domestic terrorists. Did you think they were Mexicans just because it's called Spicy Chat?
I don't know. You'll have to ask them.
Oh, ho, 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 ho. Righty then.
Force is a lot easier to say than do. I think Iran is an incredibly complicated place geographically, let alone they're a serious military power, as exemplified by their use of ballistic missiles, striking Israel pretty much every day. I think that, the U.S., which is struggling to stop a renegade group of militants in Yemen from shooting like bottle rockets at ships once every couple weeks, the arrogance that we have to say, well, we could just go into Iran, smash things, destroy everything, and overthrow the regime, easy peasy. I don't think it's that simple. So yeah, I mean, this is a very complicated topic. Looking forward to discussing with this fine group of gentlemen.
Okay, well, we're looking forward to doing it as well. With that, let's open the floor. Let's get some discussion going. Jay, you seem to have the strongest stance of regime.
Ariana tipped $10. Mr. President, can you please pardon all fooleries, even the Tom ones? There are fools genocide in all social media.
True! We're all in trouble for sex pesting. Thank you, Ariana, for the $10. We're at $15. Thank you to Mike Ball as well. I don't know if he's still around, but thanks, Mike Ball, for the $5 donation. Two.
Change here being inevitable. Sell it to us, and then we'll, again, it's an open discussion so people can interrupt, talk to you, ask questions,
Sure.
etc. Go ahead.
For sure. Well, I would say that the biggest thing to keep in mind with regime change is that I'm not necessarily advocating for like boots on the ground U.S. troops inside Tehran, like, storming the palace and stuff like that. But I do think that there are sufficient ways that through like air power, through sea power, as well as through economic means that we can sort of force popular uprising. Richard Hanania actually just published a really good article about this not too long ago, which I can go into more detail if you'd like. But I want to get into what Noah was just talking about the potential for an imminent threat of a nuclear warhead. And I think that a lot of people have PTSD from the Iraq War, and that makes people very concerned about the legitimacy of nuclear warhead claims. And there are definitely some notable differences in Iran's case than in Iraq's case. For one, the IAEA, which is the
Yes. Yep. This is I just posted again a little bit on a little bit ago on Twitter. Said here, people keep claiming the IAEA said there's no evidence Iran is building a nuclear bomb. This is just a lie. The report says otherwise, and so did Grossi, the IAEA Inspector General. And I've said this a number of times on here, but this time I clipped all of the parts that I'm talking about in here and just put it on here. It says, what a dishonest title, because the title says IAEA Chief, no evidence Iran is building a nuclear weapon.
I want to draw your attention to the IAEA ruling on June the 12th. The IAEA ruled that Iran was in breach of its obligations under the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty. Iran strongly believes the ruling provided by Israel, though, was itself a casus belli, that it essentially green-lighted Israel's decision to attack nuclear sites. Just to remind our viewers, the IAEA Board of Governors said since 2019, Iran's failed to cooperate regarding undeclared nuclear material and activities at multiple undeclared locations in Iran. So did the findings of your organization...
So already that by itself, I would say that's evidence. Like the fact that they are that they're not declaring all of their nuclear facilities to the IAEA is one part. That is evidence.
Directly justify Israel's immediate bombing of Iran.
The role of the IEA and a report by the Director General of the IEA could never be conceived as a justification for any military action from Israel or whomever. From Israel or whomever. You know, this is a...
Let's go, Jeff. Appreciate you joining the membership. Thank you, homie.
Political matter and a political decision that should be, and those accountable for it are the political figures that are taking these decisions. In this...
Aramsan tipped $10. When do we get to send Jizlik and his cabal of low IQ ass hats to Scott?
They're in jail, dude. They're in jail. Did you not just hear the... Did you not just hear the report from Trump? They're locked up. That's that. They're done for.
This report, we said very clearly and very objectively that Iran was not informing the IAEA about a number of things which are very, very important. And we were not getting the transparency we needed for that. So, and at the same time, we said very clearly in that report that preceded these dramatic events and the attack that we did not find in Iran elements to indicate that there is an active, systematic plan to build a nuclear weapon.
So that is what they're all quoting. The title there that says, no evidence Iran is building a nuclear weapon. He says, we didn't find evidence of a systematic plan to build a weapon. That is not the same as there's no evidence that they were building a weapon. That's not the same thing. That is not the same at all. There's no systematic plan. They're talking about a plan. They didn't find a plan. They didn't say there's no evidence that they're building a weapon. Only stupid lefties believe Iran doesn't have any plans of building a nuclear weapon. Ken doesn't support Israel, but even he thinks Al Jazeera is disingenuous when interviewing the IAEA. Yeah, this is they cut him off numerous times when he was trying to give like clarification to the answers. They asked questions about like, well, so Iran says that Israel is planting all of the evidence and that they never did any of this. What do you, in that you're, and they say that, you're only getting your intelligence from Israel. What do you have to say about that? He's like, we're not just getting our intelligence from Israel. We're doing investigations. We're there on the ground, like inside the place. Like what a stupid question. Like, what is wrong with you? And he's like, well, Bibi Netanyahu used your report as a justification for bombing Iran. What do you have to say about that? He's like, I haven't heard them use my report as a justification, but we would never say that one should bomb another country. That's a political decision that has nothing to do with us. So we don't speak to those issues. That's but we never heard them say that. Like, it's just so weird.
I said that in the report, noting it, but at the same time, I said that it didn't help also when high officials in Iran were saying, actually, we do have all the pieces of the puzzle. We just need to put them together.
Okay, is there anything that led you to believe that Iran was any nearer to possessing a weapon than claims made by Netanyahu dating back several decades?
So yeah, do you have any evidence that they're closer than just stuff that Netanyahu says? Like, what the fuck?
It is a fact that Iran was not providing the IEA with the necessary clarity on many activities taking place there. It is also important to note that Iran is the only country in the world accumulating highly enriched uranium at almost military level and in an amount that would allow for the manufacturing of several nuclear weapons. And it is also worth noting that we have seen all these things, and at the same time, we have not seen elements to allow us as inspectors to affirm that there was a nuclear weapon that was being manufactured or produced somewhere in Iran. This is called objectivity and impartiality.
Another central issue in the case against Iran is the alleged failure to provide the IAEA with credible explanations of how uranium traces were detected at these undeclared sites in Iran, despite the agency, as you say, having had access and investigated the issue for years. Iran maintains that the IAEA relied too heavily on Israeli intelligence that Benjamin Netanyahu boasted was obtained as part of a major 2018 raid on a warehouse holding documents in Tehran. In response, Iran maintains the cases are a result of, quote, sabotage, and that the nuclear materials were deliberately planted for IAEA inspectors.
We explained to our...
So yeah, there's the idea that Iran is planting that Israel planted the evidence to make it look like Iran had nuclear particles outside of their facilities.
Iranian colleagues, why this hypothesis was technically not possible. So we would need hours to do this. It has to do with the type of dispersion.
Mr. Grosso, I understand your answer that you believe that the answer given by Iran in itself is flawed.
So yeah,
I want to draw your attention.
I wrote at the bottom, it said, we didn't find evidence in Iran of an active, systematic plan to build a nuclear weapon. But also, they aren't cooperating with audits. They have more military-grade uranium than anyone else, enough to build several nuclear weapons. They've admitted they have all the pieces and just need to put it together. They are not declaring all of their nuclear facilities. They are hiding facilities from us and refusing to let us inspect them. And when uranium traces were found at undeclared nuclear facilities, Iran lied and said that Israel planted it there. So yeah, that's... This is just not, like, when people keep trying to compare this to what happened in Iraq, this is just not comparable. There's too much information that we just know to be true to compare these things.
There are definitely some notable differences in Iran's case than in Iraq's case. For one, the IAEA, which is the International Atomic Energy Agency and the nuclear organ of the United Nations.
But Aryan, I haven't looked into that with Trump and whether or not he bombed one of those facilities or anything. I haven't looked into it at all.
They have inspectors, or had inspectors anyway, that would go into Iran, and they estimate that Iran enriches uranium up to about 60% purity. And for reference, I'm not a nuclear scientist, but I believe these numbers are accurate. For civilian use, for like powering cities, you only need to enrich uranium to 3 to 4%. After 20%, you've crossed the threshold for nuclear weapons. So going into 60% is obviously completely unnecessary for any civilian use. Furthermore, they have 9 tons of that we know about anyway. There could be more that we don't know about of enriched uranium that is at that 60% level, which is estimated to be about enough for 9 nuclear bombs. The IAEA, in that same report, the IAEA, sorry, it's a little bit of a mouthful, estimates that if Iran wanted to, they could build a nuclear warhead in as short as 2 days. And I think the fact that Iran has been consistently locking out and increasing pressure on the IAEA inspectors in their country, it certainly, I don't know if that necessarily means that they're currently actively developing a nuclear weapon, like right this very second. However, I do think that it is very suspect. And I will also say that there have been a lot of Iranian spies.
Yeah, same. I wouldn't say that they are building a nuclear weapon right here, right now. But I would say that, yeah, it seems like they are collecting a lot so that they can, when they want to, build a lot of them. So yes, the IAEA general inspector said that they are that they're collecting more military grade or close to military grade uranium than anyone else, to the point where they could build lots of nuclear bombs at that point. So yeah, I know who Counterpoint is, I know who Lycan is, and I know who Non-Smoker is. I don't know, and then I know who Wick is. So there's two people on here that I've never heard of, never seen before. I don't know who those guys are.
That have been caught abroad that had been trying to steal nuclear weapon intelligence, specifically from Europe. In the Netherlands, the Dutch caught Iranian spies trying to steal schematics for building nuclear warheads. And I think that, given the fact that Iran believes that it's sort of a do or die, if they don't get a nuclear weapon, they essentially will die to Israel, which, perhaps there is some argument for that to be made. But I think it is certainly reasonable to assume, more so reasonable to assume, that Iran would be pursuing a nuclear weapon than it is with Iraq, because Iraq really had no reason to be doing that at that time. Whereas I do believe there is a lot of reason to assume that Iran could be doing that now, not just circumstantial, but also, with regards to uranium enrichment.
Where did you get that the IAEA said that they could build a weapon within 2 days?
That is from, let me see here, I have that linked. You'll have to give me just 1 second. It is from a report that they wrote. Let me see here.
Yeah, you talk about the one that they released to the United Nations, I believe, on the 31st of May.
No,
not that.
Just to solidify the perspective, at minimum, we have, I just Googled the 60% enrichment. That seems to be coming from an official IAEA website. And then also DNI, Tulsi Gabbard, literally just tweeted, I just looked at my phone momentarily, literally just tweeted that based off of their intel assessments, they believe that it's possible for Iran to have a bomb within a couple of weeks or months. So if you want to say 2 days is alarmism, then can we accept a few months as possible?
No, because first of all, the IAEA is
Counterpoints. Whose assessment was that? Sorry,
that was from.
That's DNI Tulsi Gabbard.
Oh, yeah, Tulsi Gabbard said they could have it within a few months.
Yes.
Yeah. So
you can go to her Twitter right now.
The most recent intelligence before all of this kicked off was that they were nowhere near it. And again, that has been a repeated case. The Ayatollah has had a fatwa on.
Again, that is not true. Again, the IAEA put out the report before Israel started bombing them, so that is incorrect. And in that interview that I just posted, the IAEA said that they've made these statements many times. They said that they have made a number of the things that he said. He said, we've said this many times, or we've been saying this for a while. So that is just incorrect from Lycan.
Nuclear weapons, saying they're anathema to Islam since 2003. And there is no evidence that they have sought to do so. The IAEA report that was released says that they can no longer see that their nuclear program is strictly a civilian nuclear program. The idea that Iran is building a weapon is not borne out in anything. 2007, 2011.
Why would you say that if they're at 60% enrichment and the civilian enrichment is at 3 to 5%?
What is documented is that Iran enriches to those levels to give them cards at the negotiating table.
Wait, hold on. What you're saying is they're not doing the thing, but they're doing the thing up.
Yes, he says they're not doing the thing, but they're doing it so that they can threaten that they'll do the thing. That is such a wild statement. He said so that they have cards at the negotiating table. So that means that they're saying, hey, we got everything we need to make a bomb. And so you better be scared. All right? You better be scared, because we could make a fucking bomb whenever we want. And Lycan is saying, yeah, there's no reason to think that they're going to do this. They're just doing it so that they can say they're going to do it. Oh, okay. So they're trying to scare us by making us think that they'll have a bomb. And so therefore we're not supposed to think that they're going to have a bomb. Huh.
60% as a negotiating tact.
Yes.
Wouldn't that just mean that they're developing nuclear warheads? Because that's kind of the ultimate negotiating tactic.
There is a difference between going all the way that way, which would probably actually lead to the kind of action that Iran wants to avoid. Again, like I said in my intro, Iran has shown incredible diplomatic capacity with the United States. The only reason they're enriching to these levels is because Trump pulled out of the JCPOA and Iran has been under constant threat since then.
Okay. You're extending.
Yeah, but so the problem is that one, they. The problem is that, like, with somebody like Lycan, you bring up the fact that they're violating a bunch of the things that they agreed to with the IAEA, right? So they're breaking the treaty, and Lycan would say, so what? Israel never even signed the treaty, and they have nuclear weapons. But yeah, the problem is that, like, yeah, well, then they're not held to the standard that they didn't sign. So we can't say, well, they didn't do this, so therefore blah blah blah. But with Iran, yes, they are held to that standard. They are a country that, like, everybody needed and pressured, they pressured this country to sign so that they would have consistent audits on their nuclear facilities, but then they're just not abiding by the agreement. So yeah, it's just different standards.
An incredible amount of charity to
the
Iranian regime.
Intelligence report.
That argument fell apart once America left it. Wait. Yes, the United States is still a member of the International Atomic Energy Agency. Yeah, so we didn't pull out. We didn't leave it. If you're talking about the Tehran agreement, yes, that's different. That's Trump's fault for pulling us out of that. I would say yes, this entire thing is Trump's fault for letting Iran off the hook, because part of, like, the IAEA, all they're doing is just, like, auditing what it is you're doing so that they can report these things to the international community. Whereas the Obama's Iran deal would have kept this, like, would have stopped them from ever enriching uranium to 60%. They would not have been allowed to do this under that agreement. Whereas with the IAEA, the main thing is that they just have to report the information based on what they have. And so, yeah, no, they're separate things. Separate agreements.
What's that?
It's just obvious.
I'm going off of the IAEA and intelligence.
It's just obvious. You know this.
Yeah,
You're
it's
friends with the
absolutely
Iranian
true.
regime.
100%.
Yes.
It's not just me, by the way. The IAEA agreed with that. They checked into Iran's nuclear program, and they found that Iran was keeping up with everything up until when Trump pulled out in 2018. As soon as Trump pulled out in 2018, they breached both the 300 kilogram stockpile limit and the 3.67% refinement.
Yes, and so these are the standards that they would have been held to if Trump hadn't let them out. And so this is why all of the evidence that everybody's using against Iran to say this is what justifies Israel bombing them, I agree. The problem is that they never would have been able to do any of this if Trump hadn't pulled out of the fucking deal.
Hold on. There's multiple pieces of information that you guys are forwarding.
That's very relevant to today.
No, it's relevant.
We wouldn't be in that
I
position.
want
if
you
we
to
didn't pull out of
recognize
the
that you're
agreement.
forwarding multiple pieces of information here.
He just wants to
It's
focus
just
on
one
one
piece of information.
No, okay. So let me walk you through it though, because I'm going to repeat back to you what you guys just said to me. Up until the Iranian deal, are we going with Iran or Iran? What are we doing?
Pick your poison,
Let's
brother.
go.
Just...
Let's pronounce
I'm going
Iran.
with Iran.
Let's go with Iran Shah, land of
All right,
kingdom of
Iran.
the Aryans.
Okay, so the Iran.
Do people know that the word Iran is actually just the word Aryan? It's the same word.
The true master race. So the so the Iranians. Okay, so we can all. I think even Pathfinder was saying like the nuclear deal under Obama was probably ideal because now you've backed Iran into a corner. So we all agree right there. What you've said and what I heard Lycan say is after the deal, the IAEA was effectively verifying that they were following the deal. And as far as we could see, they were following the deal as maximally as possible. Since then, though, descriptively, what you guys have said, and I think Lycan just said this a moment ago, is he enriched it. Since the deal has been kaput, they are now enriching to 60%. So they have the capacity. You're saying they don't have the willpower to create a bomb. They don't have the desire to create a bomb, but they're doing it as a negotiating tact. Do I understand your perspective correctly?
Yeah, definitely.
Yes, but I also want to clarify, not just to the best of their abilities, to a fucking T. IAEA report, one after the other, up until Trump pulled it out. The very last report was they have done everything we fucking asked. Met every deadline. The only complaint they had was they could respond to our calls a little quicker. But other than that,
okay, just to clarify, I hate Trump with every fiber of my being. So I'm not a Trump dick suck who's like, itching to go to war with Iran. Okay, that's not the thing, right? What is going on, though, is that I think that descriptively, you guys are assuming on faith that Iran doesn't have a desire to have a bomb. And what Pathfinder and I are saying...
Oh, fucking Connor, why... Dude! That, you need to fucking, nail down that point that, yes, this is, Trump's fault. For sure. This is Trump's fault. He is the one who has caused the issue that we're in right now. And that they were compliant, they were doing everything they needed to do, they were, there's no reason to believe that we would be in this quandary if we hadn't pulled out of the fucking deal. And Trump lied and kept saying that they weren't allowing audits, that they weren't allowing people to come check on them, they weren't allowing anybody into their facilities. And so now, here we are. That's a huge distinction, but although I don't know if anybody on here is actually going to defend Trump or not. I don't know who any of these people are, so maybe that's not important. I don't know.
Is that if you're at 60% enrichment, then you have the capacity to get to a bomb within a few weeks or months, which is confirmed by our intelligence agencies.
No, first of all, I will say this. We've all seen the Trump sycophancy and the way this administration works. We've seen the way that people step out of line and get fucking reeled back in. As a non-official governmental but relevant example, the fucking Elon Musk fallout and then him crawling back to daddy, right? So the other day, just yesterday or some shit, fucking Tulsi Gabbard Trump gets called out and says, hey, your fucking DNI says this ain't true, chief. And he says, oh, well, she's wrong. And then she fucking tweets that, I'm sorry.
I actually agree with this, unfortunately. I actually agree with this, is that, this is a good way to discount anything that Tulsi Gabbard said about this, is that she said before something very different. Now, again, she might have just been saying what it was that the IAEA was saying. She might have just been saying, oh, well, there's no evidence of a systematic plan to actively build a bomb. That might have been what she was saying, and now she's just saying there's all this evidence that the IAEA has already reported, and that's all. It could be that, but it's just so easy to discount anything she says because Trump called her out and was like, nope, she's wrong, she doesn't know what she's talking about, I said she's wrong. That's that. It doesn't bode well for their argument now.
Sorry. When every report...
It's not just a tweet, it's video clips of her talking about it.
Sure, but point being is she comes out and makes...
But also, aren't you saying that they're at 60%?
No, hold on. That they're at... I'm sorry, maybe I conflated something. They're at 60%, but that they're making weapons when, again, historically and modern intelligence says that they are not making weapons and not...
Hold on, please.
That's not what's being said. What's being said is they could manufacture bombs.
They couldn't.
Hold on. I have a question.
Wait, no, hold on. Don't derail this, Wick.
Don't derail. You're going in circles. Go ahead, please.
No, we're not going in circles. Nuclear weapon?
Yes, they are not going in circles. This is something that Wick does that kind of bothers me a lot. Is as they're going down a very important line that is insanely like you know, the question. Sometimes he'll jump in and be like, okay. So why why would you stop this from happening right now? This is like the whole fucking debate. Are you trying to just make sure that it's not over this quickly so that the debate just doesn't end too fast, or what?
Nuclear like bomb, like a nuke, Hiroshima. What are we talking? Are we talking a dirty bomb or what? Because yes, they could go make a fucking dirty bomb right now. Are we talking about a nuke? Because when you say nuke, when people say nuclear weapon, they're not thinking dirty bombs. They're thinking Hiroshima, right? They're
Well,
thinking
what is the negotiation? Because you say that they just, sorry to say my mic. You say that they have uranium enriched at 60% just for negotiation tactics, but you're also, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but it seems like you're saying, but it's also just useless, the uranium that they have. So how?
No, I'm not saying it's useless, but I am saying, but I will say that Iran again has up until very recently, since 2003, complied with inspectors. They have complied with regulations.
I agree.
And you know who hasn't? Israel. So went behind our backs and created.
See, I told you. I knew this was coming. Israel hasn't complied. Well, Israel's not in the IAEA agreement, so why would they comply with an agreement that they're not a part of? Like, what? Why would they do that?
Hold on. Created a nuclear arsenal, has not signed the non-proliferation treaty. Pakistan, who we also have to contend with, who is a state sponsor of terror, who used al-Qaeda for their wars in Kashmir, who Iran, everyone likes to say, has killed soldiers in Iraq and Syria or whatever, has only killed dozens of American soldiers, where Pakistan, who gave safe harbor to the Taliban and al-Qaeda and the Haqqani network, is directly responsible for about 2,000 deaths of American soldiers.
Wait, but if
they sponsored terrorism.
Why would we want another Pakistan?
Because we found a way to engage with Pakistan, and it can't just be because we needed them. We can't just go selectively apply that shit if this is so fucking serious when our allies do not comply with nuclear treaties as well as fucking Iran does.
Wait, it can be that we need them. It can too. Why can't it?
So Hass's belli for war and regime change is going to be going in for this shit. We should be bombing fucking North Korea.
I'm not going to concede this. I'm not going to concede this.
Okay, but I do have some information that might be helpful to the conversation that I wanted to cover, because the most recent IAEA, so the International Atomic Energy Agency, I think is the acronym here, was on the 31st of May of this year. Okay, it was declassified or de-restricted on 11th of June of this year. And from their summary, this is what they say. Oh, I had it up. Hold on. There we are. So it says that Iran's decision to remove all of the agency's equipment previously installed in Iran for JCPOA-related surveillance and monitoring activities has also had detrimental implications for the agency's ability to provide assurance of the peaceful nature of Iran's nuclear program. It has also been more than 4 years since Iran stopped provisionally applying its additional protocol. Therefore, throughout this period, Iran has not provided updated declarations, and the agency has not been able to conduct complementary access to any sites and other locations in Iran. And the significantly increased production and accumulation of highly enriched uranium by Iran, the only non-nuclear weapon state to produce such nuclear material, is of serious concern. So given that this is the most recent report, right, that we have from an agency that isn't connected, at least I don't believe, to Trump or his intelligence apparatus, if they're concerned, why shouldn't we be?
Because there's a difference between enrichment and creating a bomb. Again, when we talk bomb, yes, you can go make a dirty bomb. No one's talking about that. They're talking about fucking nukes. And again, Iran signed the non-proliferation treaty.
What are they missing? So Lycan, you're being frustrating because what are they missing? If they have a civilian rocketry program, if they have enriched uranium up to 60%, if subject matter experts within the United States government are saying that within a few weeks or a few months, they could produce a bomb, what is this missing component of technology that you're saying they're incapable of developing?
Why do you think they haven't
first of all, again,
yet?
Me or him?
Hold on, ask again, non-smoker, please.
I'm asking like
what's based on the knowledge at hand, why do you think they have not produced uranium beyond 90% yet? What do you think the reason is for that?
Well, because we could hopefully bring them back to the JCPOA and the negotiations.
Yeah, for negotiations.
Sure,
yeah, exactly.
Sure. But at the same time, but at the same time, what we're talking about is potentially them doing that and us not being able to know.
No fucking way we are defending Israel. What does that mean? Who's we? What are you talking about?
So and where's the intelligence they're going to? I'm answering your question. Where is the intelligence?
One step left. What's that?
I'm answering your question. It's not the step. It's not about the technology. It's where's the intelligence that they want to make a bomb, that they are trying to make a bomb, that they're going to.
Oh my goodness, that is the point. Is that them collecting all of the pieces to make the bomb is the evidence that they likely want to make a bomb. That is the evidence. America can act however it wants, I guess, but saying we're going to devise and devise and enforce international laws based on who America needs or is allied with is not going to wash with a lot of countries. I don't know what that means. Like that's literally the way that the United States has always done things. Like this is a thing that like a bunch of people do with like Ukraine. They're like, well, what about all the other wars that are happening all over the place? There's lots that are way more unjust, that are a lot worse, that we should care about more. And it's like, well, we're not, like, we don't care about fucking Ukraine just out of like empathy. We're not just like these bleeding fucking hearts over here just wanting to go freak out about any time there's a war that's unjust. It's that this is an unjust war that hurts us, hurts our allies, hurts like Western, Western plans, and like this is a Western ideology. Like, so of course that's how it works, and that is just how everything works. I don't understand. Like it's not gonna wash with a lot of countries. Like that's literally the way that we've always done things. Having 60% enriched uranium there is literally nothing else they need it for. They claimed it was for a research reactor, but they wouldn't need that quantity. Right, well, and they also don't... They also won't, like, allow... So we did look it up the other day, and there is a way to unenrich it. And it doesn't seem as though they are the ones who are enriching it, so they are like buying enriched uranium, which, you know, it could be like a thing where they just so happen to get uranium that was already enriched that nobody else wanted for energy reasons, and so it just became a lot cheaper, and then they would be able to take it and unenrich it, and that this would be like an easier process. Like there are possibilities like this. It's just very, very unlikely. It's just very, very unlikely, but it is a possibility. The evidence of them making a bomb is them complying with everything. No, I literally just we know nothing, or we knew nothing. Did you literally not just hear the list of things that I just went off on? They aren't cooperating with audits. They have more military-grade uranium than anyone else, enough to build several nuclear weapons. They've admitted that they have all the pieces and just need to put it together. They are not declaring all of their nuclear facilities. They are hiding facilities from us and refusing to let us inspect them. And when uranium traces were found at undeclared nuclear facilities, Iran lied and blamed it on Israel. Like, these are all things that they are actively doing, where they are not cooperating, where they are lying, where they are hiding things, and where there was the source of that. The IAEA General Inspector. I'll play it again.
I want to draw your attention to the IAEA ruling on June the 12th. The IAEA ruled that Iran was in breach of its obligations under the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty. Iran strongly believes the ruling provided by Israel, though, was itself a casus belli, that it essentially green-lighted Israel's decision to attack nuclear sites. Just to remind our viewers, the IAEA Board of Governors said since 2019, Iran's failed to cooperate regarding undeclared nuclear material and activities at multiple undeclared locations in Iran. So did the findings of your organization directly justify Israel's immediate bombing of Iran?
The role of the IAEA and a report by the Director General of the IAEA could never be conceived as a justification for any military action from Israel or whomever.
The IAEA, no, we did not pull out of the IAEA deal. The United States is part of the IAEA. Iran is part of the IAEA. The IAEA is a separate international organization that reports to, I think, the UN. I'm talking about the nuclear deal we had with Iran. Yes, Iran pulled out of the nuclear deal. That is definitely like a part of it. But and that's like, yes, that is part that I would say that, like, yes, that is definitely on Trump. That if Trump hadn't pulled us out of that, we wouldn't have any of these issues. We wouldn't have this this dilemma. They wouldn't even have the fucking stockpiles in the first place. Like, all of this would have been avoided if Trump hadn't done what he did. That would have saved us. But yes, obviously it is since he pulled out. Yeah.
From Israel or whomever. You know, this is a political
But this was posted on June 19th.
And a political decision that should be, and those accountable for it are the political figures that are taking.
But again, you said they were complying. They are not complying with the IAEA. They are still part of the IAEA. They are not complying with the IAEA.
These decisions. In this report, we said very clearly and very objectively that Iran was not informing the IAEA about a number of things which are very, very important. And we were not getting the transparency we needed for that. So, and at the same time...
They were complying until we pulled out of the deal we had with them. Again, that is separate. These are separate things. The IAEA is not the deal we had with them. These are separate, okay? They still are part of the non-proliferation agreement, and that is this. Okay, the separate things. Okay, we agree. Trump pulled out of the fucking deal. That's separate. This is something separate. The IAEA is not the same thing. That's the time they stopped fucking complying. Sure, but what's even the point in bringing that up? So what? So they stopped complying with the IAEA when the United States pulled out of a totally separate deal. So what? They weren't complying. You said that they were complying. They weren't complying. They were, unless you were just talking about the Iran deal, then fine. Yes, they were complying with the Iran deal. That's that. But they were not complying with the IAEA. What, do you think this is happening in a vacuum? I don't know. You already heard me say I don't think this would be happening at all if Trump hadn't pulled out of the deal. So you tell me, do I sound like I think this is happening in a vacuum? You sound like you don't know. I sound like I don't know what, John Doe. Anyways, yes, this is what they weren't complying
very clearly in that report that preceded these dramatic events and the attack, that we did not find in Iran elements to indicate that there is an active, systematic plan to build a nuclear weapon. I said that in the report, noting it, but at the same time, I said that it didn't help also when high officials in Iran were saying, actually, we do have all the pieces of the puzzle. We just need to put them together.
Okay, is there anything that led you to believe that Iran was any nearer to possessing a weapon than claims made by Netanyahu dating back several decades?
It is a fact that Iran was not providing the IAEA with the necessary clarity on many activities taking place there. It is also important to note that Iran is the only country in the world accumulating highly enriched uranium at almost military level and in an amount that would allow for the manufacturing of several nuclear weapons. And it is also worth noting that we have seen all these things, and at the same time, we have not seen elements to allow us as inspectors to affirm that there was a nuclear weapon that was being manufactured or produced somewhere in Iran. This is called objectivity and impartiality.
Another central issue in the case against Iran is the alleged failure to provide the IAEA with credible explanations of how uranium traces were detected at these undeclared sites in Iran, despite the agency, as you say, having had access and investigated the issue for years. Iran maintains that the IAEA relied too heavily on Israeli intelligence that Benjamin Netanyahu boasted was obtained as part of a major 2018 raid on a warehouse holding documents in Tehran. In response, Iran maintains the cases are a result of, quote, sabotage, and that the nuclear materials were deliberately planted for IAEA inspectors.
We explained to our Iranian colleagues why this hypothesis was technically not possible. So we would need hours to do this. It has to do with the type of dispersion.
Mr. Grosso, I understand your answer, that you believe that the answer given by Iran in itself is flawed. I want to draw...
But yeah, that is where they were not complying. Not where they weren't complying 5 years ago, but where they're not complying today.
Make a bomb. Where's that?
Well, I would say probably over the past 20 or 30 years, they've had like an enriched nuclear.
Well, John Doe, I guess we'll give you another 24 hours to figure out what it is that I don't know. Good luck, buddy.
Weapons program.
No, they haven't. They stopped it in 2003.
Yes, they have. They've literally recruited a bunch of stuff.
No, hold
on. Are we forgetting Stuxnet? Are we forgetting the assassination programs during the 2010s? What the fuck are we talking about here?
Yeah, they killed some nuclear scientists, all right? Since 2003, they have not had it. And it has been confirmed by the United States Intelligence... No, stop, because you're not listening when I say this. The United States Intelligence Committee, the National Intelligence Assessments of 2007, 2011, multiple various random fuck reports since then, before then, have said, yeah, dog, they have not done any shit when it comes to nuclear weapons. They are not doing it, period.
Why are you extending this level of charity to the Iranian regime when in
I'm going off the government? How are you saying it's charity to them?
Okay.
Why aren't you giving charity to the United States intelligence community?
Because I am an American. I work for the United States of America.
Why, hold on. So let's assume...
Why would I be endlessly...
Yeah, it was a dumb thing to say. Why are you extending this level of charity? That's not a...
charitable to my enemies when I should be endlessly charitable to my friends and my allies. What the fuck?
Charity, I'm pointing to a source of fucking the intelligence community who has said
that there's
this isn't happening.
evidence.
The IAEA has been in there and doing inspections. Again, 2015, they didn't come and say, actually, we just started inspecting. We got a nuclear program.
I don't like this conversation so far, which is fine. It's spicy. That's good. However, the reason why I don't like this conversation so far is because I've logically walked you up to they have the capacity. We're not talking about intent.
I don't care about capacity.
Capacity.
The capacity is already qualified.
Capacity.
All right, let's stop capacity. Capacity. They have the capacity. Why do they have the capacity? Because they want to be able to negotiate.
Okay, so
you have to provide something else if you want to go further.
I wish they would push him on this, dude. I wish they would push him on this. This is such a bad argument. They want to be able to negotiate. What does that mean? They want to be able to negotiate. They want people to think that they're getting ready to build a bomb. Oh, okay, well, good, because we think they're getting ready to build a bomb. Good, they convinced us. So, well done. They did it. Good job. Good job, Iran. You convinced us. We think you're getting ready to build a bomb.
Let's work back from capacity then, since we can say that within, let's just say 60 days, they could create a nuclear device hypothetically. Let's move back to motivation then. Okay? Sure. Okay. So moving to motivation, I understand what you're saying, which is effectively, if they wanted it, they would have had it. Am I wrong in saying that that's basically your position?
If we're talking about a dirty bomb, yes.
Okay. So what I would say is, I'm not really betting the future of the United States on Iran having a bomb or Iran having a bomb.
Okay? Because they are not an existential threat to the United States.
Even if they develop 9 nuclear warheads, I don't think like Central Florida is on their top 10.
No, hold on, wait. Again, if we're going to go to nuclear warheads, then I am going to start talking about technology and better intelligence and all that shit. If we're going to stick with dirty bombs, I'll say it's not going to do anything.
Dirty bombs still irradiate a city and kill tens of thousands of people?
Sure, it can if it can reach us. But again, our intelligence says they're not trying to do that shit.
Okay.
Why do you know?
So we just wait 20 years and run the same propaganda back for a second run in the Middle East? It's not the same propaganda. It's not even close. They are not even close to the same fucking thing. They're not even remotely the same. In one, we just out of nowhere have a bunch of fucking intelligence that says something that was kind of new and that we like were kind of unsure about, but we felt like there was enough evidence to go and act on it anyways. In this one, we know what we know. Like, we're not guessing about a ton of different things. Like, this isn't that like in the Pakistan, or sorry, the Iraq situation, we're saying, hey, we think they might have weapons of mass destruction and we have to act on it and go stop them. Here, we're not saying we think they might possibly have uranium enriched up to 60%. We think maybe they might not be cooperating with IAEA inspections. We think maybe it could be that no. We know these things. We're not guessing. We're not wondering. We're not going to find out. We're not invading to go investigate to see if we're correct or not. No, we know. We know we're right. So it doesn't matter. You don't even disagree with any of the things that we're saying. So it's not the same. It's just not the same. To keep making this fucking comparison is so bad faith. You have to be 12 to think that these are remotely similar.
You think that they should be doing like that?
What's that?
Why do you not trust Iran? Is it just like the fact that it's a theocracy and authoritarian? Is that the main reason? Well, what about Saudi Arabia? Do you trust them?
Saudi Arabia is tied to our economy. They are interested in being our allies. They've also
it's like with Saudi Arabia in general. Do I trust them? No. If Saudi Arabia says Iran has a bomb, do I trust them? No. But do I trust Saudi Arabia to not nuke us? Yes, of course. That would be like the worst fucking decision they could make. Okay, buddy, LMFAO, that is the only thing you can say. That is literally the only response you could possibly have. You're saying that you're trying to have this fucking like a demeanor as though like, yeah, sure, okay, yeah, you go ahead and think that, as though there could possibly be a comeback to what it is that I just said. You don't disagree with anything I said. Oh yeah, sure, buddy, okay. Well, you don't. You just don't. You don't disagree. Yeah, because your response was a joke. Okay, what part of the evidence that I gave from the IAEA do you disagree with? What part do you disagree with? What part do you think they're wrong on? I literally do not agree. Our own intelligence has said they were trying to get a bomb. What? Our own intelligence has... Our intelligence... Well, I don't know what you're saying. That didn't even make sense. Did you mean to say our own intelligence has not said that they were trying to get a bomb? Are you saying you trust Tulsi Gabbard over the IAEA? That's your claim, right? Our intelligence agencies has said they were not trying to get a bomb. Okay, and you're saying that you trust Tulsi Gabbard over the IAEA. The CIA, I don't know. How am I repeating Trump? I trust our intelligence agencies to know what they are talking about. I don't think our intelligence agencies said they are not building a bomb. I don't believe you. I don't believe you. They never said that. who in our intelligence agency said they are not building a bomb. That is like an insanely dumb thing to say. They literally did. I don't believe you. I would bet anything they probably said exactly what the IAEA said, which is we don't have evidence of an active systemic plan to build a bomb. So who in the CIA said they are not building a bomb? Who said that?
Said the reasons
Do
why
you
they
think
don't want
Iran
to
is
pursue
not
nukes
interested
because
in
the
being
United
tied
States
to the
has
global
nukes and will
economy?
back
That's
them.
why they don't want sanctions, which is why they signed on to the JCPOA to begin with.
Sorry, you're saying is Iran acting in its natural
I
self-interest? Is
think
that the
Iran
question?
has economic interests just like any country. So the
Yeah, and their
reason that they
economic
signed
interests
on
are
to the
also tied
JC,
to
the reason
dystopian shitholes
I
like
think the
China and
reason you're
Russia.
not hearing people is because you won't shut the fuck up.
No,
The
I'm
reason
listening.
Iran signed on to the JCPOA to begin with is they wanted to avoid sanctions so that they could have a beneficial economic relationship with the West also. So who's to say that had we not kept that agreement around and maintained this better relationship with Iran, that they couldn't also eventually integrate into
This is finally, Connor, you gotta fucking say it this time, dude. You gotta say it this time, bro. You should have said it at the beginning. You gotta say it this time. Oh, that's right. Tulsi Gabbard, the person who came out and said no nuke. That's FBI, buddy. Yeah, Kash Patel is FBI. Yeah, okay, so yeah, so I don't think she said. Tom, real quick, you think Iran will close the Strait of Hormuz when China gets like half its oil through there? I have no idea. I mean, according to them, she's backtracked on that statement. So do you still believe her, or do you not believe her now? Did you only believe her before and then not now? Multiple at Intel has said that you're buying into the fever. Wait, me? What do you think? I'm lost. I have said numerous times, I am taking what the IAEA has said because it seems like everybody agrees with them. The IAEA has also said we have no evidence that Iran is actively building a bomb. That is what I've said. That is what I've repeated. That is so I don't know what you think I'm saying. Yeah, then we should all be on the same page, right? No, what's his face is saying that they didn't say we have a lack of evidence. He said that they're saying they aren't building a bomb. He said that they are not. He said that they know that it's not happening. I don't believe him. Trump created this problem to distract from how small his fingers are. Yeah. That's what I've been saying all along. let's see, what was this? From June 20th. Does she have a separate Twitter account? Tulsi said Iran not building nukes once one senator after another ignored her. Disregarding the director of national intelligence seems like an odd thing to do unless you really want to go to war. The U.S. Intelligence Agency's annual threat assessment, ATA, is billed as an opportunity for the American people to receive an unvarnished and unbiased account of the real and present dangers that our nation faces. That's according to Senator Tom Cotton, Republican from Arkansas, chair of the Senate Select Committee on Intelligence, who personally presided over a public hearing this year to hear its conclusions. It's too bad neither he nor almost any other senator who sits on the committee seem to pay attention to it. If current discourse over the Israel-Iran war is anything to go by. On March 25th, Director of National Intelligence, DNI, Tulsi Gabbard, delivered the U.S. intelligence community's IC collective conclusions covering a broad swath of national security issues and geographic areas, including the threat posted by Iran and its possible development of nuclear weapons. The IC continues to assess that Iran is not building a nuclear weapon, and Supreme Leader Khamenei has not authorized a nuclear weapons program that he suspended in 2003, she told the committee bluntly. Gabbard was echoing an assessment that U.S. intelligence agencies have been making since 2007. Yet despite this testimony, most of the committee members have issued statements over the past days and weeks that have entirely ignored this assessment. Yeah, this is just dumb. This is just dumb. Like, even her statement ignores all of the evidence. Like, even her statement by itself just ignores all of the evidence. It's, when we say building a bomb, right? When we say this, we're not just talking about, like, them actively doing it right here, right now. They are in the middle of putting it together. When we say building a bomb, we are also talking about stockpiling uranium. We're also talking about complying with current regulations and current audits and like complying with current international committees. Has something changed other than Assad falling in Syria to make it easier for Israel to bomb Iran in the last year? When did we find out Iran had highly enriched uranium? So I think Assad falling obviously is a big part of it. I think also the fact that Israel has already gone into Rafah has makes a big difference as well. I think that because they're just not dealing with Hamas nearly as much as they were a couple months ago. I could be also, so one part that's not but nothing in Iran changed. Well, so I know that the report from the IAEA was given, like, I think 5 days before Netanyahu bombed them. It's the same propaganda as Iraq. It's literally not remotely similar. You just don't have very good pattern recognition if you think they're the same. But anyways, Yes, as a testicle Johnson. That's what, like, I've already gone over this with this nut job numerous times. That, like, yes, we have way more information right now than we did then, so it's not the same. But yes, but then also there's contradicting statements from Trump as well, because Trump said he didn't want Israel to bomb Iran, right? He said he didn't want them to do it. Then they bomb Iran, and he's like, yeah, I've been in constant contact with them the whole time, and tried to make it sound like this was part of like a pressure campaign to get them to sign the New Deal. And then he bombed them, which I don't know why the fuck he bombed them. That just didn't make any sense to me. That just seems stupid. It's the same playbook. It's literally not remotely the same. We're just bombing them. In the other one, we did like a whole fucking regime change. We invaded. We were like searching everywhere and like doing investigations and shit. This is not remotely the same. But yeah, anyways, it's hard to say like it has something changed. Like if you mean for Israel, it could be just their circumstances. The fact that like the IAEA report had just been released to where they felt like this would be good timing. Because yeah, I do think like the Assad and Hamas being out of the way made it to where it was going to be much easier for them.
Our economy. Saudi Arabia wasn't always a good friend of ours either, and that changed because the economics favored them to have a better relationship with us.
Okay, I kind of think I think, and you're probably right, but I think that ship's probably sailed.
That's the point that I
that
ship is gone.
Just real quick, I'm gonna have to mute people. Noah, why has it sailed? Can you elaborate on that?
I mean, we killed Soleimani. We did that. We did, blew up some other Iranian stuff. I think that like now, but not just that, the reason Iran wants a nuclear bomb.
Well, yeah, that's also true. So the Trump killing Soleimani made it to where Iran was trying to have Trump killed, and now Trump being back in office probably ups like how willing he is to go in a much less diplomatic route as well. So yeah, that's definitely something that you would have to take into consideration too.
If I were them, I'd want a nuclear bomb for sure. Like the reason why, I mean, like it's only rational for
I
them.
just want to say that I don't like Pisco. Why?
To want a nuclear bomb. The reason they want a nuclear bomb is to fight Israel, maybe to blow up Israel, but definitely to to deter Israel from blowing them up, as Israel's currently doing. I think that after what we've seen with this war, the vulnerability that Iran has in conventional weapons, there's not like, to me, if I were in charge of Iran, I would be like, okay, whatever the America would give us, in this deal, whatever they were going to give us in 2017 or 18 or whenever, we're not going back to that, because now we see what Israel's willing to fly over and do to us, and nukes are the only thing that can deter that.
That is, first of all, at the very least, you're talking about deterrence more so than aggression, because the history.
Yeah, no, I don't think they want to start a nuclear war. I don't think they're nuts like that. But if I were them, I'd want a nuclear bomb right now, because I'd be like, holy shit, look what happens when we don't have a nuke. So like at this point, I would not make a deal that would involve me not getting a nuke if I were them.
And that would be reasonable, except, so first, again, I'll repeat, and this isn't meant condescending, like, let me repeat myself, but like, again, intelligence has shown that they don't want to get a nuclear bomb. They don't have a program to get a nuclear bomb. They're not working towards it. The enrichment of uranium does not equate to making a bomb. It is, again, intelligent.
Yeah. again, it doesn't mean that they are in the middle of building a bomb. That is true. But it's just, I don't know. It's kind of like saying somebody went and bought a basketball goal. They bought a basketball. They bought basketball shoes. They drew a 3-point line on their driveway. They drew a free throw line. You know, they went and got backup basketballs, and they hired a bunch of referees. But they're not planning on playing basketball, guys. They were not going to play basketball today. They're not going to do it. There's no evidence that they are currently playing basketball. We have no evidence of this. No evidence that they are currently playing basketball. It's like, well, I don't really know if I care if they're currently playing basketball. It just looks like they're gonna play basketball at some point. So there's no evidence that we didn't see a plan to play basketball. We didn't see that anywhere. Yeah, but do we have to? Are we that fucking retarded to where we need it, like, we need it written out for us? Like, we needed them to, like, literally write, I want to play basketball, in order to think that at some point they're going to start playing basketball?
Hold on, wait. I'm going to finish my point. I'm going to
I'm saying it's I do it.
Wait, hold on, dude. Let's say that literally in a fucking shell, you just take some duct tape.
So liberalism can only lead to Republicans, and thus leads to fascism. If you think all Republicans are fascists just by being a Republican, I live in a different reality from you. I live in a more academic reality, I suppose, is probably the way to say it.
And you strap on a big fucking Coke bottle full of uranium, and then when it explodes, that's how you make the dirty bomb. I don't know, by the way, FBI, I'm sorry for saying that out loud. I don't know if that was right. But
we're gonna have to edit this part out, but go ahead.
You fucking do that, right? Let's say it is that. Again, there is no intelligence that has ever said that they want to fucking do that. And so what I want, hold on,
I'm gonna narrow my question. I want to narrow my question.
Go ahead.
Let's just say, let's not talk about motivation. Let's just talk about technology. Okay.
I don't care. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying I don't care if they can do it, because let's say that they could do it right now. I do not care.
But you keep saying that they can't.
No.
So don't make that assertion.
They cannot make a nuclear warhead. They cannot make a nuclear warhead. But I'm saying if they can make a dirty bomb,
why are you saying that?
I don't care if they can. I'm
okay, then don't say that they can't. Say that you don't care that they can or cannot.
I am saying that it's intent. There is no intelligence that they have an intent to.
Okay, and what I am telling you, which is frustrating me in this conversation, because I feel like if you listen to me, you can understand what the fuck I'm saying, is that they have 60% enriched uranium. They have a rocketry program.
Yes.
Ignore intent for 30 seconds. You keep saying that they cannot do this. They cannot build a nuclear warhead. And I'm asking you, if they have a sophisticated rocketry program, and if they can enrich uranium to 90-95%, then what is the missing component where you keep saying that they can't do it?
No, you're not listening to me, because I'm not. You're not listening to me, because literally in the last time when I responded to you, I literally said they could make the fucking dirty bomb. They can do it. They can do it. They can do it.
No,
Connor,
not dirty bomb.
Okay, yeah.
Not dirty
Hold on.
Nuclear
Connor's talking
device.
about nuclear warheads.
They cannot.
Yeah. So the difference is that Lycan is saying with 60% uranium, whereas Connor is saying they can enrich this to 90%.
They cannot make a nuclear warhead. They do not have the technology. They do not have the program. Because the intelligence has said that they do not have a program. It would take a long fucking time for them to build it. They have not been working on it.
I am literally asking you.
They
have two pieces necessary to build a nuclear bomb. What is the component that's missing that you're saying?
There's a whole bunch of other shit. When you build a nuclear bomb, you enrich the fucking uranium. You need the heavy water and all this other fucking shit. You enrich it to a certain point. Hold on. No, you need to get it up a lot fucking higher than 60, if I'm not mistaken. I could be wrong.
I will admit that.
Like 90. You gotta get to 95. They have the capacity to do so.
Yeah, see, this is the difference. Is that he's saying they can enrich it to 90%. And Lycan is just saying, but it's not enriched to 90%. He's like, Yeah, but they can. The point was that more uranium only leads to nuclear warheads. Using the basketball analogy. Yeah, I'm saying that yes, we can. Yes, I'm saying that their actions and like what they have is what kind of lets us read into their motivations. That like if I'm a clerk at a fucking counter and somebody walks up and they bought a whole lot of duct tape, a whole lot of ice, they bought a fucking shovel, they bought you know, an axe, they bought a mask, they bought like, you know, a lot of rope, like a wheelbarrow. I'm sorry. I don't need to like search your pockets to see if you're getting ready to go fucking murder somebody. I just see what's playing out in front of me. And I think we can all just intuitively understand that these people are likely getting ready to go murder somebody.
The capacity to get it to that point. They haven't yet done it yet, which I think you acknowledge, or at least the guy down in the corner in the red shirt acknowledged. Sorry,
According to the most recent intel, but the intelligence agency says that they can do it within 60 days.
I'm drawing the whole picture for you, bud. So they let's say they go ahead and fucking do that. You then have to create the trigger, right? Because it's not just you put the thing in a bomb, whatever. There is a certain amount of fucking explosive design that you have to do so that it triggers. It makes all those atoms fucking at the right time, right? There's a.
You're talking about. And you're saying Iran is not capable of doing that?
I would like to interject just real quick and just say that in this
I would like. Hold on. That's why they had the scientists. That's why they had the scientists.
Program.
Hold on. Pathfinder wants in. He's been a very good boy. We're gonna give him treats.
Thank you. I have a hard time interrupting people, so I would just like to note that in this IAEA report, which it seems like we're all pretty much in consensus is a legitimate piece of evidence to discuss here, they say, quote, Iran's nuclear weaponization program is steadily making progress out of sight of the inspectors and the world. That is the most recent.
That's weaponizing uranium. That is not weaponized.
That's not what it says. It says Iran's nuclear weaponization program. It's a program for weaponization.
Yes, but again, we have the evidence that the IAEA has access to. Then then the IAEA also says they're not letting us have access to very much. They're not allowing us to go search the stuff that we want to search. They're not allowing us to look at the things that we should be allowed to look at. And they're lying about things that we know they have. So
it's very clear. It's very clear.
No, weaponization. Yes, it is. Weaponization.
They would specify that it's just uranium because later on in the report, they do go out of their way to specify when it's uranium. There is one other thing. We can get back to this in a second, but there is one other thing that I want to go back to real quick, which is something that Noah brought up, which is if I were Iran, I would want a nuclear weapon right now. And I agree. If I was in Iran's position, I would absolutely want a nuclear weapon right now, too. So I think it's I hope that we all agree that that's common sense.
I don't know if they still do.
I don't.
You don't agree that right now Iran?
No, I think that they've actually made multiple overtures at this point to try and sit down for negotiations. In fact, they talked today, and I think what came out of that was like a demand for a move towards zero enrichment, which Iran refuses. It's a non-starter for them.
Yeah, but then they also demand that the Israelis give up all of their shit as well. Wasn't that a part of the Iranian position, which is also not going to happen? You're saying they're negotiating in good faith?
I think the Iranians are willing to negotiate not having a nuclear warhead, which is why they haven't developed one yet, despite having the technology to develop one for years. Okay. It's always been about negotiating.
Why does the IAEA report say that they are specifically currently developing a nuclear weaponization program? And again, I would like to point out that later on in the report, it goes on to differentiate just uranium and weaponization. If you want me to, I can link you the report, Lycan. But it's the word weaponization, I don't see how it gets any more specific than that.
The reason why I don't like that we keep getting hung up on this is because if you were willing to say that you don't have evidence in order to support the fact that you say that they can't do it within 60 days, we could just move past it and talk about intent. But the whole reason why I'm wrapped up on this with Pathfinder is the fact that we are saying that they are capable, not that they want to. We are saying at minimum we need to come to some kind of descriptive consensus that they are capable of developing a tactical nuclear weapon within like 60 days, because that seems to be descriptively what everybody is saying. So if you want to talk about like will or negotiation, we can talk about that. But we're trying to get capacity nailed down.
Well, they definitely have the capacity. I mean, I have
Okay,
like
we
a
have
lot
one
of
with
sources on
capacity.
that.
Does Lycan agree that there's capacity?
To make a nuclear warhead? No, I've seen no intelligence on that.
Well,
And
to enrich uranium
These two
past
should fight it.
90%.
Maybe we could put a pin in it,
They
but I'm
absolutely
going to
do.
How about so like
Yeah, I was gonna say there's no way you can deny this. They do. They do. And again, on top of that, they don't have the scientists anymore, but they did. So like what?
and we're not like dogs at the fence barking at each other. Why don't I just say my position and then I'll try to steel man his and then we can try to move past it, okay? So my position
is he really saying, sorry to interrupt, but is he really saying they can't enrich past 90%? That's like a widely known thing.
And you're saying they can't?
No, I'm saying they can enrich past 90%. I'm saying they haven't.
Okay, so I'm going to say my steel man. I'm going to say my steel man. My steel man is
Oh my goodness. I feel like we've been stuck on the point where he's been arguing for like 10 minutes that they can't enrich up to 90%. Am I crazy? We've been arguing this for 10 minutes. What the fuck? We've been arguing this for 10 minutes. And now they're just like, wait, why are you saying this? He's like, no, I'm not saying that. I've been agreeing with you guys this whole time for the last 10 minutes. What?
What I'm hearing from Lycan is I feel like we can enrich to 90%, so we can have weapons grade uranium. The Iranians have a sophisticated technological base, so they should be able to create a sophisticated nuclear weapon and ballistic missiles. So they have the components. If they wanted to, if this was a meal, they could make the meal. Okay, that's what I'm saying. What I feel like Lycan is saying is that he's saying like, well, they couldn't make the meal. They could make what's the meat board with like cheese and meats and shit.
I know what you're
charcuterie.
talking about.
You could make Lycan's saying they could make a nuclear charcuterie. And I'm saying, no, they could make a fucking sandwich. And we keep getting hung up on that. But I don't feel like that's the most interesting
it's really
part of the
stupid that you
conversation.
guys are stuck on this. We could move past this really quickly. They're capable of doing it. The question is, do they want to?
Sure. I would be happy to move to that.
Yeah, I just think it's really important to also point out that that there's no intelligence saying they actually have a program to do so. So they can do it. So it's like whether or not they can do it, whether or not they want to do it, and whether or not they are doing it. Those are the three pieces.
Okay, well, sorry, Wick, go ahead.
No, it's fine. It's fine. We've decided they're capable. You're President Trump, right? Or if I'm President Trump, and I know that Iran, well, first of all, do we agree that Iran and its current state and its current regime is at least ill-inclined towards the United States and towards Israel?
No.
You don't agree with that?
Well, what do you mean?
No, agree with that? Because the way you mean it.
No, they just tried to have Trump assassinated because they like him so much.
It is the idea that them chanting "Death to America" means they want us to be fucking genocided and wipe out the fucking earth. Am I wrong?
They are.
I feel like you're
really different.
What I mean when I say that they are ill-inclined towards America is I mean towards our interests in the region and towards us in general, right?
I need to be more specific.
That's obviously true. Yeah.
Our interests in the region, yeah, because interventionism and shit like that. Okay, I'm not mad at them for being against that.
Okay, so if they can make a nuclear weapon of any sort, whether it be dirty bomb, nuclear weapon, whether it be something that they can propel on not an ICBM, but on a cruise missile, or whether it's something they got to smuggle in and detonate, or whether it's something they drop from a plane, doesn't matter, right? If they have that, and I'm president of the United States, and I say if they have that, then that limits our options against if we want to do anything to Iran, if they go against her, if they attack our base, if they bomb a fucking ship, or if they fund money into one of their proxies, or they give the fucking bomb to one of their proxies to blow up one of our bases, right? I don't want them to do that. So I don't care what they want to right now. I don't want them to be able to do that. So why wouldn't I? Hey, here's some bunker buster bombs. Go at it. Why not?
Well, I got this one. Because you have no reason to believe they would. Iran in the last 20 years, from everything that I can find, has never...
Trump has a New York case he might be ruled on soon. What does that mean?
...themselves done an attack as an act of aggression. It has always been an act of retaliation. They have never done that shit to a U.S. base or to fucking Israel.
But who have they
fund
funded?
groups that
Who
do.
has done?
They
it's
are
funny,
fun and
it's
train
funny
groups
you
that
bring
do.
that up. It's funny you bring that up again, and this is why at the beginning I said I will not be excusing state sponsorship of terrorism, but I said you will have to contend with the fact that we've supported Pakistan and partnered with them when they were doing the same shit. So yeah, first of all, again, dozens of people killed by Iranian-sponsored groups for as far as Americans go, 2,000-ish by Pakistan, and yet we were still able to fucking work with them. So that's the first point.
No, okay, but because we're talking
What does that mean? The same shit.
about like what? We're talking about Afghanistan, and then we're talking about the Middle East and North Africa. That you're comparing those two theaters of operations.
I am, yes, absolutely. I'm saying the fact
Okay,
that
I don't have autism, so I can compare like multiple things. So hold on. The context of this though is that Iran spends $1 billion a year, 700 million estimated on Hezbollah, and then 300 million on random friendly militias, including the Houthis and Hamas.
Why did they do that? Why did they do that?
Popular mobilization forces in Iraq too.
Because the United States fucks with their shit because 2/3 of the world's proven oil reserves are in the Middle East and North Africa. And also Israel is a settler colonial project, quote unquote, that is fucking stabbing them in the ass with a thorn.
Yes, they act as a deterrent. And the 2019 defense. Hold on,
oil interests aren't going away.
I don't care about the oil interests. I don't care about the oil interests. You want to talk about why they do that? It's a deterrent strategy. Both our Defense Department, our State Department, and even Israel has acknowledged that this is set up as a deterrent to make some sort of equilibrium in the region. So when Iran is constantly being threatened by Israel,
these proxies go on the offensive.
I think.
Well,
yeah, they do.
Was an offensive. It wasn't a defensive posture.
They absolutely do. And so one of the reasons to not decapitate Iran right now is because all the proxies that they have supported have fucking batteries and they can run on their own. So you take off Iran, you take off the group, you install someone that is going to put someone in power that is going to be aligned with the US and Israel and all that other shit, and those fucking groups go off in the wind and do whatever they want. They're not getting dismantled. They're not fucking disappearing. They're going to splinter.
Anyway,
why would they not dismantle? Well, hold on, because this is important. And I genuinely I'm perfectly willing to accept that maybe that is true. But from my perspective,
oh fuck, I missed what he just said. I totally
Iran.
out.
You take off the group. You install someone that is going to put someone in power that is going to be aligned with the U.S. and Israel and all that other shit. And those fucking groups go off in the wind and do whatever they want. They're not getting dismantled. They're not fucking disappearing. They're going to splinter.
Anyway,
why would they not? Why would they not dismantle? Well, hold on, because this is important. And I genuinely, I'm perfectly willing to accept that maybe that is true. But from my perspective, the sole supplier, financier, and organizer of these organizations, with maybe a handful of exceptions, is the government, the theocracy of Iran. So if Iran goes belly up, if the government of Iran goes belly up,
that's not true.
Why would these organizations?
Are you saying all the proxy groups are only funded by Iran?
I'm saying that they're the overwhelming.
Yeah, isn't Qatar also funding like the same? The same people? Am I crazy here? I feel like normally when I hear state-funded terrorism, I feel like Qatar is normally like the first thing that I hear. Now, over the last week, I keep hearing people say Iran is the #1 country to fund terrorism, but I feel like over the last year, I've heard Qatar was #1. Saudis give Kushner $2 billion. Qatar gives Trump plant. Trump hits Iran. Iran hits bases in Qatar. I wouldn't put it past them to do that. I don't think that's what's going on though, because again, there's just too many other things that are at play here to where that, like, normally you'll try to think of conspiracies when there's not an obvious reason there. I think the obvious reasons exist here to where we don't have to try to find other reasons for this happening. We don't need a conspiracy to make sense of this. This is just, it makes sense Even if we say it makes sense, even if you would disagree with the moves, it doesn't change that. It would still be. It's not like out of character, right? This isn't something that we would think like, oh, this isn't something that he would do. We need a better explanation for this. Like, yeah, it's just not. It's not even necessary. It happened already. What happened already? Seven minutes ago, Iranian missiles fired at U.S. base in Qatar intercepted. Iran's operation against U.S. base. Iran launched a powerful attack on a U.S. airbase in Qatar, the country's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps said. Al Udeid Air Base was attacked by short-range and medium-range ballistic missiles originating from Iran, a U.S. defense official said. Qatar's defense ministry said its air defenses successfully intercepted the missile, targeting the Al Udeid Air Base in Qatar. No deaths or injuries have been reported. American officials have been preparing for the likelihood that Iran may target U.S. facilities ever since the U.S. struck Iran's nuclear sites over the weekend. The U.S. military had moved some planes, the Al Udeid base amid the conflict between Israel and Iran, two defense officials told CNN last week. According to the U.S. State Department, Iran is considered the world's leading state sponsor of terrorism. The U.S. government has designated Iran a state sponsor of terrorism since 1984, citing its continued support for various terrorist groups around the globe, particularly Hezbollah and Hamas. This support includes financial assistance, training, and the provision of weapons. When Iran is identified as the foremost state sponsor of terrorism, other countries have also been accused of supporting terrorist activities. For example, Kuwait has faced accusations of being a source of funding for terrorist organizations like ISIS and Al-Qaeda. Additionally, Pakistan has been accused of supporting terrorist groups, particularly in Kashmir, while also participating in counterterrorism efforts. The United States, in its annual country reports on terrorism, consistently identifies Iran as primary state sponsor of terrorism, according to the U.S. State Department. The report details Iran's ongoing support for various terrorist groups, including Hezbollah, Hamas, and the Houthis in Yemen. This support includes providing. Those are the three groups that I brought up when I was talking to Pisco just a little bit ago. As I said, yeah, Hezbollah, Hamas, Houthis. So I'm glad I am right. I've been learning so much, guys.
Helming, primary financier and backer of those organizations is Iran, yes.
Would you debate Rob Noor again? I don't know. I think Rob Noor is a Democrat now. Did you find her, Aryan? Did you find her?
And if you hear this and then go with the back, go with the knees, baby, shake it to the max. Will the DJ please turn up the bass to the max? Please just rewind, let me shake it to the max.
American people for so long that I no longer trust them on their word. Why do you? Why do you trust them just based on their word? You're admitting you haven't seen any of the intel. You just implicitly trust them. Yep, it was the right thing to do. Wasn't acting out of fear. They weren't acting out of fear. They were acting out of intel. Of course, I don't know what that intel is. This is no different. No different than in Trump term 1.0. When I had Trumpers and constitutional conservatives and etc., they were saying, Rob, 15 days to slow the spread. We need to lock down. And I was like, why? Where is the evidence that you're looking at? Show me the evidence that says, what is the evidence that lockdowns will benefit us? What is the evidence of how much lockdowns will harm us? Where is the evidence of how many people will be saved because of lockdowns, their prediction? What's the evidence? And the answer I got was, what do you want grandma to die? Now bomb Iran. Why? That seems like bad.
He's drunk.
Where's the proof that we need to do this? Why are you acting out of fear, Rob? What question did you think? I said twice, Trump's speech will be coming on. We're going to watch it. Did anybody else hear me say that? Maybe you missed me saying that, but I did say that. Blood feud, let them have it. Especially if the team that we're supposedly allied with, Israel's like, don't worry, dog, we got this. And have at her. We'll have fun watching in the sidelines. We hope that it comes to a peaceful resolution. If you all insist, have at it. You can handle it yourself, right? Just the other day, I had people on here saying the war's already over. It's over. Israel already took out everything they need. No chance of Iran striking back at this point. Okay. Then why is the U.S. getting involved now? We just decided to preemptively attack a nation just because? Okay, let's say that that's the answer, Glennet Games. Well, Israel lied. Okay, then why would we trust them now?
Iran, the bully of the Middle East, must now make peace. If they do not, future attacks will be far greater and a lot easier. For 40 years, Iran has been saying death to America, death to Israel. They have been killing our people, blowing off their arms, blowing off their legs with roadside bombs. That was their specialty. We lost over 1,000 people, and hundreds of thousands throughout the Middle East and around the world have died as a direct result of their hate. In particular, so many were killed by their general, Qasem Soleimani. I decided a long time ago that I would not let this happen. It will not continue. I want to thank and congratulate Prime Minister Bibi Netanyahu. We worked as a team like perhaps no team has ever worked before. And we've gone a long way to erasing this horrible threat to Israel. I want to thank the Israeli military for the wonderful job they've done. And most importantly, I want to congratulate the great American patriots who flew those magnificent machines tonight, and all of the United States military on an operation the likes of which the world has not seen in many, many decades. Hopefully, we will no longer need their services in this capacity. I hope that's so. I also want to congratulate the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Dan Raisin-Kane, spectacular general, and all of the brilliant military minds involved in this attack. With all of that being said, this cannot continue. There will be either peace or there will be tragedy for Iran.
Jimmy Beam, why did the United States attack if Israel was telling us that they already could take care of it? Why put U.S. lives at risk if Israel was already taking care of it? We weren't leaving Israel get a nuclear weapon.
That's why I said I think it's weird that we attacked. I do think it's weird that Trump bombed them. I think it was kind of unnecessary. Didn't seem to. Yeah, we really did not need to escalate things that much, or put ourselves in the middle of it. I think that that's a little weird. I don't think I've ever heard him quiet for this long before. I don't think I've ever heard him. I don't think I've ever heard that much dead air. I don't think I've ever heard that much dead air on one of his streams before. He is somebody who just never stops talking from beginning to end. Is just filling up every little bit of air from beginning to end. It's
reading.
No,
I'm not searching for an argument. I was reading.
Says he was reading. His eyes were literally like almost closed. His eyes were literally almost closed, dude. Look at this. Look. Look at that. He's reading right now? Bro. When you're reading, does your chin always go into your chest as your eyelids drop down like that? Is he stoned as well as drunk? I think he's passing out. You always go cross-eyed when you're reading? I'm just kidding. You can see you can see he pulled up a page and his face got brighter. So like a page is there, his eyes are going from left to right.
The news. But sometimes when you're scrolling X, nudity could pop up, and so I don't like to just scroll it. And that's a straw man. What was your argument then? You said they have no airspace, so now you're arguing. Actually, yes, Iran may strike back against the U.S. Okay. If Netanyahu was, then we get back to the same.
They need airspace. There's a lot on Rob North's stream.
Question I asked you originally. If Netanyahu said that Israel could take care of it themselves, then why would the United States getting involved if they knew it put U.S. people at risk by doing so?
Damn, dude, he's got $312 out of a $357 goal for just this stream.
Yeah, I agree. Confusion. AEA into dead. I don't know. I'm not trying to be a dick. Again, not quite dead. I don't know. I'm not trying to be a dick. What was, according to the IA?
So it says Israel destroyed the above-ground facilities and the U.S. bunker busters. Destroyed the underground ones, according to CNN.
AEA in 2019, when they had satellite images, what percentage of enrichment did the IAEA say they were at? Because if your argument is they're at 60% now, and that means they're only a couple weeks away from 90%, I'm no enrichment expert. You apparently are. How could that be? That seems nonsensical unless there's something about enrichment that means the first 30% is the hardest to get.
What? I don't even know what that meant.
Bends.
So to that extent, it is the U.S. being dragged in by the Israeli government. Now, you can argue if they were genuinely building weapons of mass destruction there's an argument about whether or not it was appropriate for Israel to do it. But the fact is I start by talking about the Mark Levin line of argument that I see being made in legacy media and in some places of social media, because I don't think that I'll just talk directly to Mark Levin for a second. I don't think you appreciate the damage you're doing with this. The generational resentment that will redound to this kind of patronizing tone, that the way this is viewed from folks who are neutral.
Yes. But saying that the attack on Iran that we did by killing Soleimani in 2018 or whatever it was interventionism that worked and prevented. There you have it, folks. There it is. Hey, he did it. Yes. What did Iran do? Well, they enriched, according to you, and according to Israel, and according to our intelligence, after the bombing of Soleimani, they enriched uranium and started to develop a nuclear weapon to kill the entire United States and Israel. That's your argument. Isn't that why we're back there? Right? So do you think that killing Soleimani, in your worldview, was it a success? If it didn't stop Iran from getting a nuclear weapon and now they're closer than ever and they're going to use it against Israel and the United States, then was the killing of Soleimani a success?
Soleimani wasn't killed because of nuclear weapons. Soleimani was killed because he was like an on-the-ground general who was killing Americans. Not because he was a nuclear scientist. This time, Israel killed nuclear scientists. Sorry, I'm at work, so I may have missed the point, but is there any other reason to have uranium enriched to 60% other than weapons? No. So the thing is that you can unenrich uranium. Nobody ever does, though. Like, it's possible, but nobody ever does. First off. Second off, you wouldn't gather this much uranium enriched to 60%. To unenrich it, right? Like, you wouldn't do that. But there is no civilian use. There is no peaceful use of uranium at 60%. There's nothing. Like, and with that said, I don't even think there's anything you can use it for. Like, I don't think there's really anything you can do with uranium at 60%. But the point is that like Lycan is arguing that they're just doing it just to make us think that they're going to build a bomb, but that just means it worked. Like, okay, they convinced us. Good job. They win. They did it.
I mean, Iran is a major backer of all those groups, no doubt, but there's obviously like countries in the Arabian Peninsula. There's money coming from all over the place that fund those groups, and they are independent actors as well. I mean,
well, they're semi-independent actors.
The argument that they're all kind of
finish up, then we're going to give it to Noah, then we're going to give it to
The Houthis are Iran's only real effective proxy left in the region. The Iraqi militias they try to sponsor don't really do much, and Iraq doesn't really help Iran at all. Hezbollah has been essentially defeated. Hamas never could really do that much and has now been essentially defeated. Like, there's not many Iranian.
I mean, people were saying the same thing. People were saying the same thing about ISIS. People were saying the same thing about ISIS, and ISIS is now coming back in Syria.
That's not true.
Houthis are the only.
Oh, hold on. I'm sorry.
ISIS is not making a resurgence on like the scope and scale that it had. I understand.
Not yet. But look at what the situation is in Syria. Hold on, wait. Look at what led to ISIS. Look at fucking Iraq and what fucking led to that. And now what's happening in Syria is.
I would just like to point out that the fucking leftists are saying Iraq, so I don't want to hear it.
We have loyalists, sectarian violence, infighting going on right now. We have a government that's trying to go through a transition to a new phase, a new era, whatnot. We have Israel attacking certain military targets, and then we have, which again has a historical effect of destabilization, and then we have ISIS sales that were just announced on June 12th as starting to awaken. Reports are coming out about this. So yes, right now, no, they're not at that level. But what we've seen historically in this region is this type of destabilization can do that. And so you go ahead and destabilize Iran, and you sorry, let me calm down.
What is the destabilization in Syria that led to ISIS coming back? Was it the opposition winning? Is that the destabilization?
It was the fall of the Assad regime after fucking a decade plus of civil war.
right? Okay. And
Yeah,
I
but
don't
like this
understand.
is like having a forest fire burn through, and then you're like, oh, there's embers, and it's like, yeah, no shit, but we don't have anywhere near the fuel that we did before the forest fire.
No, because if you take out Iran, right? Iran is not capable of projecting.
Iran could be pouring gasoline on the entire situation. I agree.
Except they don't. First of all, Iran has been an adamant
when
opposition to
Assad
fucking
was-
ISIS.
No, I'm saying a collapsed Iran could create the destabilization that is effectively a new jet fuel on top of the civil war inferno of the region. Yes, that's true.
Yes, and we have every reason to believe that should we go in and drop a bomb on the Ayatollah's house, that one, the loyalists are still going to go down fighting and they're not going to stop. Two, people have been saying lately that like, the propaganda messages started going out immediately, like that Iran wants revolution. They want to fucking fall. No, they're fucking circling the wagons now around the government and in opposition to the attacks that are happening.
Okay,
so the regime's going to go down fighting. The people are going to be devastated in the war that follows. And yes, it is going to then.
The regime is not going to go down fighting. I think Philly was right. The leader was Iranian President Ibrahim Raisi and Foreign Minister Hassim Amra blah 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 were found dead at the site of a helicopter crash in northwestern Iran. The crash occurred in mountain terrain and the site was located after a search. Wait, when was this? Ali Hosseini Khamenei. Iran's supreme leader picks 3 stooges to replace him as fear of assassination surges. Sheltering in a bunker, Iran's supreme leader prepares for the worst. Ayatollah Ali Khamenei has picked replacements. Okay.
Lead to more terrorism, more group spawning, more support for ISIS.
Neither Pathfinder nor I think any sitting politician who has used regime change has suggested Western forces going into Iran. I don't think anybody suggested that. I think the most that they've talked about is limited strikes in order to limit their nuclear capacity and then supporting like democratic forces. And I hear you that supporting the pro-democratic forces could start a civil war that destabilizes the entire region. I hear you completely. But what I don't hear from you, and I don't hear from lefties who are critical of the war on terror, rightfully so, is that modern Iraqis prefer modern Iraq to Saddam's regime. They still blame the United States for the bloodshed that happened over the past 2 decades, but they prefer modern Iraq over the authoritarian dictatorial shithole that it was 20 years ago.
And like I said at the beginning, the Ayatollah is not Hussein, he is not Assad, right?
Yeah, so like a big reason that Iran has a big problem with the United States is because of other countries democratizing, and they're like becoming more and more afraid that the democracy and this like democratic revolution is going to move into their countries as well. And so they're they all have like a big problem with this, which that's not the only thing that happens, right? Like one of the things they keep talking about is the fact that like creating ISIS and shit like that. Like there's it was the same thing with what was it, Iraq? I think I can't remember if it was Iraq or, but not Al Qaeda, the Taliban. Osama bin Laden, like one of the reasons that he like started the Taliban and started to become so extreme was because he was really pissed off that I think it was Iraq had agreed to wait, where was Osama bin Laden from? I don't. Saudi Arabia. Sorry, it was Saudi Arabia. He was mad that Saudi Arabia was allowing U.S. forces to come and protect oil when he was offering to come and protect the oil, and he didn't want U.S. forces to come in and help, and so he then, yes, I think teamed up with, it might have been Iran, might have been Iraq, but yes, he teamed up with other countries to start fighting against anything westernizing, because he felt like Saudi Arabia was bitching out to the United States. He started the Taliban. Pretty sure. Taliban founders Mullah Omar and Abdul Ghani Baradar. Huh. Oh no, okay, yeah, it was Al Qaeda. Sorry, not Taliban. Why? No, I thought I could have sworn it was the Taliban. Fuck. Yeah, I guess. Shit. Yeah, I thought he was in charge of the Taliban, but it was Al Qaeda. I was just saying to somebody yesterday that I was like, we always hear about fucking Al Qaeda, but I was like, I at a certain point, I totally forgot about the Taliban and started thinking the Taliban was Al Qaeda. It just like didn't even realize that they were two different groups anymore. I just heard one name, and I would think of both of them. And now I'm remembering, oh yeah, Osama was from the fucking Taliban, not Al Qaeda. But I was wrong. No, he was from Al Qaeda. Shit, I've mixed them up so much that I don't even know which one I'm.
That doesn't excuse all of the human and civil rights issues that exist within Iran and all that stuff. But historically, first of all, let's go back to 2002. Does anyone on the panel know about the offer that was made to the United States in 2002?
By whom?
You'd have to be more specific.
The
offer.
2003. Thank you, sir.
You'd have to be more specific.
I know.
So Iran offered to not only defund but dismantle actively Hezbollah, stop funding Hamas and other proxies. They offered to stop all enrichment and weapons programs and all that stuff that go beyond civil necessity. They offered to recognize Israel in a two-state solution. They offered to continue helping. Oh, by the way, for those who don't know in the panel and the audience, by the way, Iran was one of the first countries to condemn the attacks on 9/11, and more so than our ally Pakistan in that war, was providing intelligence on Al Qaeda, was unrestrained in their detainment of Al Qaeda that were fleeing into Iran from Western Afghanistan, and they were the reason.
I also mix up Pakistan and Iraq a lot, and I there's like been so much where I kept thinking Saddam Hussein was from Pakistan. And yeah, for some reason, Iraq and Pakistan, just same thing. Like when I was younger, I just heard those two countries in tandem so often around like the war on terror, that Pakistan and
Iraq to me are the same country in my mind. Like I always combine the two.
What did Bush say to that offer?
Well, no, hold on. I'm going to get there. Don't worry. And then they were the reason that Afghanistan ever had a fighting fucking chance of survival. Then again, Pakistan fucking fucked it up for us, along with our own policies. But they were the reason the Northern Alliance agreed to a multi-ethnic government in Afghanistan and aligned with Karzai. That doesn't happen without fucking Iran, right? So first of all, again, that's not the heap praise on Iran. That's to point the fuck out that these people have been rational at some points in their lives with us. So then that offer gets sent through the intermediary, and fucking Cheney says, not even worth considering. And how does Iran find that out? Because our dude was sitting in the fucking room ready to have tea with the fucking dude he was going to negotiate with, and he gets pulled out of the fucking meeting and gets told, Bush just called us part of the axis of evil, walks in and says, we're done here. And that was fucking it. And yet they still fucking went and...
yeah, because... Yeah, well, but I can already go ahead and tell you why. Did you say this is 2002 or 2008?
It's 2003.
2003. And I'll tell you why,
That's racist to say that they were in caves. Arian.
I think the lefties are going to find surprisingly conciliatory. It's because Bush didn't want peace with Iran.
Exactly.
Because he knew he was going into Iraq 30 seconds later, and that there would probably be Iranian proxies who would fight us in Iran. So we can't ink a new peace deal with neighbors of Iraq when we're probably going to be fighting in 6 months.
No, but they would have tried with this.
There's totally Machiavellian vampiric shit that happened. Like Cheney and Rumsfeld, as far as I can tell, might actually be like the manifestation of vampires in human form as close to metaphorically as possible while being real. You know what I'm saying? I get that.
I'm just super confused what this has to do with the nuclear, with Iran today.
That's exactly what I want to...
The main point was that they're more rational than the Western media gives him credit for. I heard what he said. I acknowledge
It is not
what he said.
irrational to want a nuclear weapon. Rationality has nothing to do with this conversation.
Well, I think that he's saying that even if they had a nuclear weapon, that like, we're saying it's so terrifying for them to have a nuclear weapon that we don't need a systematic plan for them to build one. We don't need that. It is so scary that they would have a nuclear weapon that all we need is just a whiff of them possibly building one to where we would start bombing. That's it. We just need the optics of one being built, and we're going to start bombing. And Lycan is saying, but they're rational. But they're rational people. They act rationally. They do the right thing a lot of times. And so we don't need to... We don't need to do that. The media makes them all look like bad guys because fake news.
As well.
Let me speak.
It's to be open to Western engagement, but go ahead, Knox.
Non-smoker, he means. I don't know why you're
non-smoker. Sorry, again, there's no names on the thing.
No, it's okay. It's okay. So yeah, just real quick. So the Bush administration turned that deal down, and then of course within 3 years, Iran had 18 times as many centrifuges as they did in 2003. The Bush administration reached out in 2006 to try to establish another agreement, but they again demanded zero enrichment, and the Iranians said no. And by 2009, Obama's first term, Iran had over 8,000 centrifuges. And I think what I'm trying to get at here is that once again, the Iranians are demonstrating that they will pursue enrichment at greater and greater and greater levels where diplomacy fails. So therefore, the cure to them enriching uranium is probably through diplomacy, which is what the Obama administration achieved with the original Iran nuclear deal, which Trump fucked up. And that's why we're in this position. I hope that's something we can all agree on.
I don't disagree with that. I don't think anybody in this panel, well, I guess I don't want to speak for everybody, but I don't think that anybody in this panel disagrees with that. But I think what the...
Well, I think, yeah, we've kind of been waiting for counterpoints to agree with that.
Is the relevance of that now, and to what degree Iran is still willing to negotiate with the United States. Now, listen, I would love to put back on the shelf the Obama nuclear deal. I think that was a great deal. It wasn't, entirely perfect, but when you're dealing with two nations that aren't entirely friendly, it's about, building.
Can I just ask you a question?
Yeah,
what do you think and none of us are like Iran experts, although we're pretending to be, but like in your opinion, how has the calculus changed from Iran's end, like from 2003, 2006, that era till even the first Obama administration? Where they were willing to cap enrichment at use for civilian means only, nuclear power and such, 3.67%. How do you think that has changed now? Like, do you think now they're just determined to have a weapon and use it? Because all of the problems in the region were essentially the same then.
No, I think that
it is kind of amazing that none of them are mentioning that, like, Iran, according to U.S. intelligence, has been trying to have Trump assassinated. Like, it's a bit wild. We're an hour into this, and nobody's even mentioned that once.
What Counterpoints just said is basically the crux of the argument. Is I think that we have fucked them over too many times to make them to make them see us as a reliable negotiating partner. And again, I want to emphasize, I'm not. Listen, dude, I loathe Trump more than anybody in this panel. I have like terminal stage 10
thing later.
TDS.
We get it.
Okay?
Everyone hates Trump. Blah blah blah.
But well, the point that I'm trying to make is that I'm not like just trying to dick ride the United States endlessly and say like we're the good guys and Iran is like the supreme evil bad guys. But what I am saying is that Iran, even maybe this is crazy, but in my opinion, even with Donald Trump as horrible as he is, as the president of the United States, still has moral authority over the theocracy in Iran. And I believe that there is just there is. Sorry, I lost my train of thought.
Wait, can I just answer? Hold on, isn't the answer here simple? Like I feel like we're just dancing around it. Israel's attacking them. Israel's bombing them right now. Why would you not want a nuclear weapon so they don't bomb you again?
Well, and that's ultimately what I'm getting at. Listen, the United States and Israel have been unreliable partners.
It's not about United. Hold on, stop,
to
stop,
Iran.
please,
Okay.
stop. It's not about the United States and.
Yeah, it is. I think Don Dota said this earlier, and he said like the rule is that you're not allowed to have a nuclear weapon until you have one, and that is kind of the way that it works. Is like everybody rushed to get nuclear weapons, and then we started non-proliferation, and we're trying to denuclearize the world. And now, if you didn't have one already, then you're just not allowed to get one. And that's just where we're at. But once you get one, like nobody can fuck with you. Nobody can do anything about it because we're all so fucking terrified of nukes that once you have one, you're just, it's kind of like having fuck you money. Didn't the US eliminate Soleimani? Yeah, why? That's already been brought up.
This equation for them, Iran and Israel have been fucking with.
Is it against international law to retaliate against the enemy leader to strike first? I don't know what you're talking about. It's against international law to strike first? That would just mean that it's against international law to start war? You think like all wars ever are against international laws?
With each other for a long time, and Israel, at least under Netanyahu, at least in the last few, especially since October 7th, has demonstrated that they want to fuck Iran up. They want to, and they can, and they've been doing it. So if I'm Iran, why wouldn't I want a nuclear weapon that can reach Israel and say?
I mean, you might want one. You might want one.
Yeah, I don't know that anybody here is saying that they don't want one. I think we all understand that they want one. Everybody wants one.
But I'm not going to believe it until intelligence shows they're doing it. And when looking at that report, first of all, weaponization just means the weaponization of uranium. I do not find anything else to counter that. Not the Reuters reports or anything like that. No, wait, hold on. Again, the intelligence is that they do this. Even the IAEA says this, is that they do this to get a bargaining chip at the table. So if the U.S. comes in and they make a new agreement and they agree to that agreement, then they're going to fucking, that's going to come with an agreement that, hey, you take your dogs off us and that Israel doesn't fucking attack us anymore.
But again, they're still in the non-proliferation agreement, and they're not abiding by that one. So
right?
It's
And
entirely
the only
possible.
reason that the agreement was not fucking agreed to right away is, and I don't fucking blame them, read the agreement, read what it requests of them. Trump sends that agreement along with a fucking threat of, hey, we're going to fuck your shit up if you don't agree to this. He's been doing that shit to our fucking allies. I don't know why we expect even our enemies to fucking take that bullshit. But second of all, it gives no deference to the fact that Iran has been, more so than many of our allies, in agreement with fucking international nuclear requirements, right? So they agreed and follow the JCPOA to a T. They have worked with us. They will do it again. If Trump put a reasonable deal, he wouldn't even like let up on some sanctions. So if they do a reasonable deal that actually gives deference to the fact that they've worked with us before, they're ready to come to the fucking table. They were at the table when the fucking first Israeli bomb was dropped. They were at the fucking table.
I love that idea, but I don't foresee that Trump is going to do that. And this is what I said in my opening statement. Listen, I'm just trying to operate within the reality that we find ourselves in. Okay, listen, I would much rather have a legitimate, workable deal with Iran. But I think all of us know that there's 0% chance that that's going to happen with Donald Trump as president. He doesn't want to
have a nuclear armed Iran than an invasion of.
I don't know if that's 100% either.
Hold on, can you repeat that? Hold on, stop.
No, I want to. You can mark that down, and we can go into that as part of conversation. I want to let him say his thing because I'm happy to defend.
I just want you to repeat that so everyone hears.
Yep,
what you
I am much more happy with a nuclear armed Iran than I am with us going in and doing regime change with boots on the ground.
That was never my position, and that's not anybody's position in this panel.
Well, it might be Wick's because he seemed to want to make me say that.
I'll be happy to attack that momentarily, but non-smoker has been patiently waiting, and I appreciate his patience.
Thanks. Thank you. Yeah, no, I mean, a couple things. One, like, I don't know if I'm 100% confident that
this is glitched out. Fuck, I didn't mean to click. There's a grape with a strawberry behind it. So I'm kind of fucked here. I don't know what to do. Like, I've never seen that happen before. If they're behind each other again, it's literally falling off the entire board. What is happening? That is so weird. It's just totally glitched out.
Trump will absolutely not work out a deal with the Iranians where Israel stops attacking them and there is no nuclear weapons. I mean, I think Trump is an idiot and a buffoon, a total Iran hawk, blah, 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 blah. But, Trump has waited in terms of carrying out a strike to this point already. It's clear to me that at least in, to whatever extent we can give him some charity as a diplomat, I would say that that's an attempt at diplomacy. He may be throwing out threats. He may be saying all these boisterous things. They may be about to strike at some point, but they haven't yet. And I think they're leaving that caveat open. Trump said 2 weeks for some sort of negotiated agreement where they avoid this, because I don't think Trump wants another Libya or another Iraq. Furthermore, there's always this, other aspect of things where if we assume we do dodge this bullet for now, there is going to be another administration coming in when Trump's term ends. And it could easily be a Democratic administration, one that's not as favorable to Israel. All U.S. administrations generally are, but not as much as Trump, not as much willing to give the green light on everything, and might be more willing to negotiate with Iran in more favorable terms. I'm sure the Iranians have all of this in their calculus as well. So I don't think it's like they're just absolutely going to develop a nuclear weapon. There's no way around it.
Okay, so a couple things before we get into it, right? And I need to make a little money, so I'm going to read some of my super chats. Then I'm going to hand the mic to Noah because I think through this discussion, right, I'm wondering if you've been convinced about the immediacy of Iran being able to generate a nuke, and if your opinion has changed from there. And then we're going to give it to counterpoints, and we're going to go from there. Okay, cameraman 502 for $10. Thank you for the $10. Says, Iran is not trying to score a touchdown. They're just walking the ball down the field and are in the red zone. But they claim to stop trying when they were on their own 30-yard line. Thank you for the $10. $20 from Grassroots Hegemon to say, if the question is how far should we go to cripple Iran, the answer is yes. You don't create 60% enriched uranium for any reason beyond creating nuclear weapons. Worked with Westinghouse for a while, 5% is max for domestic. Thank you for the $20. $5 more from Cameraman 502 says, it is less difficult to enrich uranium from 60 to 90% than it is from natural uranium to 10%. U235. Thank you. $20 from Grassroots Hegemon. By the way, you don't have to get a great warhead and ideal enrichment. A shitty nuclear bomb is, believe it or not, still a fucking nuclear bomb. Just a 21 kiloton nuclear weapon instead of a 10 megaton nuclear weapon. Thank you for the $20. And then finally, $10 from Audacity to say, if I paid a hitman and they were successful in their task, would I be legally punished for it? Thank you for the $10. Okay, I'm going to give the mic to Noah, give his thoughts, and then we're going to go back to the panel at hand. Go ahead. You're muted.
Muted, brah.
On your end.
Hi, sorry.
It's fine.
Well, okay. First of all, I find Lycan's basic point.
Tom, did you hear Lycan say he would prefer a nuclear-armed Iran to boots-on-the-ground invasion? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know which one of those I would choose. I don't know. I mean, North Korea has a fucking nuke. I don't know. Not sure.
Point unpersuasive. Because the idea that there's no evidence that Iran wants a nuclear bomb seems directly contradicted by the quotes that Pathfinder said from the IAEA. And, you know, which are perfectly consistent with common sense, where there's no reason for Iran not to want a nuclear bomb as soon as it can. So the fact that Pathfinder's quote from the IAEA says that Iran's close to having a nuclear bomb seems consistent with what our prior should be, and you know, from experts. And so I don't trust Tulsi Gabbard. You know, I trust Tulsi Gabbard about as far as I can throw her, which is not far because she's in another state. So anyway, I don't trust Tulsi Gabbard for shit, so I don't trust that. However, all this is to say that I'm still pretty unsure about two things. Number one, counterpoints his argument that Iran is like days or weeks away from a nuclear bomb is surprise. I don't know if I believe that, especially now with Israel having blown up some of their stuff.
Well, yeah.
You know, we don't really know how much Israel has been able to degrade that, or will in the coming days. And so I think...
Yeah, that's true. But it's also true that I believe the IAEA says that they believe that they moved all of their uranium before the bombings. That they don't... They've tested around, and that they don't believe that there's any contamination, that there are some areas where they found like nuclear particles, but that's separate, and that they don't believe that the 60% uranium was hit. So I don't know if that's all of their enrichment facilities, if they just don't have any more. But honestly, I don't even think the IAEA knows that, because because Iran hasn't been cooperating. So I don't know.
I think that you know, I would not. I haven't yet been convinced that Iran. I am convinced that Iran wants a nuclear bomb, which makes sense because I would if I were them. But I'm convinced that they do. But then, as for how imminent close they are to getting it, I am not yet convinced of that. And the second thing I'm not yet convinced of is whether or not Israel really needs American help.
Yeah, I'm gonna get off after this round. I gotta go to sleep. I'm tired as fuck.
To stop Iran from getting a nuclear bomb anytime soon and destroying their current program. So I say that I'm not ready to say like, yeah, let's go bomb them. I'm definitely not. However, I do think that the idea that Iran is going to just decide, oh, we don't want a nuke, is silly, and I don't buy it. So that's where I am right now.
Okay. Counterpoint, you've been wanting to get in for a little bit. I'm going to give you the mic and let you get in. Go ahead.
Yeah. So if we can't the thing that I've taken away so far that I'm going to add into my consideration after I leave the panel is whether or not Iran is more of a rational actor than we've given them credit for. However, I think there's plenty of there's plenty of evidence for, you're saying like, oh, this is this evidence of good faith, and this is this deal, and this is that deal, and here's where America's been bad, and all that kind of stuff. That doesn't change some facts on the ground, like Iran spending $1 billion a year on supporting terrorist orgs. Also, Iran attacking coalition forces during the Iraq War. Also, them supporting the Houthis, which are in Saudi Arabia's backdoor. And effectively, if you look at a map of where the world's petroleum is, it's like 1/3 in Venezuela, which is difficult to access because of the crude density, 1/3 in Saudi Arabia, and 1/3 in Iran. So Iran also supports, China and supports Russia. And so it's kind of the energy source of maybe not our enemies, but definitely our rivals. And Russia, in my opinion, is a kleptocratic, oligarchical, murderous shithole. Same thing with China, where they have created one of the most dystopian police states on the planet, where effectively you want some 1984 Blade Runner fucking bullshit. That's going to be China in 50 years. They're going to have all the technology in the world and all the capacity to suppress their dissidents, and we're not going to be able to stop them because they're going to be so economically powerful. They actually succeeded where like Nazi Germany failed. So that's going to be pretty fucked up. So I don't know how I feel about unratcheting the pressure on these people. One more point, and then I'll yield the floor, is basically like, we were told, let's not fuck with Syria because we're going to piss off Russia because they have a naval base in Tarsus. We were told, don't fuck with Ukraine. Ukraine's going to fall apart. The second that Russia sneezes, Ukraine is going to fall apart. We've been told that the Middle East and North Africa is going to be irreparable for generations. Well, correct me if I'm wrong. Syria does have a coalition government that seems to be putting together a game plan in order to become economically and socially vibrant within the next few generations. And Iraq, like I said earlier, has Iraqi citizens who are basically saying like, yeah, I was alive during Saddam and this is better. So that's where I'm nowhere near as doomer-pilled as you, where interventionism is just some black pill that's going to destroy the world. I yield the floor.
You just reminded me, and I'll pass it to you right after this, but you reminded me where I was going at with the 2003 agreement. Is that the government of Iran for...
I was wondering what all that was about. Like, if it was just to say that they're, like, they did a thing, and so they're rational. It was... Okay.
All the...
It was a lot.
Repressive activities and all that is, again, not a Saddam or Assadist type regime. Like, for instance, the guy who was able to actually furnish the offer in 2003, again, defunding of Hezbollah, dismantling of Hezbollah, Hamas, nuclear shit, all that. It was a radical reformer, and you do not get to run for office in Iran until you get approved by a fucking council, right? But the Ayatollah is a pragmatist, and the Ayatollah recognizes the will of the people and the betterment of the nation. So again, hey, we need economic help, or we need this or that or whatever. They take those actions, and they will allow different people, whether it's a radical reformer or a moderate conservative, et cetera, to come in. They will get elected, but they're not just like little puppets that get to do the dancing of the Ayatollah.
Where do you draw the line on that, though, when you have things like obviously Iranian dissidents getting executed, homosexuals getting executed?
Again, I'm sorry. I felt like I gave enough deference to the fact that there are civil and human rights issues within Iran. I did that. My point is,
but do you just let them function because they're pragmatists?
Well, first of all, yes, we don't go. If we want to go into every single country and fucking decapitate their governments because they do this shit, we got a lot of war ahead of us. Okay, so back to my point. The question is not whether or not we should go in and save the fucking people of Iran. The question is whether or not that government can be worked with to de-escalate the situation. They have shown time and time again. In 2003, it was a fucking radical reformer. In 2015, it was a moderate conservative. In 2000 fucking whatever, one of the more recent dudes, he was literally elected as a signal that like, hey, despite you guys fucking us over on the JCPOA, despite the fact that the United States is the untrustworthy party in this fucking situation because of the history of the last 22 years, we are willing to again work with you. So yes, Iran has shown with that in allowing the IAEA fuckers in to come do their shit, their adherence to the fucking agreement of the JCPOA, they have shown time and time again they are willing to work with us. And there is no intelligence, there is no credible anything right now that says that they aren't willing to still do that. And to that, I either yield the floor to him or the dude with the fucking...
Yeah, I do want to hear from Jay real quick, but like we keep talking about Iran as if they haven't been escalating tensions in the Middle East for my fucking lifetime, right? At least, right? They are pouring gas on all these fires to destabilize their enemies in the region because that's in their national interest.
Yes, as long as they've existed, they have not just deter. I mean, look, it's true that again, they're not always like going in full scale war with everybody that they don't like, but it's not just deterring. Like they are constantly in proxy wars with Saudi Arabia and all of their allies, and so it's a bit of an understatement to just say they're just trying to deter them.
don't think that they're doing that.
According to the 2019 Defense Department memo that was released, they fund proxies as a form of deterrence against Israeli aggression. Go fucking read it. I got it right here, and I'll point
What was
it.
October? So how was that a defensive move against Israeli aggression? What were they trying to preempt?
Because
but Iran didn't plan October 7th.
Well, Hamas did.
Yeah, they just
Hamas
financed
is an
Hamas
extension.
to the
No,
tens of
They
Iran
financed
into
Hamas.
Hold on.
Iran planned October 7th.
First of all, we can discuss that if you want, but that's not relevant to the point that I was making. What I'm asking is, in what way was October 7th a defense? What were they trying to preempt with that?
In what way is that? In what way is that relevant?
You can't
That
ask
has nothing to do with Iran.
The other point.
Because his point, Wick's point, was that Iran and its proxies have been making offensive moves that destabilize the region. And
Yes,
what I'm
you're
saying
saying
is
that they funded Hamas in order for October 7th to happen, right? You're
They're
saying that
projecting power. They're projecting power throughout the region. That's the point. So while some of their proxies, Hamas in this case, might do
It's a
things
destabilizing
that they
effect.
don't
Their
directly
power projection is
coordinate with,
destabilizing.
it doesn't mean it's an offensive move. Projecting power is something that they do to shore up the region and use as a means of negotiating tactic with Israel.
October 7th was a negotiating tactic?
No, you
if I
fucking
may.
idiot. They didn't
What is
plan
the point that
October
you're
7th.
making?
They didn't plan
Okay,
October
I understand
7th.
that, but the point that Wick was making is very simple. The
No,
point that
you're
Wick was
just
making,
insisting
the
that
point
it's the
that Wick
same
was
thing.
making, the point that
Foolishly.
Wick was making was that Iran and its proxies caused
No one has
destabilization
poured
in
more
the
gasoline
region.
in the Middle East than Israel and the United States.
That's fine. That's not the point.
Not
you need
even
to address
close.
the
It
claim
is
on
the
its
point.
merits.
No, it is
You
the point.
need to address the claim that is being made.
He is no, it's not, because he's only responding with whataboutisms. These are not points. He's not making points. He is just like they're arguing. They're giving a direct refutation of what it is that Lycan was saying, and instead of saying, okay, yes, Lycan was wrong, he's saying, yeah, but what about the United States? Like, that's not a point. No, it is a point. No, it's just literally not.
Wait, was that the point you were making? Was it that Iran is intentionally pouring gasoline to make sure the Middle East blows up? Was that the point you were making?
Destabilize their enemies, because of course that's what we do.
Again,
that's what they do. That's what all major powers try to do to
destabilize. Destabilize and deter are two different things, right?
Sometimes you can deter people from fucking with you if they recognize it. If they do, you'll destabilize them, and this is what they've been doing. They give money to Hezbollah. Hold on, this is just true. Hold on, this is just a fact claim that you were making that you're just wrong on. There's fact. We know for a fact that they fund money into.
Yeah, you can't say that they're not trying to destabilize Saudi Arabia, that they're not trying to destabilize Israel, that they're not trying to destabilize all of their allies. That is just true. There's no this is annoying, because I brought up earlier that Lycan had said that it's annoying that people will respond to him with America bad, right? And he was saying that, like, he expects this from MAGA to use just thought terminating cliches like this, but not from liberals. And somebody on this thread said, this person said, America bad leftists are a plague upon the left, as their beliefs typically are antithetical to most of the left's beliefs, e.g. they are pro Russia, pro Hamas, pro Houthi. There's a post going around saying America deserves another 9/11 for fuck's sake. And Lycan said, personally, don't care what crazy leftists think. I'm a liberal. I have felt like the last 2 years, he has crossed that threshold to where, I don't know, maybe I'd call him progressive instead of liberal or something, but like it's like you make leftist arguments, but you're not like a socialist. You might still believe in democracy, but you make like all of the arguments that justify like Palestine, Hamas, like Houthis, the Hassan, like the he's one of the people backing up Tucker Carlson in the Ted Cruz argument. Like, I just think that this is all. It's a little weird to see him call himself a liberal. Straight Raid got to him. Well, and Straight Raid is a leftist, yes. And I, from my understanding, they are dating. I don't know if they're still dating, but I know that the last I heard about it, they were dating. So, yeah, that's surprise to me. He was in Pisco's chat while I was talking to Pisco. I don't know if he was like talking shit or anything. This person was fucking freaking out while I was talking to him, dude. This person was losing their shit, bro. I don't know if you guys saw his chat. This fucking person was going off, bro. I don't know who the fuck they are, but they're probably banned in my chat. They've probably been banned for a long time. Fuck. I just flipped my entire mouse over.
Usually we've seen the case time and time again where YouTubers are being sued by big companies, but this could be one of the first instances I've ever seen of a YouTuber actually going ahead to sue other YouTubers. So if you haven't heard the news, Ethan Klein, the mastermind behind H3H3, has...
Why? I feel like I hear about YouTubers suing other YouTubers all the time. What the fuck is happening? Why is everybody acting like this is the first time this has ever happened? This is so weird, bro. This is so weird.
Organizations, Hezbollah, Hamas, and other proxy things that act as...
Who I can't read. Fuck. It gives me their @ on here, so you can't
to
really...
where they're all going to agree.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how to get back to the fucking comments, so. Oh, there we go. Momentum. I don't know who they are, so I've never seen them before, but terrible reasoning skills from Foolery. And then, yeah, Foolery is so dishonest. Like, that's the two fucking comments they left. Did I concede? The thing that we ended up arguing most on is the, like, hero thing. And he was just kind of, like... He was saying, yeah, I'm saying he's a hero because he's saying that he draws this line and that because he draws this line and he's fighting for that line, now he's a hero. He's like, and he says that everybody else should agree with him. And I was like, yeah, so that means everybody's fighting for that line. He's like, but he's the one who's suing, so he's leading the charge. I'm like, okay, but him like leading something isn't the same as him being this hero. Like, even like if he's suggesting it, I think this is something we all agree on. Like, I think that is his point, is that we all agree on this. Like, that's the same thing. And he's like, yeah, that's what I'm saying. So I'm like, okay, so you're using hero to say that. He's like, yeah, I'm saying that makes him a hero. I'm like, okay, we're just using hero to mean very different things. There's a semantic difference, but I would not call that a hero, but whatever. If that's all you mean, then sure, we agree. Oh, you don't get it, Tom? It's because the commentary community is going ape shit about it, because that opens a lot of them to be sued. Remember that over half of them do things with ill intent. Yes, well, and they all should be sued. That's my point. So if Ethan wins and has a precedent of something like this, it can fuck up. It can fuck a lot of these reaction content creators. After all, what Ethan is proving is ill intent. He's not, though. That's the thing, is that the ill intent doesn't matter. He's not proving that in court. A bunch of people seem to have like the court case totally fucked up. The ill intent doesn't matter for the court case. Like, it matters as far as like how much money he can get. It's like, if you can prove that they're doing this maliciously and that this is all like on purpose and crap, yeah, you can get more money for it being for ill intent. But the ill intent does not change at all whether or not it's fair use. So the people, like, all of them are trying to spaz out about the ill intent just so that they have a reason that they can make up, that's going to give them the ability to shit their pants over it. But yeah, them being malicious has nothing to do with whether or not, like, I think we even talk about it
You
here.
would have gone after them.
I don't know. Maybe I would have, but I don't know.
He would have. What he was. Really?
Yes, that is him giving him permission. He is telling them, I want you to react to this on stream. Yes, he said it numerous times. There's no way you can sue somebody after telling them you want them to watch your stuff on stream. They're like, no shot.
Well, then I'll ask you, because you said implied consent in the context of that. Did you...
Yeah, this one, I couldn't believe he said that, dude. I couldn't believe he said that. He's like, dude, he was trying to get Hassan to watch it so that he could sue him too. I'm like, bro, he told him he wanted him to watch it. You can't sue somebody after telling them publicly 20 times to watch it. You gave them permission. He's like, oh, okay, I guess, like, yeah, like, you think that, like, that like he'd have implied consent. I'm like, no, not implied, explicit consent. That is explicit. He's telling you he wants you to watch it on stream. That is explicit, not implied. Like, no implication.
Do you think that's implied consent for other people to do it?
Yeah, here.
You're saying Hassan watches. I
would say when I said implied consent, I said culturally, like YouTube culture, but I'm not saying legally there's implied consent. No,
so what do you think about this?
But I think in that case, that is consent. I would say that's explicit consent. Yes, I want you to watch this on your stream 20 fucking times over and over. Just watch it already, bro. Just watch it already. Just review it already. Yes, I would say that is explicit consent, not implied.
Okay. He also said that he was setting a trap for these people. Who do you think he was setting a trap for?
I don't believe the whole fucking trap thing. I think it's, yeah, I don't believe it.
Okay, so then he's lying. He was pre-registered because he intended to sue. And so I don't know why you would say you think he's lying.
Only, and people are stealing the members only. We're not going to take you down.
Oh yeah, okay.
I was yelling at Lycan before. A lot of the case law he was pointing to had to do with like open licenses and stuff like that. I'm gonna take a second look at that case. I'll give him those statements, and I might have to look at those statements. So I'm just saying, I didn't know that he potentially opened himself up to that argument by, quote, opening up IP. I'm gonna revisit those statements actually a little bit more carefully. But I'm glad that we can agree. At least from your perspective, he's lying about one thing. He's lying about the fact that this was planned from the start. I think that's a preposterous. Like, why would you say that he's lying about that? About that this was a plan to sue? When it seems pretty like he says that he was planning to sue. He registered his work. He's trying to at least bait people into watching it, right? And so, wouldn't the more plausible lie be, well, this was all to protect the community? That's what I take to be the more plausible lie. And we can just, I think, very plausibly say that what's motivating him is not protecting the community, it's going after his enemies. And that's, again, fine, but then don't sell us.
I think it's more so he doesn't
narrative.
want to do something that would also like implicate himself. He doesn't want to sue somebody because he also does React content. He doesn't want to implicate himself, and so he wants to like at least have like
he does fair use, and he does fair use, I would say, and he probably thinks he does fair use. Right. Well, who he doesn't think does fair use, and who he thinks is infringing by his own statements are people like XQC. He says, I could have sued XQC. Why? Because XQC, by Ethan's lights, does infringing work, and he's before critiqued XQC specifically for being infringing. He's gone after XQC, saying it doesn't matter if you have the best of intentions when you're infringing, right? You brought up the fact that XQC said, well, it doesn't matter because until someone tells me it's not infringement. Ethan, like, very viciously fought against XQC, said, no, you can't just assume that it's benevolent. And it doesn't matter if your intentions are benevolent. It's still an injustice. That's Ethan's position. And so now, all of a sudden, he says, I don't want to chill what I previously critiqued as an injustice. That's what's disingenuous, Tom. The fact that before he was so heavily saying, it doesn't matter if you have benevolent intent. It's still wrong. Against XQC, who said it doesn't, the default should be that it's okay. And now he's saying, oh, I wouldn't want to chill XQC. The reason he's doing that is because he knows suing XQC would be unpopular, but he has to try to have a greater narrative of protecting the commentary community because he doesn't want to be accused of being this kind of person who's like petty. But that's my take on it, and that's what I think is disingenuous. If he just said, if this is petty, this is because they're infringing and I don't like them, I wouldn't have a problem. I wouldn't be doing this. But everyone is saying, no, he never said that. He never claimed to be a savior, and he is being a savior, and this is a justifiable line, and he did pre-plan it. It doesn't pass the smell test.
Okay, I did send you just now. I sent you a DM with one of the like amendments that he made to opening up his IP. And so that's just one clip of him like talking about what he's changing. But yeah, there was a lot of back and forth on it where he would say one thing, then amend it again, then amend it again. And the amendments did make sense because again, like he was adding like, members only stuff to it, and that like now people are paying for that content. So now it doesn't make sense to allow people to take it. And
I'm going to have to do some case law research on implied licenses, oral implied licenses, like all that stuff, because I have no idea what the case law is on that and how amendments work and whether it's kind of like a reasonable observer perspective on what, like, because you can't know, right? Like when you open up your license.
Yeah, I saw his stream, and at times my face was like bright red. I was like, oh my goodness, dude, the fucking saturation on this.
And you don't have a written document that encapsulates all the terms and conditions, and you just say it out loud. I don't know what standard is applied there. I'm gonna need to do research on it. I don't know if you're gonna be able to enforce and like assume that people are watching each of your streams to get the different terms and conditions and amendments without posting a written document. And I don't know what the effect of that is on the implied license or license argument. I have no idea about that. I will be doing research. I'll be doing case law research because, hey, who knows? Maybe Denims at all have a greater case than I thought. Maybe I'll have to make a retraction video, and I'll have to make an amendment video to my own video to bring up this other argument and say, maybe it's not as open and shut as I thought. Very interesting, and thank you for bringing that to my attention.
Because, yeah, he was saying, he's like, yeah, I think that, like, he does have, like, a good case to sue Denims. And I was like, I don't know that he does. It was like, he's got a weird argument here.
Yeah, but I do agree. There's no way that he could have said, I went ahead and filed this copyright ahead of time, and also I'm only doing it because of this line, and I didn't want them to, break my copyright. So, well, it sounds like you're saying you did want them to, and that you set the trap. So that does like imply that you wanted them to do this. So yeah, there's a lot of like contradicting statements in there that I feel like you got to pick one side or the other, somewhere in the middle.
I think that's right, Tom. I think that part of this narrative that Ethan's portraying makes no sense whatsoever. That some of it has to go. Either this wasn't pre-planned, or he was, and he's very granularly like looking at this nuance between intentional siphoning and non-intentional siphoning, even though that nuance never mattered to him in the past. Before, he was gun-ho against XQC, trying to say that distinction mattered. That's the key thing here, right? Like before, when XQC was saying, but I'm not intentionally trying to steal people, I'm trying to help them, it was Ethan who said it didn't matter. But now
that's not really true, because that's what matters to him. Again, as I said, I think that like Ethan wants to sue them, and he's just looking for a reason to sue them. And he wouldn't just sue them for anything to where it could apply to all of these other people too. And then everyone's going to be like, well, why aren't you suing all those other people too? Where he needs like a line for them to cross in order for him to be able to sue them and not these other people. And so the line crossed is the malice. Like he's saying, like, me personally, I'm drawing a line at the malice, and so I'm personally going to go after them because of maliciousness. Maliciousness is not a legal line in this at all. You cannot sue somebody because they maliciously took your content. It is like that has nothing to do with it. Like intent has nothing to do with whether or not they meet fair use, and so it's just not relevant at all.
Now it matters. Now, of course, it matters because we have those admissions, and we have to think, well, did he plan those admissions to happen? Did he really think that was going to happen? Was he really like, oh yes, when this is all a big, massive strategy to help the community, or is this a post hoc rationale that he's developed? And I think it's a post hoc rationale to not upset the apple cart, to not get the juicers against him, to not get the Asmongolders against him, and to try to get as neat a coalition as possible to go after people that everyone hates on the internet. All these lefties that say dumb shit, and that's what he wants to do. And it's about alliances, and it's about crafting this like thing that's not actually motivating him. And it's all about just getting friends on your side. And that's why I resent even more when an independent thinker sees through that bullshit and calls it out. All of a sudden the friends come in and say, oh, you're just trying to cozy up to Hassan. Oh, you're this and that. Fucking absurd. And I'm glad you came on here and you're acknowledging something about this story doesn't make sense.
Well, I mean, you did believe the Hassan airport story, and even after it looked like he admitted that he got an email a while before saying
you want to do that now? Let's do that now. You want to do that now? All right, let's pause. Well, when
Bro, I saw the one. Hold on, I saw the one where she kept talking about like, why are you downing this lawyer's capabilities? And I'm like, bro, Eris, you didn't read the fucking complaint, dude. If you just read the complaint, you would know. There's a lot.
You know what? I'm gonna watch all of Denham's reaction, and I'm gonna update.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, if you
now maybe the whatever stepping away and stuff. My opinion about whether that
because these are two separate things. Like I don't think he's going to be able to get Denham's very well because these are two separate things. Like he's using a statement that went towards the content nuke where she says that she has intent to replace it in the market, but then it's like it's the fucking video where she doesn't qualify for fair use. So even this is the problem is that even if you and this is what I have to keep like explaining over and over is that if I have like a 10-minute video and I take like 3 fucking hours to review this 10-minute video, it doesn't matter if I get to the end of it and I'm like, I'm definitely replacing these people in the market. Everybody's going to come watch my video instead of theirs. It doesn't matter that I said I intend to do a thing that I didn't actually do.
Yeah, no, 100%. Yeah, no. So what? Because of course intent is not an element here. It's not. It's really not. And so I'm going to admit something that I was wrong. And I really mean this. This is not ironic. I was wrong to make an assessment of fair use for the content.
I'm going to clip just this. And post it on Twitter and be like, I totally got Pisco, got him to concede, just cut it at like, I'm going to admit that I was wrong. And then just cut it there.
Nuke without watching that video. Lycan called me on it and he was right about that. I'm going to have to rewatch that entire video of Denham's to come to a reassessment about whether I think that video is fair use. I think that it's important for me to watch that, and I will give you guys a reassessment after having watched that content. I took Ethan at his word, but of course, just like Hassan always lies, if you admit that Ethan is lying now about what he planned to do, we should question, trust but verify that this actually isn't fair use, and we should compare that actually to what XQC did and really take a look at this. So
yeah, so there's the momentum guy. No, Pisco, never concede. That's it. Like he kept like posting that over and over in the fucking chat. No, never concede.
I'm going to watch all of that video to reassess whether it's fair use. I think the interview one as well I'm going to watch. It's likely I think that there's probably some infringement somewhere, but I just think that it was wrong of me to make that assessment without watching the video first. I think that was wrong, and I completely apologize for doing that. And thank you for bringing that to my attention. You said it is fair use, and so I'm going to take another look at it. I'm going to do another. Also, you brought to my attention this open license thing where he apparently claimed to open up his IP maybe with some conditions, and now Lycan's research that he was providing me seems to be perhaps a little bit more relevant. And so I'm going to take a look at the case law on implied licenses for copyright.
The guy who keeps saying like I'm an idiot and all this shit, he doesn't even seem to know what the conversation is about, because he's saying, no, Pisco, never concede, you were right, Ethan is not reliable. That's what he's agreeing on, is he's agreeing with me where I'm saying, no, Ethan's wrong about this stuff too. Like you're saying he was right on this, I'm saying he's wrong on this stuff. So what he is conceding on is saying that Ethan was even more wrong than he initially thought, and this person's still like, no, Ethan was wrong. Stop. Like that's what he's saying, bro. Chill.
Right, what they entail, if they're oral, if they're not written down anywhere. And so I think that everyone who's reacted has inspired me to really, with a magnifying glass, take a closer look at these claims here, because there's something fishy here.
Yeah, but yeah, if you watch like I said, I posted like a short video that just kind of like shows what like his video is talking about, and then the statement is applied to something different.
Yeah, Lycan's in the chat saying, you bastard, I told you this, lol.
And you can't say her intent is for this, but they're going to apply it to the other thing. So yeah, it's
that said, I do want to say one thing. Weird. My critiques still go through, in my opinion. My critique of the complaint being unhinged goes through, and my critique about the disingenuousness of this protection rationale goes through. And so those I take to be completely still my positions? Absolutely yes. And so I will be taking a second look at the underlying fair use and infringement issues because we need to get to the bottom of this. And I'm so grateful that the reaction has been so strong because it's actually encouraged me to take a look at my own biases. And I think this is very positive. And really, I want to thank you, Tom.
But you also know, I think it's like important to mention, like especially legally, this is a norm where like when you first file your first complaint, you're throwing shit at the wall a lot of times. Like it's not always like this is exactly what we think exactly happened, and we're going to get all of this right now. Like a lot of it's throwing shit at the wall, just trying to see how much you can get through to the actual jury trial.
Yeah, I mean, I guess, but that doesn't justify the kind of rhetoric at issue there. Well, the video, yeah, but the rhetoric here where it's like the alt-left's Kelly Ann Conway talking about Hassan being the Grand Mufti, the pictures of Hitler, the constant typos, the not blue booking citations that look like shit, the multiple levels of paragraphs
so good.
that are like 4.
Yeah, I got up and left what the fucking chair argued against him. That's all I needed. Just needed a chair.
Destabilizing forces.
How is
in
Israel
the regions where they
destabilized?
operate.
How is Israel
Do you not think
destabilized?
that Houthi has been a destabilizing force in Yemen?
Destabilize in what way? They don't fund these. First of all, the
Go
fucking
ahead,
Houthis are doing all their bullshit to try to fucking.
They're talking about intent, not whether or not they did destabilize Israel, but like there's an obvious intent to destabilize Israel. This is so fucking childish. What is happening?
Hold on. These are the Houthis are trying to do all their showboat shit so they can get funding from Iran and all that stuff. But Iran is funding these proxies in order to deter violence. Israel shoots rockets at fucking Iran. The Houthis shoot fucking rockets at Israel. 2006 validated. By the way, this has been going on
into the conversation. We can have another debate on this if you want, but I just want to make sure that like other people get the time. Yeah, I'll let counterpoints deal.
If
with
Iran
it,
wanted to destabilize Israel using a proxy, they would have attacked with Hezbollah, who is far more better armed than.
I don't know what you think had been happening since October 7th.
Prior to October 7th.
Also, Hezbollah is fucking is grown and has much more legitimacy in fucking Lebanon than they had before, and so they are.
Was that before or after they blew off their ass cheeks?
For which part? I'm sorry. The point is that they.
Anyway.
Yeah, are you saying?
Well, hold
3
on.
months ago?
Because I feel like we're coming at it from 2 different moral systems. Okay, so what's going on right now, as far as I can tell, is Lycan and Non-Smoker are evaluating the world stage, and they're looking at who is the worst actor. Non-Smoker explicitly has said that he believes the United States is the worst actor, therefore he wants to see their.
The great Satan.
There you go. And then Lycan, while he hasn't said the U.S. is the great Satan, he has said that he's more evaluating it from like, I would say like a relatively like neutral perspective where he's trying to evaluate rights and wrongs, violence and all that kind of stuff. I'm going to tell you straight up, I am biased towards the United States. I am.
Yeah, I don't think that you can evaluate it like that way unless you're Hassan and you're just trying to have some like consistent moral principle or something. Like, yeah, instead it's going to be based on like what country is where and what aligns with their agenda more, and then say like, yeah, well, which countries do I want to have more influence? What countries do I think like their overall agenda is more righteous? And then yeah, like you can mostly base things on that. Whereas yeah, the Hassan thought process is like, oh well, there's this moral quandary as to who's the more righteous state actor, and it's like that is just too subjective, because the righteous state actor is going to be based, like everybody's normally going to be basing that on what countries they align with, right? What country do they think it is? Normally always just going to be like, yeah, what country do I think has like the more righteous overall goal, the broader goal, and then like hope that they're the ones that win, or want them to do the things that is going to be best for them in their agenda and their influence. And then especially, yes, if you live in a country, you're going to want them to do the thing that is going to be safest for them and their people, and not the other countries, because sometimes what the other country's safest thing to do is to bomb you in your country. And so yeah, you have to be just a little bit more pragmatic about these things.
biased towards liberal democracy. I am biased towards republicanism and mixed economy capitalism. I just am. And not just that, that your calculation is different than mine, okay? And also I think it's different than Iran's as well, by the way. Because when it comes to the Houthis, they're not saying, oh,
but when I'm saying that, like, I think that there's like this, bleeding heart thought process where like everything is about like but Ukraine, they're the good guys. I do think that Wick probably makes arguments like that. I think that I don't know if that's true. I know that I hear this a lot, but I think that like from the little bit that I've seen of him and from a lot of the arguments that he makes, it does seem like a lot of times he makes very like bleeding heart, who is the good guy in everything, more than talking about agendas and shit like that. So yeah.
The Houthis good or bad for Yemen? They're saying the Houthis are good for me. And so as a result, they're having the Houthis, who are causing the Red Sea crisis, which has caused billions of dollars of damage into the international commerce. And then not only that, they're also supporting Hezbollah. You said, oh, well, if Iran wanted civilians. When Bashar al-Assad is finally deposed, am I not supposed to cheer? Am I not supposed to say, fuck Russia, fuck Iran, fuck Hezbollah, fuck these fucks?
Hold on. Wait, so this is, you touched on, since you addressed this.
You guys just have a 1v1? Jesus Christ.
Sorry, I'll say this, and then I will.
I was fine for like 10 minutes, bud.
No, but he's right. You and I have talked a lot. I've interrupted everyone a lot. So
yeah, but it's not. It truly isn't fair because even like he's had like 5 people arguing against him, and so he should get like quadruple the amount of talking time, but he's not getting quadruple the amount of talking time, and so he hasn't really had the ability to respond to all of the people who are making arguments against him, and it does seem like kind of unfair to him.
I'll make this one last point, and then my friend to the south can. I don't know if I'm oriented the same way.
I will. Okay, I'll let.
No, let me address what he's saying.
Yeah, address what he's saying, but I get to choose who talks next.
So, first is you for the most part you hit the nail on the head. Like I'm a huge fucking CIA shill. Like if we went to war with Russia, I might re-enlist kind of thing, right? I am very much pro-American, but I do approach this from a pragmatic standpoint. I do think it's important to know your enemies. I think it's important to know the difference between a political militant terrorist group versus a fundamental Islamist global jihad kind of group, right? I think those are important. People tend to often think that if you're making that distinction, you're saying one is good and one is not. No, that's not how it fucking works, right? Iran, it does not have the ability to project power like Israel or Saudi Arabia in the region. Not like United States, who can threaten a fucking B-2 bomber dropping the mother of all bombs down your fucking throat, right? They do not have that capability. So they use these proxies to do that. My whole point earlier was that Iran is, and this is backed up again by United States intelligence reports and assessments, is that they do this not to wipe out Israel from the fucking face of the earth. They do it because it's the only way they have some deterrence force, and there is a historical documented precedent that they use it as a form of deterrence, not in order to cause chaos for Israel.
Okay. If you want me to believe that, they should probably change their state-run TV programming.
Yeah, I want to give I want to give the mic to Noah, and I want to give the mic to Jay, and then I want to hear from Non-Smoker, and we're gonna go from there. Go ahead. Again, you
Noah.
He's getting it.
I don't know that I have much more to say here. I mean, I think if I were in charge of the U.S. right now, I'd just monitor the situation, and I'd use no friend of Iran, but I just watch Israel take a crack at them and see what they do, and then if Israel fails, and if Israel's attack peters out and they fail to do big damage to the Iranian nuclear program or regime change them or whatever the hell they're trying to do, and then they stop, they're like, okay, guys, we give up, we failed, fuck, shoot, and then they retreat back to Israel, and then Iran's like, we are mad that you tried to do that, now we're going to get a nuke, then okay, we'd be like, okay, our turn, don't do that. Maybe we could do that, depending on what Iran says to us, whether. But if Iran is like, okay, guys, help, we agree to, please don't kill us all. We're gonna give up all our nuclear weapons forever, and here, blah blah blah. We'll give you all our enriched uranium. We'll mail it to your house. I tried that once, and the FBI got me. But no. So then, no, wear a lead suit, folks.
I feel like every time this guy goes, he's trying to do like a stand-up show. I think he's funny, so I enjoy it, but.
Anyway, no, if that happens, if Iran's like, okay, we give up, guys, then I'll be like, okay, cool, you give up, then, you're not going to get nuclear bomb. I don't have to worry about this issue. And then if Iran is like, yes, we have emerged triumphant and resilient and we are racing toward.
I feel like these panels make me realize how woefully uninformed I am, but you watch Tom Foolery show. Apparently not enough, I guess.
nuclear bomb now, and now we're gonna have one in a month, and like then we're gonna death to America, death to Israel for real, guys. Before it was just a slogan, and now we're coming for you. Then I'll be like, well, guess not. And so then, you know, bomb them.
Your enemies don't always telegraph their moves, though, Noah. That's what I would say to you, is they don't always go on state television and say, ha ha ha, now that Israel has failed to kill us, I am going to create the death ray. Like, I don't think that's a reasonable expectation of modern statecraft.
Well, anyway, regardless of the Iranian death ray, I mean,
well, yeah, it's kind of like a comic book where they just come out and tell you exactly what they're planning on doing. They're supposed to always stop and read their monologue and give their whole evil plan before they do it, so that there's enough time for the good guys to swoop in and save everybody.
The Jewish space laser turned out to be real. They had a laser that could shoot into space. So,
and
no, I don't know. Iranian death ray. It could happen. I think we should just wait and see what happens with this war. I don't see that there's a pressing need to jump in, because if Iran was a month or a week or 17 seconds from a nuclear bomb before, I doubt that they are now. I mean, their shit's all getting bombed.
Does Wake have a bias against non-smoke? I mean, I think everybody has a bias against non-smoker. He's the guy who just a minute ago was saying how much he hates America. So
they have a lot more nuclear facilities than just this Fordow place that's deep underground, and Israel's bombing some of the other places, and Israel's like killing the nuclear scientists and blah blah. And so like I don't feel like we're in imminent danger of Iran developing a nuclear bomb during this assault, at least not right now.
Blah blah blah.
So like I think we should. There's not a lot of urgency here in terms of like us joining the fray. So I wouldn't do it, but I do think the idea that Iran doesn't want a nuclear bomb is not credible. And I think that the idea that Iran only wants a nuclear bomb as a negotiating chip or bargaining chip, I'm like, well, okay, yeah, but that's okay. That's why we'd want them to, we don't want.
Yes, thank you. Finally, fuck somebody. Holy shit. Finally, why did it take this long for somebody to finally say this? This has been so infuriating that like it just keeps like every time they're like, yeah, dude, but they have all of these things. He's like, yeah, but that's a negotiating tactic. It's like, why hasn't anybody said yet that it's working, okay? If they're trying to make us afraid that they're gonna build a bomb, it's working. We're now convinced that they wanted us to think that they're building a bomb. We think they're building a bomb. They did it, okay? So you can't keep using this as a fucking argument as to why we wouldn't bomb them, because you're making the argument for why we would bomb them.
Want them to negotiate shit, because like look at Putin with his nukes. Like Putin invades a country, and then anytime people are like, well, how about we resist this invasion? Everybody's like, no, you can't resist their invasion. They have nukes. They'll start World War III. You have to let them do whatever they want and rape your sister. And like that's what all the chuds say about Russia. And like if Iran has nuclear bombs, you're gonna hear the exact same fucking chud arguments with regards to Iran. So I don't feel like hearing those chud arguments with regards to every goddamn evil empire out there in the world, that decides to conquer its neighbor, and then you can't do anything because they've got nukes, guys. And so, like, I think we should probably, if we can, not let them get nukes, just as not as a moral consideration, but as a pragmatic one.
Okay, Jay, go ahead, and then we can open this up again.
Sure. Well, I think that listen, I hear what Lycan is saying, and I think that there are probably some elements that we disagree on, but overall, I understand the thrust of your argument, and I don't necessarily disagree with it. Again, I want to reiterate, I would much rather have negotiations. I would much rather have a deal. What I was saying earlier before there was some verbal explosion was that, from my perspective, Donald Trump is not a reliable negotiator, specifically with Iran, which I believe that there is precedent for that, and that this is, again, from my perspective, I could be wrong, but it seems to me that this is heading in a pretty negative direction, and that direction is ultimately war, and we're going to have to pick a side, and if it comes down to just the two of them, I'm going to choose the United States over.
Is non-smoker like a third positionist? Does anybody know? Yeah, bold strategy to fake us out with their intent to make nukes. Yes, that's been Lycan's main argument this entire time, dude. It's been his entire argument this whole time, and nobody has argued against it. Holy shit, it's been driving me fucking crazy. I think it shows how much of a clown show this current administration is when the man appointed by Trump to the Pentagon is actively trying to keep things secret from Trump.
Who's that? I haven't heard about this.
For Iran. So something that non-smoker said before the verbal explosion happened was that he said that he doesn't think that Trump is impossible to negotiate with regards to Iran. He didn't get a chance to expand on that, and if possible, I want to hear more about why you think that, because from my perspective, Donald Trump is a fucking garbage negotiator. He's a total train wreck of a negotiator, especially with Iran. I mean, he's made it very clear multiple times. I mean, obviously.
And again, Iran has been trying to have him assassinated. I don't know how this still has not been mentioned. This is fucking insane. This whole panel is gonna drive me fucking nuts in a second here.
He can fucking flip-flop however he wants, but he has been relatively consistent in saying, listen, my deal isn't a deal, my offer isn't an offer, it's my position. My position is you get no enrichment, you have no uranium, you have no nuclear, anything whatsoever. That's the fucking offer, and if you don't like it, you can kick rocks. That's obviously not a negotiation. So if you think that Trump is more amenable for negotiations than I think he is, I'm totally willing to hear that, but I don't.
I pulled an unloaded gun on a cop and he shot me. How crazy is that? The gun wasn't supposed to be Yeah, it was just a negotiating tactic, dude. You don't get to shoot me when I'm just pulling an unloaded gun as a negotiation tactic. So why did you pull the unloaded gun? Because I wanted him to think that it was loaded. Duh.
That I don't understand how you can make that claim.
Non-smoker, can you elaborate for us, sir?
I mean, yeah, I had a totally other thing I wanted to say, but just on the
You can
Trump
get that
point,
too,
I mean, I think the point that I was trying to make is that Trump is hesitant in carrying out a strike because he doesn't want another Iraq and he doesn't want another Libya in Iran. He knows that it's, and I think
He's got to be a third positionist, right? Am I crazy? Like, he seems semi-supportive of Trump. I feel like I've heard him make like very right-wingy arguments before, but he also hates America. He's got to be a third positionist.
anybody with common sense would know that it's not going to end with one strike, one bunker busting bomb, destroying Fordo or any of these other nuclear enrichment sites, and then dust our hands off. We're good there, right? I think it's a lot more complicated than that. My point, though, is that Trump is hesitating mostly because he thinks there's got to be some room for negotiation here. You're right that Trump is a flip-flopper, and that's, you know, he would call himself a deal maker. Do I think he's a great politician or even a good, competent diplomat? No, I think he's a fucking idiot. But sometimes you can derp your way into things. Look at the North Korea thing, which, yeah, it hasn't had a lasting, you know, ensured peace for the region, but it definitely, those diplomatic overtures to North Korea at the time were really meaningful. It provided some hope. It definitely, you know, I would say put off the threat of like an imminent war, which seemed like we were headed towards in 2017. So I don't know. Does that answer the question? Do you want to go back and forth with that, or can I make?
Well, yeah. I'd like to talk about that a little bit because it does definitely address what I was saying. But I think that there are some differences with regards to these negotiations and what was going on in Korea at that time. For one, I think that Donald Trump is a lot more off the fucking handle in this term than he was in his first.
Also, I don't know if anybody's mentioned this, but Iran has been trying to assassinate him. So Trump is definitely like very volatile when it comes to his own personal baggage. So there's that.
First term, and I think that specifically that comes down to the people that are surrounding him. And there's a lot of conflicting information, but from what we understand, Donald Trump is literally getting counsel from some fucking moron general specifically because he's ripped. As far as we understand, credible reporting is saying that the only person that is giving Donald Trump serious counsel on how he should deal with Iran is a general that he likes because he's ripped and has the like aesthetic of a military guy. So I understand your point, and I don't think that it's entirely dismissible. However, I think
I don't know the name of who he's talking about, but I do remember we turned this on an interview, and he was talking about like how big and ripped a guy was, and that he liked that he had like the aesthetic of a general and shit.
Think history as well as current circumstance overwhelmingly supports the claim that Donald Trump has a position. His position is Iran can go fuck itself, and if Iran doesn't meet that criteria, then it's Moab time. So I mean, I think that Donald Trump isn't actually trying to negotiate. I think you're right. I think he is hesitant to push the trigger because he doesn't want like a prolonged or protracted conflict. But I don't think that he's being held back because of like some sagely wisdom or counsel on anybody's end or just in his own mind. I think he's just essentially kicking the can down the road, and that to me it seems essentially inevitable that he's going to say fuck it and pull the trigger.
Although I think that kind of goes to non-smoker's point, though, which is effectively that like this hesitation is because he doesn't want to own a collapsed Iran. Because if you look at like all of the criticisms for the past 2 decades where neocons fucked up in Iraq, neocons fucked us up with this exorbitant budget, neocons got tens of thousands of your kids killed. And so as a result, if he drops a bomb in Iran, he has to own whatever happens next. So if he drops a bomb, destroys a nuclear capacity, awesome. But if he drops another bomb, kills the Ayatollah, destabilizes Iran, hundreds of thousands of dead people, random terrorist attacks in Europe and the United States in response, then he owns that shit too.
Well, if they just bomb U.S. bases, if they just bomb U.S. bases and kill U.S. military personnel,
well, they hit the Iraq bases, and we didn't really give too much of a shit.
Yeah,
Can
I
just
I think non-smoker had another point he wanted to get to, and I want to make sure he gets that chance.
Yeah, look, just not to, I don't know, whatever, because we're going in different directions now, but I just wanted to mention about the proxies and this whole notion that Iran has destabilized the Middle East due to their support of their proxies. And I want to point something out. All of Iran's proxies developed independently of Iran. The Houthis, for example, Ansar Allah, were active in Yemen for years before the Iranians began supporting them. And they didn't even begin significant support until Saudi Arabia got involved in the Yemeni conflict. All of these different proxies are definitely a means for Iran to project power. It's definitely meant as a deterrent. If it were meant to be an active, threat, something that they wanted to attack Israel with, that's why I brought up Hezbollah before. They'd probably be better suited to do that, or just to attack Israel directly. I think that'd be much more effective if the goal was just destabilizing the region for the hell of it or whatever. I think.
Well, no, because they don't want a direct conflict with Israel. No.
If anything, Iran is responding to an American foreign policy, as we saw with the Iraq War, to destabilize the region, and an Israeli foreign policy, which really started under Benjamin Netanyahu in the mid-90s, which started with the Clean Break Memo, which basically described, the Middle East as this place where Israel had a lot of hostile neighbors, and the way to deal with them was not peace for land, giving away land that the Israelis took, like the Golan Heights or anything like that. It was dealing with their enemies aggressively, putting them in their place. They called it peace for peace. And the people who helped Netanyahu draft that document, or drafted that document for him, some of them went on to become a part of the Project for a New American Century, which was one of the most crucial neoconservative think tanks that went on to be the primary architects of the Iraq War, and also advocated heavily for intervention into Iran. Iran, I'm not saying they're like saints or good or whatever and perfect, but they're obviously responding to threats to their legitimacy. I mean, we haven't even talked about how the U.S. and Mossad support Baloch separatists in Iran, support the MEK with funding, training, all of that stuff. I mean, Iran has, absolutely every reason to look at us as the destabilizing force in the region. I don't see how you couldn't see us as the destabilizing force in the region, us and Israel.
Yeah, if I may, one of the things that I learned growing up, just I don't know, through trial and error, is that power abhors a vacuum, and so ultimately you kind of have to pick which hill you want to die on. And there's ideologies, everybody remembers the end of history, but there was another competing narrative, which was the clash of civilizations. And what I have found is that it seems like there's this like gentle push towards mixed economy capitalism and representative democracy and all that kind of crap, but then it's getting hollowed out by laissez-faire neoliberal economics. But then we still have our competitors on the world stage when you're talking about authoritarian communism in China, even if you don't call it communism, that's what they call it. We have kleptocratic corrupt oligarchy in Russia. And then we have theocratic Islam in different parts of the Middle East and North Africa. And so if we're left with those choices of ideology between mixed economy capitalism and liberal democracy, I'm picking mixed economy capitalism and liberal democracy every single time. And
Can I just make a point?
Sure,
quick,
please.
I hate to cut you off, but so by that logic, we're sort of beholden to then topple every single autocracy on the planet.
Over the next millennia, yeah.
Okay, yes.
But and how realistic do you think that is? I mean,
I think it's wholly realistic on a long enough time scale.
Well, the culmination of that strategy was the Iraq War. You know, that was the first domino to fall, and what happened? It led to
Hold on, is Iraq better?
Cemented authoritarian. It
10
cemented
gift memberships from
authoritarianism in
Audacity.
Iran.
Thank you for the 10 gift memberships on
Well-
YouTube. Really appreciate you, sir.
What up,
Yeah,
caveman?
if I can respond.
Yeah, respond real
So,
quick.
so here's the thing that I like about liberty is technically I could read the manuscripts of communists. I could read the manuscripts of Islamists. I could read the scripts of autocratic fascists. I can read all of their books as a liberal mixed economy capitalist enjoyer. I am not prohibited. And so as a result, I can review and consider each one of these ideologies, and I can choose which one I want to become, and I will be tolerated within a liberal society.
This is such a stupid argument. Do you think there's not censorship in liberal democracies? Do you think that the liberal democracies of the world, especially America,
Bro, he's a third positionist. He's got to be a third positionist. If you guys don't if you don't know what third position is, it is kind of like the modern day. Oh fuck! It's like a modern day fascism. Like it's they would call themselves fascists too. They wouldn't even hide from that. Like they would say that they are fascists. So yeah, I feel like he's probably a third positionist because he doesn't come off as a leftist. And yeah, his anti-liberalism, anti-Western powers and shit like that, I feel like he's probably a third positionist.
don't have like an ideological state apparatus or a media machine that promotes
No,
our
of course they
values
do.
is absolutely true. They don't marginalize any sort of dissident views. They don't crack down on dissidents.
No, I love, but
Yeah,
here's the thing. You're saying
you're acting like in
saying,
these other countries, they're
marginalization.
like this
I view the
totally
marginalization of
1984,
communists as
totally
good.
1984, bro.
No, it's not just communists. Like during the 2000,
And socialist, and fascist,
no,
and
no,
Islamist.
it's not just that. Like during the invasion of Iraq, like people were saying like stupid shit like they fucking they hate us for our freedoms and shit like that, which is just fucking insane. But
If
also
you read
during
if you read Kutbub, however you spell it, he did hate us for our freedoms, and Osama bin Laden.
Yes, I was about to say they did fucking hate us for our freedoms. Wait, dude, like and why, bro? How did you go so far, bro? What is happening?
And liked Kutbub.
That wasn't the fucking the MO for why they did that. But regardless,
authoritarians in the Soviet Union.
But regardless of that,
we supported Osama bin Laden to fight authoritarians in the Soviet Union. In Afghanistan. So in the effort to stop authoritarianism through intervention, we've cemented and bolstered and given credence and trained and funded different kinds of authoritarianism.
Yes,
You've
there have
never
been
watched the
downsides.
hit 2005 film,
It's been
Lord
more
of
downsides.
War.
Do you think the world is more or less authoritarian in the last 30 years?
I want you to hear what I'm saying, okay? You have never watched or appreciated the hit 2005 Nicolas Cage film Lord of War, in which there's an international arms dealer who supported both Iran and Iraq during the Iran-Iraq war. And whatever the main character is, Nick Cage walks up and he's like, how did you do that? Like, why did you do that or whatever? And he's like, did it ever appeal to you that I might want both sides to lose?
How'd that go for Iran?
Welcome to Real
Okay,
Politics.
I feel like your cadence made that sound profound, but what you said is not profound at all. I don't understand where
What
you're
you
going.
said is not profound because you said, did you know that we supported bad guys to
Hold
fight
on.
other bad guys?
I
No
want to get
shit.
us.
Yeah,
I want to
okay,
take it back a little bit. I want to take it back.
That was a great line.
Can I
Your
just
cadence made that sound
finish,
profound,
please?
but it was not.
Listen, just to put a
Okay.
cap on it, Wick, and I'll turn it over to you, dude. Here's my point. Your argument essentially is that we have this obligation to topple autocracy, authoritarianism, because liberal democracy is the better system. What I'm suggesting to you is our efforts to do that have actually bolstered authoritarianism in other parts of the world.
Lies.
Thus,
The world is more free than it was a
useless
century
fucking
ago.
game that's not working. It's a bad
I'm sorry,
strategy.
where's the Soviet Union right now? What's
Where's the
Vietnam
Soviet
doing?
Union?
What's China
It's
doing?
probably more liberal under Gorbachev than Russia is under
What's
Putin.
Japan doing? What's Germany doing right now? Are they fascist? Are they imperial?
Dude, those were the end of World War II. And in that time, you've seen the rise of an authoritarian state in communist China, authoritarian state in Iran, authoritarian state in Russia, authoritarian state in Belarus, authoritarian state in Turkey.
Wait, is he saying China wasn't authoritarian before that?
Turkey, need I go on?
Yeah, you need go on because all of those forces have to
Okay, I'll go
moderate
on.
and negotiate
Libya,
with liberal democracies
Syria,
and mixed economy
Lebanon,
capitalism. Just because you have an
Saudi
ahistorical
Arabia,
analysis of
Yemen,
authoritarianism over the past 100
Somalia,
years isn't my fucking fault.
Sudan, Mali, Burkina Faso.
Wait, yeah,
Niger.
like look at every
no,
to your point, Connor.
Everybody
Look
becomes
at
an aristocratic capitalist and
No,
liberal
wait.
democratic overnight. Liberal democracy has
look
failed.
look at all the fucking times that we have installed someone. Fucking Pinochet, for instance. Like we install these people and they become fucking despots. The Shah of Iran. Do you know why the Ayatollah is here? Because we fucking backed the Shah and helped overthrow.
You guys hear how every time somebody else starts talking, while Counterpoints is talking, I talk about this all the time. He is drowned out as soon as they start talking because he doesn't have earbuds in. You always need to have headphones or earbuds or something. You need to have them. You got to have them. As soon as somebody just slightly makes a sound, your mic will pretty much entirely cut off to make sure that the sound coming out of your speakers does not go back inside of your mic. It like mutes your mic while the sound is coming out of your speakers. So if they're talking, that means sound is coming out of your speakers. So your mic is going to mute so that it doesn't echo back through over and over. And you will just be completely drowned out. You got to make sure that you got some earbuds in.
Letting the Soviet Union go through
what?
It's
their petroleum. It's their gas.
With everything that did happen 30 years earlier.
It was their gas to fucking nationalize.
Your own country is becoming more authoritarian.
You're approaching it from a position of neutrality. I don't. We've already been over this.
Yeah, okay, well, look at what fucking happened. So everything that people want to bitch about from 1979 through now with Iran is the result of what we fucking did.
Okay, and it's
the question becomes
than having Iran bolster the Soviet Union throughout the Cold War.
Iran already gives cheap gas to China now.
The question becomes, hold on.
Yeah, no shit. And China's a massive fucking problem right now, specifically because of that reason, which is why Pathfinder and I are both okay with democratic regime change within Iran, because if you gut Iran, then you basically gut the energy support for one of the most dystopian, authoritarian piece of shit governments on the fucking planet.
Okay.
What?
Okay. A moment. Dial it back because I have a couple questions. Okay.
I'm always angry, so this is.
We love the energy, or at least I love the energy, and my donos and stuff love the energy. I appreciate that. Thank you for the 20 gift memberships from Grassroots Hegemon, and thank you for the $10 from Audacity to say Connor using Lord of War instead of Charlie Wilson. I'm pulling Connor's historian card. Do it.
I thought he was going with Charlie Wilson too.
But I guess the question that I have, right, isn't that, is America always successful in its efforts to stop and to spread its interest? Is America always acting within, obviously, I think we can all agree, America isn't some kind of benevolent actor. It has its own interests. It acts within those interests. Sometimes
it does evil shit.
Evil, right? We all agree? Anyone disagree?
Sometimes.
Sometimes,
yes.
Sometimes it does evil fucking shit.
But when we,
sometimes
but when we look at the overall trajectory of the world since the end of World War II.
Before you finish, I'm going to say no, but go ahead.
Okay. No. So you say no? You
don't
agree?
No. Look at, all right, so Vietnam, we go ahead and get involved in that conflict because of our involvement in Vietnam. And what
Wait,
we
I
did.
didn't hear the question. Is he saying America is a net positive or
He's
net
saying that
negative?
overall it's a net positive. He's saying it's a net positive.
Yeah, I'm saying it's absolutely net positive.
And I'm going to say it's a net negative. So the Khmer Rouge doesn't take over in Cambodia if it wasn't for our actions in Vietnam. We tried to prevent domino theory from happening, but Laos ended up falling because of, again, we further inflamed the shit. Yes, this absolutely fucking happened.
We have to take more responsibility for the Cambodian Khmer wiping out a quarter of
you got pissy earlier about me not listening, Connor. No, you've got to listen. And then because of what happened after the fall of South Vietnam, there was the Asian shift that happened, and that Asian shift directly led to the China that we have to deal with today. Right?
Oh, bullshit.
Yes,
absolutely on the warpath.
It doesn't matter that he was on the warpath. It's about the economic power that he gained. It's about the countries that aligned with him.
I'm not done.
I wasn't done.
You have a fundamentally naive perspective on geopolitics, which is if the United States extricates itself from world events, all of our enemies become benevolent.
I didn't say that. I am pointing to explicit actions where we were involved in the impacts.
Khmer was America's fault.
The fact that the Khmer Rouge took over as successfully as they did was America's fault.
You think Mao was just going to sit back and let Southeast Asia not go communist?
That doesn't divorce it from the fact that we had an impact.
And they weren't going to get into power and they weren't going to do what they were going to do?
You know what? There's a whole lot of other shit that could have fucking happened. The point is that we had an impact on it. Again, the same way I said earlier that Iran was instrumental in fucking.
So don't put that blood on our fucking till.
He's saying that we attempted to stop, we killed a bunch of people and still failed.
Well, no,
so we should have gone harder. Yes,
things.
we should have.
I'm saying a few different
harder,
things. I'm
and
saying
we would've
I'm saying
stopped
that
it.
America. I'm sorry, harder. There are
We were too
hundreds
busy
of
dealing
thousands
with
of
leftist
tons.
movements at home.
There are hundreds of thousands of tons of bombs that are still blowing people up today that are sitting in the fucking ground in Cambodia. I'm sorry, we tried really fucking hard.
What, Lycan? Compared to what?
They were not massacring the people as much as we
probably
were.
would have just had a peaceful, mostly peaceful transition of power if it weren't for us.
Okay, so hold on.
The Khmer Rouge would have mostly peaceful transfer of power.
No, in Vietnam.
Okay,
The Khmer Rouge was propped up by the CIA.
You need to shut up and you need to listen for a minute. So what you're telling me, this is the narrative that you're telling me, okay, is when the Soviet Union came to power, they killed millions, if not tens of millions of people. Maoist China, when he came to power, killed tens of millions of people. But when Vietnam, communist...
Breaking news, U.S. Supreme Court just ruled 6-3 favor of allowing the Trump administration to deport illegal aliens to third-party countries. That was being contested? Who is contesting that? You sure that's what was being contested?
Vietnam came to power uncontested. They would not have killed millions of people, and the Cambodian Khmer would have handed out.
Your view of history is so
milkshake.
fucking distorted and divorced from reality. It's
No,
insane.
it's not.
Like,
Say that's
the Soviet Union formed.
No, stop. Okay, I'm going to answer it. I'm going to answer it.
Okay,
our bombing
Wasn't that the
campaign.
communists just went around massacring
Our bombing
millions of
campaign
people?
was a giant fucking promotion for the Khmer Rouge. It increased recruitment to the Khmer Rouge. It increased alignment of the people to the Khmer Rouge.
Give a fuck in that.
This
it's
is like this is fucking
moral
10th grade
responsibility
global
of the
history.
Cambodian
Yes, it was an illegal bombing campaign.
on
We shouldn't have been doing it.
Operations in order to propagandize the masses, and then they delete 25% of their population, and you're saying that's America's fault? That's
Yes, we helped them take over. We helped them take over.
No.
Yes,
We
wait.
supported
I'm
the
sorry.
Khmer Rouge.
So,
That's absolutely
so
true.
wait. So the crimes of Pinochet and every other fucking dictator we saw.
Hold on. Noah tried to speak, and he's been a very good boy today.
See, I just said this stream is making me more supportive of global thermonuclear war. It's the only answer.
You know what? I think so. Like, here's my point, and we are kind of running towards the end, and you guys can stay if you want for after panel, right? You're more than welcome, but you don't have to. I'm not Hamas. I won't hold you hostage, right? But my point here is that without America's intervention on the world stage, look at Serbia, right? Look at South Korea. Look at Iraq. And yeah, I'll say it. Iraq is better today than it was under Saddam Hussein. That's
yeah. Okay.
us.
So what happened with Iraq? I think there's a big
we
gray.
have
When you
people
say they're better now,
let me
there's a
finish
big
my
gray
point.
area.
Let me finish my point, and then you can respond, I promise. Okay. I understand that not everything we do is successful. Not everything we do is good. But again, I think without the United States intervention on the world stage, that we would be living in dark times. You know what? You don't have to believe me. You can just wait, because we are losing influence across the world stage. We are losing power. We are losing the will to exercise what power we have, and we are going to be losing, unfortunately, influence to Russia and China in those regions. We're going to live in a multipolar world. And I'm going to, again, I will ask you to clip this, and in 10 years, if we still have internet and the ability to, live free, I want you to check it and see, is the world 10 years from now with less American influence better or worse than it is today? And my claim and my prophecy, if you will, it's going to be far, far worse. You are not going to like the end of liberal world order. Okay, now you can respond, and then we're going to get to closings. Go ahead.
In the 80s, we did something pretty noble in trying to help the people of Afghanistan. And while it was for our own motivations, which was to undermine communist influence within the region, at the end of the day, we were supporting a country that had been violently taken over by the communists. And as far as I'm concerned, did deserve liberty. And we did some pretty fucking cool shit. By the way, if you haven't seen Charlie Wilson's War, it's a great fucking thing to watch. But then after you're done with that, go ahead and read Ghost Wars and about our secret wars in Afghanistan, and then follow up with Directorate S, which covers the periods after 2001, 9/11. What happened is that after we did our cool good shit, we were done. We were exhausted with the Cold War. We had done our stuff, and we fucking left. And despite people like Charlie Wilson and the CIA and everyone else saying, hey, by the way, all those fucking Wahhabists from Saudi Arabia that they let in, these are becoming a problem. And no one fucking did anything. When we said, hey, we need to give some support to these people so the crazies don't fucking take over, that became a problem. And then you get the fucking Taliban, and then you get Al-Qaeda. We fucked that up. And then we go into Afghanistan.
By far. Yeah, I feel like it's weird to say that we're the worst thing over there. And while it is true that we would say, like, yes, they don't align with us, a lot of what we've been able to achieve has been because of a lot of our meddling as well, even as far as like being able to get oil for Americans and shit. Like there's been a lot more. There's been a lot of good for us that has come from this.
You do have to acknowledge, though, are all the people that fucking died in the process, all the terrorists we created in the process, the fact that ISIS then became a fucking problem. Who killed what? It doesn't matter that we killed them. The point is that it happened and they're still in existence.
Matters.
No, they're still in existence.
If 80 to 90% of the fucking people are jihadist militias wiping out fucking other jihadist militias, then don't put that fucking blood on our ledger.
It is on our ledger.
Making their own
we
decisions.
should not have invaded. We created ISIS. You have to recognize this. We have no. Yes, we shouldn't have. He was a stabilizing force. It is widely recognized. Hey, guess what? Should the Taliban have been part of the 2001 government reconstruction in Afghanistan?
2001 government rebuild?
When we had the Bonn conference after the invasion of Afghanistan, should the Taliban have been involved in it?
No, probably not.
Exactly. The people that have your mindset. Exactly.
No, because you're not talking to a historical ignoramus. You're not talking to some fucking 50 IQ.
And why are you fucking going against everyone who was involved and said we fucked up by not having them involved? We fucked up by not having them involved. The people who held the Bonn conference said we fucked up by not having them involved. I'm not blowing smoke. I know way too much about this shit for you to fucking say that. We should have had them involved. We could not properly reconstruct the government. We created an outsized fucking.
Stay for the after panel, but we do got to get to the closing. Stay for the after panel. I'll let you guys go. And you guys
I need to eat dinner. Sorry.
Fair enough, but maybe we'll figure something out, right? Because obviously you got.
We can always fight about this later, Connor.
We got other things.
Sounds good.
I suddenly got really sleepy. I'm sorry.
I want to give it to we're gonna close out. So first of all, thank you all for coming to the show. Right? If you've enjoyed this show, for whatever reason, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. I know some of you love the button.
Supreme Court allows Trump to swiftly deport certain immigrants to third countries. The Trump administration sought to overturn a judge's ruling that imposed a legal process for deporting convicted criminals to places other than their countries of origin. Wait. Is this for prison? Is this to imprison them? The Supreme Court made it easier Monday for the Trump administration to deport convicted criminals to third countries to which they have no previous connection. In a brief, unsigned order that did not explain its reasoning, the court put on hold a federal judge's ruling that said those affected... Oh, wait. Oh, they just put on hold an order? A judge's ruling that said those affected nationwide should have a meaningful opportunity to bring claims that they would be at risk of torture, persecution, or death. If they were sent to countries the administration has made deals with to receive deported immigrants. As a result, the administration will be able to try to quickly remove immigrants to such third countries, including South Sudan. Affected immigrants can still attempt to bring individual claims. The ramifications of the Supreme Court order will be horrifying. It strips away critical due process protections that have been protecting our class members from torture and death, said Trina Realmuto, executive director of the National Immigration Litigation Alliance, one of the groups that brought the legal challenge. The three liberal justices on the conservative majority court all dissented. Okay. I can't stop yawning. And I went way over on my time with the fact that I was debating Pisco for the first 3 hours and then added an hour and a half when I got done with that to the clock, to where we ended up extending time anyway. So I am over what I would normally be for $25. So I will be back on tomorrow. Till then, appreciate you, love you, see you next time. Make sure you guys hang out for a minute. Leave a comment. Follow me on Twitter. I'm in the middle of saving the world on Twitter. And if you want to be part of saving the world, you need to follow me on Twitter. I am the hero. I am not just making it sound like that, like I'm Ethan. No, I am actually a hero. I am actually a savior. Follow me on Twitter so you can support your savior. Later, fools. I say something,
Terrible.
they say, what do you mean by that? I can say, go look in any dictionary and you'll know what I mean by that. Whereas when you say something, I can't go find that in a dictionary. When you talk about,
What did
like,
I say that you can't go see in the dictionary?
Marxism. I will not get your definition of Marxism
in
or
the Color
communism
Revolution in fucking China in the 1940s when Mao was installed by the British Empire.
Mao
and
is not
all
a
their
Marxist.
shit was like hope, love, joy, and they cut people's hair
Correct.
so all the boys and girls look the fucking same, dude.
Exactly.
And
Exactly.
they
Yes.
instituted
Correct.
a Maoist revolution, bro.
Yes, correct. That is what I'm talking about. Yes, that is not
so
Marxism.
It's like the same shit as transgenderism, bro.
No, I'm saying
And you're
that's
like,
not
that,
Marxism.
I don't understand
That's
where
not
you're coming
Marxism.
from, bro.
I'm saying that's not Marxism. Everything you just explained has nothing to do with Marxism. That is, Mao is not a Marxist.
Communist.
You don't have to have a government to succeed as a country.
We do.
You
That's the
don't.
point. We do. Yes, we do. We 100% need
What
a
do they
government.
do? What do they do? They tax you, take money from you, and make rules.
So
That's
one,
literally it.
So one, they built all of the fucking roads that you drive on. Two, they go and check all of the
we don't even
food
talk
in all of the restaurants that you go to make sure that they actually have good food safety standards, that they're not poisoning you, that they don't have mold growing on everything. Three, they give you currency to use so that you're able to go and use legal tender so that you don't have to go trade a fucking pig or a goat in order to get what it is that you want. Every single building that you go into has inspections to make sure that it's safe enough and that it's not going to just catch on fire or it's not just going to crumble to the ground. Like every little thing that you do throughout every day of your life is all possible because of the fucking government. You need the police and the fire department and everybody to show up.
Yeah.